There are people who were never meant to become heroes, yet fate forces them to be. And Wang Lin is one of them. Born into an ordinary family, he carried a simple wish in his heart to cultivate immortality and repay his parents' kindness. But the world is never that kind. No talent, no background, no guidance, everything seemed to whisper to him, the path of cultivation is not for you. Yet in the midst of that hopelessness, Wang Lin chose something that very few have the courage to do. He kept going. He walked forward with stubbornness. He walked forward with longing. He walked forward with everything left in his resilient heart. A strange opportunity came to him, opening a path of cultivation drenched in blood and loneliness. There, every improvement required a sacrifice. Every step forward meant losing something precious. To grow stronger, he had to endure 100 times more than ordinary people. Renegade Immortal is the tale of a man who never submits. A man willing to defy the heavens, defy fate, and defy the world just to protect what his heart refuses to let go. This is not merely an immortal cultivation story. This is the journey of a soul so powerful that even eternity must bow. And today, I invite you to step into that journey, the journey of Wang Lin, the man who walks against the will of heaven to find the answer meant for himself. At this moment, Wang Lin was truly insane. His body was immobile, but his primordial spirit could. Although it couldn't leave his body, his mental state could. Suddenly, a huge phantom of an ancient god appeared in the air. After appearing, the ancient god grasped the painting of life and death reincarnation, trembling as it pulled out the entire thing. In an instant, a dense gray aura surged out from the painting of life and death reincarnation, not chasing after the huge arm, but merging into the phantom of the ancient god behind it. The phantom of the ancient god trembled, and a trace of the aura of a heavenly Tao messenger suddenly appeared on him. His eyes showed ruthlessness, and his large hand reached out, immediately grabbing the arm of the heavenly Tao messenger and pulling forcefully. Instantly, the heavenly Tao messenger, hidden within the void, only revealed its face, unexpectedly being forcefully dragged out by the ancient god. At this moment, a strange scene appeared in the air. Two enormous figures appeared simultaneously. Wang Lin's eyes flashed like lightning. After clearly seeing the heavenly Tao messenger, he was immediately stunned. The heavenly Tao messenger's body was almost identical to the ancient god's phantom. But what terrified Wang Lin was that at the heavenly Tao messenger's forehead, there were 7 flickering star points. However, 3 of them seemed to be sealed, emitting dim light. Seeing such a scene, Wang Lin suddenly had an unbelievable thought. Is this really the heavenly Tao reincarnation? Wang Lin, upon first seeing the heavenly Tao messenger, hadn't had time to observe it. But now, he suddenly realized that the heavenly Tao reincarnation was originally an invisible heavenly Tao law. How could such a messenger exist? Moreover, this messenger turned out to be an ancient god. Everything he saw today had overturned Wang Lin's thoughts. He suddenly wondered, what is the heavenly Tao? After the heavenly Tao messenger appeared, his eyes, for the first time, besides the cold indifference, showed another expression, a hint of bewilderment. He looked at the ancient god's illusory image, which seemed to be about to say something, but ultimately remained silent. His body moved, and his massive arm swung up, suddenly striking the ancient god's illusory image conjured by Wang Lin's mental power. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded throughout the heavens and earth, shaking the entire moon star. The area within 10,000 miles already cracked, shattered into pieces under this tremor. From Wang Lin's position, he clearly saw the ground within 10,000 miles collapse, forming a massive crater. In the very center of this abyss, only Churu's resting place remained intact. However, from a distance, it now resembled a massive pillar, standing alone. A gentle white light emanated from Churu's body. Her mental image transformed into an ancient god, and under a single punch from the heavenly Tao messenger, she retreated several steps. Wang Lin's body trembled. A little fresh blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his primordial spirit almost shattering. But at this moment, he knew that if he couldn't resist, Li Muan's nascent soul would undoubtedly die. His mental image transformed into an ancient god and charged forward, striking a blow that collided with the heavenly Tao messenger. Boom! 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 The collisions continued, shaking the entire moon star. The fresh blood from Wang Lin's mouth increased. Just then, the power of reincarnation that had imprisoned his body suddenly loosened slightly. With a low roar, Wang Lin's figure flashed, instantly breaking free completely. Die! Wang Lin shouted, his body soaring into the air, a punch landing on the Heavenly Dao envoy. A hint of bewilderment flickered in the Heavenly Dao envoy's eyes. He swung his right hand, and Wang Lin's body shot away like a shooting star. His punch sent the Heavenly Dao envoy staggering back several steps. The illusory ancient god immediately stepped forward, chasing after the Heavenly Dao envoy and attacking again. Wang Lin, flying rapidly from a distance, licked away the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes blazing with battle intent. Without a word, he charged forward, his consciousness transforming into the illusory ancient god, simultaneously engaging the Heavenly Dao envoy. The Heavenly Dao envoy retreated repeatedly. Only 4 stars flickered on his forehead, indicating his current strength was only that of a 4-star ancient god. You are not of my clan, the Heavenly Dao envoy spoke for the first time. His voice was incomprehensible to ordinary cultivators, as he spoke in the language of the ancient gods. Indeed, as he said, Wang Lin at this moment could not even be considered an ancient god of the tribe. No ancient god could possess inner cultivation. More importantly, from ancient times to the present, no ancient god had ever mastered the realm of intent. Regardless of whether it's the same or not, if you want to take Li Muwen's nascent soul, I absolutely will not agree. Wang Lin also shouted in the language of the ancient gods, striking out with a punch. The Heavenly Dao messenger retreated. The illusory image of the ancient god rose accordingly. At this moment, the white light on Chiru's body grew increasingly intense. Suddenly, a voice slowly emanated from Chiru's body. Wang Lin, you deceived me. This voice was one Wang Lin hadn't heard in 90 years. It was Li Muwen's voice. Wang Lin's body trembled, and when he turned his head, he saw a scene that filled him with overwhelming grief and anger. Waner, you. In an instant, the white light surrounding Chiru's body intensified to its limit. Immediately afterward, Chiru's soul escaped from her physical body, enveloped in the white light, and slowly fell to the side. Wang Lin, Waner wants to see you, wants to be with you, but Waner is already dead. If I have to devour this child's soul to pay for my awakening, it's too cruel to her. For 90 years, I felt this child grow up little by little. Seeing her is like seeing my own child. Brother Wang, I can't bear it. Waner is so foolish. I've disappointed you. Li Muwen instantly awakened, stopped devouring Chiru's soul, and used her nascent soul power to expel it from her body. Without Chiru's soul, her body was now shrouded in deathly intent. Li Muwen's nascent soul, instantly awakened, immediately revealed itself under the Heavenly Dao. Moreover, her nascent soul was slowly disintegrating. Wang Lin's body moved, instantly appearing beside Chiru's body, his right hand quickly touching Chiru's forehead. Immediately, Li Muwen's nascent soul slowly rose from Chiru's body. She opened her eyes and looked at Wang Lin, her gaze revealing the tenderness of 90 years. Promise me, take good care of yourself, Li Muwen said softly. She raised her hand to feel Wang Lin's warmth, but the moment her hand touched Wang Lin, it became transparent. A look of sorrow appeared on her face as she looked at Wang Lin, lowering her voice. Xu Aryu is just a child. Don't make things difficult for her. This is all my own choice. At this moment, the Heavenly Dao messenger, transformed from the ancient god's realm, jumped onto Wang Lin's head, extending its right hand to grasp the enormous wheel that remained suspended in the air. With a single grasp, the power of reincarnation reappeared. Wang Lin suddenly looked up. His eyes revealed an extreme cold glint as he said, without my consent, don't even think about saying you're not the Heavenly Dao. Even if you were a true embodiment of the Heavenly Dao's laws, you wouldn't dare take her away while I'm still alive. He pointed his finger at his forehead, and the heaven-defying pearl appeared. Under the summoning of Wang Lin's right hand, Li Muwen's nascent soul was absorbed by the heaven-defying pearl, then sank into his forehead and disappeared. Above the wheel, the Heavenly Dao messenger gazed deeply at Wang Lin, then his eyes became hazy, and his body slowly vanished into the heavens and earth. The giant wheel also flew into the clouds, disappearing in an instant. Wang Lin stared silently at Chiru's body, then burst into a maniacal laugh. However, his laughter was filled with profound sorrow, revealing madness. Wang Lin, I fought against heaven. Twice I defied reincarnation. Yet I never imagined that in the end, I would be defeated by heaven's will. Heaven's will is cruel. Wang Lin pointed his right hand, summoning Chiru's soul, which had been lost above, into her body. Then, laughing heartily, he leapt up and disappeared into the horizon, leaving only a mournful laugh echoing in the distance. After Wang Lin left, Zibai cautiously flew over from afar. It had been sealed by Wang Lin, but the seal had shattered during a clash with the heavenly Tao messenger, allowing it to escape. Seeing Wang Lin depart, it immediately flew to Churu's side, its eyes filled with sorrow, and it licked Churu's small face with its tongue. Zibai, don't make a fuss. I want to sleep, Chu, you whispered. Zibai was startled, then immediately let out a joyful roar, tugged at Churu's clothes, and leapt up, quickly carrying her away from the place. On the Moonstar, a madman appeared. This man had disheveled hair and frequently uttered the words heaven's will. Wherever he went, any demonic beast that stood in his way perished. The will of heaven. I, Wang Lin, have conquered the heavenly Tao, yet I am being toyed with by the will of heaven a year later, on a stormy night, in the far east of the Moonstar. On the summit of a towering mountain shrouded in clouds, this madman stood there, gazing up at the sky. Rain poured down, falling to the ground, onto him, trickling down his cheeks. Why life, why death? I, Wang Lin, have lived my entire life amidst killing, experiencing the heavenly Tao of life and death through transformation. I see life as life, I see death as death, knowing that this rain falls from the heavens, born from the heavens, dying upon the earth. The infatuation of Senior Zhou Yi. The awakening of the immortal maiden, their touching love, he born, she died, he died, she lived, making me understand the meaning of seeing life as not life, seeing death as not death, the tribulations in rebirth, making me feel the transformation of life. Churu's life and death intertwined, Wanner's life contained death, and death contained life. All of this was the will of heaven and creation, and it finally made me, Wang Lin, understand that seeing life is life, and seeing death is death. 90 years have passed, Wanner, thank you for making me understand. It turns out that in this world, what is lost, and what exists is allowed to exist. Like this rainwater, it is born from the sky, but it doesn't die on the earth. In the earth, it is reborn, it makes plants grow, it makes the rain fall again. This kind of transformation is life. I cannot let go of my parents' souls, I cannot let her leave. And in fact, I have not fulfilled my filial duty to my parents. Towards her, I have always been passive. This love, though genuine, was more of a sense of responsibility, a kind of emotion. The souls of Wang Lin's parents flew out from his forehead, looked at him kindly, and slowly dissipated. They were not yet annihilated, but had entered another realm of life. Little White, where is Uncle? Chu sat on Little White's back, holding a bunch of fruit in her hand. Little White's large head bobbed, letting out a low growl in response. Since Chu woke up a year ago, she hadn't seen Wang Lin. Only Little White had been her companion. At this moment, Little White was carrying Chu through a mountain range. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. Little White immediately became alert, growling softly and retreating several meters. The ground shook even more intensely. Suddenly, a creature resembling a worm magnified countless times emerged from beneath the ground, letting out a fierce roar and raising its head towards Chu. The creature, with only a part visible above the ground, was over 10 meters long, its entire body bright red, and its body segmented in many places, a truly terrifying sight. There was not a hint of fear on Churu's face. On the contrary, she seemed excited. Holding a piece of fruit in her hand, she patted Zibai's head and said, Zibai, this time you must watch carefully. Whether you can find Uncle or not depends on this moment. Zibai blinked, let out a low growl, and glared at the giant worm. The worm moved, transforming into a blur of screams as it lunged forward, opening its enormous mouth to bite Chu. Its speed was incredible, carrying a foul wind, especially the large mouth which revealed countless sharp fangs. If bitten, it would surely leave no trace of flesh. Chu showed no fear, only increasing excitement. Her large eyes didn't even glance at the worm, instead looking up at the sky. Even Zibai didn't retreat, a mocking expression in its tiger-like eyes. Just as the worm screamed and lunged forward, a huge object suddenly appeared in the air. With a whoosh, the object instantly fell from the sky, moving at an unimaginable speed towards Chu. This was clearly a huge mosquito. Its proboscis, overflowing with frenzied venom, stabbed the worm's body and then flung it upwards. The half of the worm's body still in the ground was instantly pulled out by the beast of insects and thrown into the air. At this moment, the beast of insects' body suddenly darted forward, its proboscis like a sharp blade, instantly piercing deep into the worm's head. With a single suck, the worm's entire body withered, its blood and flesh essence completely absorbed by the beast of insects. The beast of insects tossed the worm's corpse away. It landed with a loud crash on the ground in the distance. It lowered its head, glanced at Chu-Ryu and Little White, flapped its wings, and flew into the sky, soaring into the distance. Little White quickly chased after it. Chu-Ryu immediately shouted. Little White didn't hesitate and immediately chased after it. The beast of insects had been released a year before Wang Lin left to protect Churu's safety. He didn't want to see Chu-Ryu, but he also couldn't leave her alone on this dangerous moon star. Over the past year, the spirit beast had saved Chu-Ryu countless times. Chu-Ryu had gone from being terrified when she first saw it to now feeling a sense of familiarity, like seeing Wang Lin. She had no memory of what happened a year ago. Even the fact that Li Muwan's nascent soul had once resided within her body was gone, as if it had never happened. This was something Wang Lin had erased the moment he transferred her soul into her body. Chu-Ryu was an innocent child. She didn't need to pay the price for Li Muwan's failed awakening. Wang Lin wasn't one to take his anger out on innocent people. Therefore, he erased these memories from Chu-Ryu, giving her back her complete life. However, Wang Lin's heart had been dead since a year ago. He didn't want to face Chu-Ryu. This was a rather complex feeling. Chu-Ryu was deeply distressed that she couldn't find her uncle. Thus began the journey to find her uncle. The moon star was too small for Wang Lin, but it was enormous for Chu-Ryu. For the past year, she and Zibai had traveled more than half of the moon star. Although she hadn't seen Wang Lin, Chu-Ryu felt that the distance between her and her uncle was getting closer and closer. Unfortunately, Zibai's speed was still too slow compared to the beast of literature. Before long, the beast of literature was no longer visible in the sky, but Chu-Ryu knew that if she were in danger, that giant mosquito would be the first to arrive. That mosquito flies so fast. Zibai, your speed is too slow. Chu-Ryu glared angrily at the sky. Zibai whimpered, thinking to herself, that mosquito is flying in the sky. If it were running on the ground, I would definitely be faster than it. Chu-Ryu was about to say something more when suddenly a warm breeze blew across her. Chu-Ryu was stunned. She glanced around, then whispered, Little White, don't you find it strange? Every 35 days or so, this warm breeze blows here. Each time it blows, people feel a slight warmth in their bodies, and they don't feel hungry even without eating. Little White nodded slightly, letting out a low growl in response. Churu's search continued. She didn't know that, at this moment, Wang Lin, atop the mountain, had withdrawn his divine consciousness. For the past year, though he had been acting wildly, he hadn't forgotten Churu's safety. Occasionally, he would use his divine consciousness to send a stream of spiritual power into Churu's body, preventing her from feeling hungry. Wang Lin looked up at the sky. His eyes were now shining brightly. This kind of brightness had never appeared in his eyes before. It was a gaze that could penetrate the heart, seeing through the essence of life and death. The realm of life and death, so that's it, the things of this world. If I want to possess them, I can possess them. Wang Lin extended his right hand forward, and immediately the clouds in the sky stirred and all condensed into his hand. In an instant, a cloud sphere the size of a fist appeared in his hand. Inside the cloud sphere, there was a surge of electrical energy. Feeling the immense power within the cloud sphere, Wang Lin took a deep breath. The power within the cloud sphere, although it couldn't destroy heaven and earth, could destroy all cultivators in the nascent soul stage. Even Li Yuanfeng, who was resurrected in the transformation stage, would suffer defeat under this cloud sphere. The realm of life and death has reached its peak. My cultivation has broken through the nascent soul stage, and the next step is the transformation stage. I've already taken half a step. Wang Lin waved his right hand, and the cloud sphere dissipated. Prepare for transformation. Wang Lin's eyes were extremely calm. The transformation stage is where one possesses true great divine abilities. It can be said that a nascent soul stage cultivator, regardless of which cultivation planet they are on, will receive offers from many powerful forces. The ancestor of the giant demon clan, being in the early nascent soul stage, could control the entire clan and become its leader. Li Yuanfeng, forcibly ascending to the nascent soul stage, could be called the clan chief of the Snow Region clan. Therefore, the value of a nascent soul stage cultivator is evident. After all, most nascent soul stage cultivators are in seclusion year-round and are extremely rare, almost never interfering in worldly affairs. Therefore, nascent soul stage cultivators are the backbone of the cultivation planet. In the martial arts world of mortals, a nascent soul stage cultivator is a top-tier expert revered by thousands. Among cultivators, this level of status can be magnified 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 times. This is what a nascent soul stage cultivator is. Even the heavenly fortune master back then never imagined that in just 100 years, the young cultivator he had previously been somewhat fond of, who was on the verge of reaching the nascent soul stage, would unexpectedly have the potential to reach the nascent soul stage. If he knew this now, Wang Lin's journey to the heavenly fortune star would absolutely not be as a simple 100-year registered disciple. He would become a true disciple and, moreover, would enjoy certain privileges within the heavenly fortune sect. Sichu Nan, after I break through to the nascent soul stage, I will definitely help you restore your strength. Wang Lin took a deep breath, his right hand touching his forehead. In an instant, his body gradually disappeared, entering the heaven-defying space. In the heaven-defying space, Sichu Nan's nascent soul floated in the center. Wang Lin appeared there, silently observing Sichu Nan. After absorbing the two severed arms, Sichu Nan's nascent soul was no longer transparent, but had become more solid, his entire body exuding waves of oppressive power, countless times stronger than the hidden heaven ancestor. Sichu Wang Lin remained silent for a long time. Then he took a step away from this place and appeared in the east of the heaven-defying space. There was another nascent soul here. However, this nascent soul had its eyes closed and was in a deep sleep. Its entire body was covered in countless spiritual fluids. These spiritual fluids continuously merged into the nascent soul, soothing its body. Wanner, you waited for me for 300 years. I, Wang Lin, have no way to repay you, so I can only protect you until you awaken, until my soul is completely annihilated. Wang Lin looked at Li Muwan's nascent soul for a very long time. If all of this could be exchanged for a miracle, I would wait. I would protect you 1 year, 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years until the end of my life. The tenderness in Wang Lin's eyes was always focused on Li Muwan's nascent soul, and past memories kept swirling in his mind. Memories are like water in the palm of your hand. Whether you open it or clench it, there will always be gaps, and drops will eventually slip away. However, the cool sensation of the water can also make one unforgettable. Wang Lin stepped forward and gently kissed the forehead of Yuan Ying Li Muwan, transferring his warmth to Wanner. Wanner's body trembled. She felt Wang Lin's lips, felt his warmth. Within that warmth were unforgettable words of encouragement, and a promise to silently and unchangingly protect her alongside the heavens and earth. Love is like a river. The left bank holds joy that lasts 1,000 years, the right bank holds eternal silence, and the middle flows through long, lonely, and cold years. Wang Lin turned and left the reverse heaven space. His person was gone, but his heart remained here, forever silent. In the darkness of the night, under the starlight, on the mountaintop, amidst the rain and wind, that solitary figure seemed to be blown away by the wind. Sorrow can be carried away by the wind, but the loneliness of a heartless person cannot be blown away by any wind. That solitary figure, with a face as sharp as a knife, looked up at the dark night, at the bright stars, and there, in his heart, forever held the image of a woman. LSE Y Han Ang Ni, Sam Quan Than the Vbug Lim XCPVN SP Chan NGC Ko Trong T Turk VAT. Hin Con Ching Giji Y Chin Jia, Do Lay Hit Thy Teen AP Neum Trong Long Ton Tem Ji Tua They Ni En Chipi. LSE Nay, Vbug Lim TUVIGJT Hoa Thine VN MDN, YCH Kung GJT VN MDN, KN Tip Hin Muan and Vin. And Vin, GVVIBXT Luan MTTUSS Now Monoy. Hulai MCC Theo Gigi MY King Phi MD. MT Key and Vin, La Ko the Kind Show ICN Thek Toa. I Luxi Na SNJT MT Tranji King the Tin Ni. Ingoi Ra, Kan Ko the Hip 13 Luck, Vung Te Lin Thine Thing Fab Thut Dien Chatian Luck. I Luxi Na Vien, Kung Vien Chen. YVK Thong C, Turchak Ki Tuan Gigi SPPG, MTTUSS and Vin K Kung Bien Yuen Thong. Nhen Hien Gig, DGI Tun Hung Tian NGC Archie Thuffet, TUSS and Bin Kalian Ko the Dirk Than Bachik MT Fang. Hio mu chit ti ho thine hen and bin chin la du tian ngc new hayet, tian ngc kang ni the tian ki kang de gcc, k nang and then kang kang lay kang ln. Hung Nyan, TUSS Jadfa and bin K Ken Kokwan H Archd LN VVIYCNch. New YCNch Kang the VN MDN Vikwak GGI Na SN Ken Koenge and bin. An NGVVI Thian HEO Kang La NT Trong Namgin Quan Trung CA TUSS Jadfa and bin K. YCNch ZEV Bang Lam GVN MDN, an NGVVI Thian HEO Kang Gika Kochit Kick Bite. Hinti sao ki non the sp guy thien heoluan hei kang ing la si thine, trong long gvvi thien heog cochet hoigi. Thien heo la kai gls gigi trong long vibang lam trajak k thien heo chin la anti fab tic. Jing na touch diet fab tic vn hen y trong thien yua, na jing na loot fab trong fam non. Kang ai ko the thay the ggc thien heo, he tiu chen chung kwe kung chala gets thien ma sai. Do ki ban te kang chuk siya thien heo mathai. Archd agi essential rang mchen ko the kung na kung chuk ggc thien heo. Nhang hyan gig. Sao ki the ggc thine. Ls gigi cav bang lam gvvi thien heo g sinra mt chip and hoa vidu. Hinter tak mt ko mt by dn na archd ln. Vvi ls gigi ca hinter tak mt king the them ang tone bnt chiang ton. Thien he the via. Vibang lam hi mtbnun 10, lora mttia sang giji. Hen hit sao, murai al chan long ton min, ton luk Egypt thir tun luk bin trong tian ndc zang quan. Vibang lam sai tuan gigi lsi terchak ji thir ggc lung ln tian ngc. Nang tian ngc ne, lsi ne ji turk thin nanti quite hun ji hintin quan vau and bin. Lsi ne, tian luk en chen kmbt hu kiyang gin kun kui vau trong si the vibang lam. So san vvi meiji lane Egypt thir tian luk lsi terchak, lsi nake, then the ca hen chu hung cow hen kung nach hun arch ti niu. Tian luk hu vau trong si the ging kunji ep lin luk vin tien ti trong si the hen. Hai si sen luk hek now jing nifri heta bkt dung, lai than the ca hen lam chin trong trien kaisen ti kam gigo. Lin luk trong si the vbang lam cck kun ls. Ki mgibt hu, tian luk ji vau king niu lm. DGISSTN King C Lin Luk LPPDIC Tan Luan. Nang Theo the Gion Trique, Kang Ngay Kang Niu Chon Luk Chi Vau Trong Sida, LSNA, Lin Luk Chim Rai Kang the Chen Lei. Ting Liang Lin Luk MCCD VN VIT Kwai Chon Luk VN SB Lane. Nang Viecht Na Kung Kem Chon Luk Niu LM. MTTIA Chon Luk Ji Tang Hum VBI Ton BN Lin Luk CA MTTUSSK and Tion K. KTCO, Lin Luk T Nyan Lian TIC Ba G Louis. TUSS Hoban K Giant Heliturk then Antbin K Lin Luk Trong Si the Ascend Ko Hai Lu Bin Hoa. Then Lin Luk Ba Bai Tri Robin Ngoi Si the Tan Luan Kang Kon. Trong Si the TNT Dint Chin Luk Chion Luk. KTCO, the Mitin Henbei Ji Kui Kung. Sao Ko Jade Fa Hoa Thine, Turk Thin Anthvin. Louis Fang Fap Ne Tang Ji Hungin, Kung La Fang Fap GGCG Osp TUSS Lo Chun. Chung Kui Navi SN Ling Phi Tone BN Lin Luk. Sao Ko Kon CNN MT Lane Nia Vingi NGP Egypt Thur. Kochit Fian Tui King Noi. Quan Trung La TUVIY and Vin SNK Kang Bin Hun. Hinthi Li Fang Fapne. CNN TUSS Sauki Jadfa and Bin KBN Quantarem NGMG HIOTIC Then the Louis Fang Fap the High. Chin La Lion Hoa Lin Luk. Lam Choked Sia Na Ko the JT Trang Tai BNUN Hanung VVI Tian Luk. Fang Fap Ne Archd Ko, CNN Kang Ang Lion Hoa, Chiki Now Than Kang, Nivi Y Trong and Bin SNK SN Chim Siu the That LN, Kang CNN BN Quan HIOTIC Gko the JT Tren GCA Gi Kik Sadaram NCM BN Quan. Chatitsi Louis Fang Fap the Hai La Gim Bin NT Taram NCM BN Quan HIOTIC, Y Tren TCC GTU Lion T Nyan SNG Kao Arch T Niu. Vibang Lam Lui Chun Chin La Liu Fang Fap the Hai. Di Sao, Hen Kang Kothi Jian Bien Quantarem NGM. Lin Luk Trong Si the Bachon Luk Ji Ap Jim Rai Ing Ti Ti Yon Jian. Trong Kin MC Beningo Yon Jian Tran Eng Pi Tian Luk. K La MT Qua Tren CI to the No. Tian Luk Jing Na CCI She, Ting Chit Hem Lin Luk Theater Chak Trong Si the Vibang Lim Ma Diet. Chian Ho Tiko Dung HP Valbin Trong Tian Luk. Qua Tren Ne Tang Ji Thong That, Chin MTG Kwe Ba Thing. Vibang lam ti ichu han kui kang cha yang. Tian ngc zang quan hen. LSE na jiko hyphen babin than melzam, lako mt gv ven. Kang ji vibang lam mu being hi mt. Trong mt jing nako tian kilian ls. Siki thot non jing ni tian non. Ls vf zu turn. Tian ngc ca vibang lam. MCCT noiso VVI touch li ca niu g fi kung tu chi kangat hang LSE na thot non consho mgig and bin. Ci de trong si the hen mgi chijij easy mt fintaram, lin luk buji ep kung cha dung hup ton bien. Jung tract tuss and bin katha thit. Ki and bin cnn tian lek. Cho di la mt a g fi cha sd kung kang chini, shung trach, vibang lam the thou ti noi. La tc ma tic dcc luk ton tic. Han nia konko sb chan ngc du snthm via ti chan gg. LSE mgi kind la ti and bin thin king. Kachin la kanti kwa ntiam ko kisi ma ticd chian tichu tgis e tin trong ticd deterglian elenton ngc. Tran thakti la tc ma tic vin y arch t new ntiam terchak ko the jt and vin. LSE ko chan ngc kwa shonen mgi kia dihan bay gig. Phi bit rang tian ngc kung kang cha sp donkey hoathine jate fei ant bin. TUSS Saki JT and bin KTAC dong ca tian ngc lay arch t new. HUFAP CNN Dung, Chuathong CNN Dung, Dum Kai Lion Bo Kung CNN Tian NGC. Eng Hen, Moan JTVN Hun K King CNN Liu Tian NGC GNP VN Lane Ki and Vin, MGI Ko the JGGC. Dum Kai Tren VN Hun Lay King CNN SB Leung King the Town Tung. Town BNTU Chin Gigi, Niko the Ko Tian NGC Cha Ko Tuan Gigi. It La Sao Ki Tuan Gigi SPPG, Tian MC Tu Tan. SB Leung Tian NGCCC K Hiu Hn. Du Ko, G Tran Kursi Tian NGCT Nyan Ko the Town Tung GGC. YTU Chen GG Bay Gig, the Jian King via Sao Ne, TUSS Kao Gi Lay SN Kang Tha Thit, Kang Ko TU Lion. MT Thang Sao, TTC Tian NGCC Vibang Lam Havivan, Kang Kan TNT Jitsu Tian Lek, Hen Kang the Kang Ang Viet Egypther. Tian NGC both Ap Dian Shaliung LN Tian Luk. Heng Tan Uji Cap Ning Chu Dieti Chan By Jup Gi Bo Tien Chan Thi The King the Henchuk YDVI Bo Thap Vibine Lam Turk MCC MT Chet Hung Lan Non Via Fang Sha Thime Pik Ca Hin Via Yang LPPTIC Quet and Gangqua Nia Niatin Eng Ti Hon Ton MT Fintaram Chan Luk Thime Pik Ca Hin Kung Turk Lin Chi Siang Ji Han MT Chet Trong Lion HN Tong Chik La Ko King It Tun Engi Si Han Nia Trong Kuk Tong Phi Kek and Han Kunko Tien Di King the Lam Jikek Han La Sai CCP Hod MT it. And then, Taunt Han Fi JT. Vibag Lam and MT Chitlo, then Mchan B Chi via Theater Chak, then MTT Cha. Chuna CCIY Tren Gitu B Sich Bien Tun Saikwe NT BNUN Neon, GP Vo MT La Kang Jian Non Kang Thi GGHN. Jita MT Mchen Y Trong Ne, Chin Han Kang Bit Sai Lam T, Thuk BCC Mchen. Chun the CM Trong Te MT Tri Hung Hang CNN MT Miang. Tune ni MT Thinum Quen Thuk Trian Hen Tai Chuna. Chuna Engangi, LPPTIC Ki Ichule, Chithifia Sane Kasko Kang Shaji Zut Hein then FNCAV Bund Lim Hang MGMQG. Thuk, Gi Sai Hao, Jita MT Mchen Wile. Chuna and MTG Lan. Y Trong MTV Bund Lim. Nankerchak Sao Hula MTGNH, No Nong VN HUCA Chuna, and MTV Bang Lim LS, Ra MTTIA Fic Tinapi, Sauko MGM QG Noi, Thuk Sai Lam Chichayan, Hi NTGX LS Song, Tuna Ni, and Chen Sha MD King. Tao Mankon Via Chuna Lao NGC MT Tren MT Kao Hang Noi, Thiri Kiri Sao Tit Kwa. Vibang Lam Non-Chuna, Hintan MT Non-GNH Nati Bar Alenlin, Jung Nuji and Gutter Chake. VNT Dirk Vieti, both app Bay Ra, Rewy NT Bin, Chuno Sao Ki Non Pi both app, LPPTICBT Mile Noir, Thuk. Takan Enchen or Jack Ki Kon Busser Niachit Goi Wyban Trong Vibang Lam Tafi K Fit, LPPTICG Liam Trice Tran Niatin Zut High and Chinkt Vo Trong both app. Ji Sao Ki Chun Nevatiu B Sichten both app, Vibang Lam, Ver HEI Fap and MT Non Lan Beatrigi. LSE MT Gin Yan Dian Zut Hyen, Kui Kang Hoathan Venthe. Now Rick Gao MT Ting, Dung Wyban Gi Vibang Lam LS Via V S Diabole. ZFCTU that LN Kang NDI Len Givi Bang Lam, Hai Nyan CCCK and Shen Nung. Sai Thai, Chang Ta Via Na. Vi Bang Lam Vian Vien Vintha, then M Shen Hai Lan Ling Ca Na. Vintha Rit MT Ting, then the K Yang Bei Via Fia Chan Turgi. Y Trong Tin Kang, Yi Bang Lam Lai Ra Tin La Ban, their HEI Vintha, Bei Non Via Fia Chuti Gis E Tin. Tian Angisi, Tamoan Tian Angisi. Vibang Lemon MT Chint Yang, Tin Laban TCCGCCC Non. Baina TIHN V HUT GC 10. Nuya Tinva Chuti GC Tinvan Kang Sha Now. VVI TCCGCA Tin Laban Nia Thang Sao Chuti GC Tinju Y Engator Chak MT. H. Vibang Lam Gigi Tran Tin Laban HEOQUE Chuti GC Tin J Nyan Nang Mei. Hen Y Tran Chuti GC Tin Siamjik GGC MTC Ki TIC Chi Siang G. Ki TIC Kia Fat Rati MT Thuk Viati Du HCC Vien Tathan. Ki La Tian D TIC. And MTV Bang Lam Hin Mangchit Lalan, Theo Tin La Ben Hoathan MTHEL U Tin Zang Jum Chuti GC Tin Favi Kyung Fong CHUTGC 10, Tin La Ban Lai TCCG Na TIH and Kap Jun. Trong Tin TM MTCA Hen, Y Cash Ko Kang Sha Ko Hunji Tu SS Han Liu Chit Kem Gigo. Trong Ko MT Gi Han Bit. Wang Zhuo Wanglin's eyes widened in shock. His body moved slightly, and he dashed down like lightning. Although Wang Zhuo looked like a weathered old man at first glance, Wang Lin recognized him at a glance. A wave of sorrow surged through Wang Zhuo's heart. Along the way, more than half of their group of over 10 had perished. Such battles were commonplace for him in recent years. The specter of death grew ever stronger as they descended. Several surrounding cultivation nations had perished one after another, either destroyed or becoming vassal states of the Immortal Tribe. The third-tier cultivation nations weren't the main battlefields of the Immortal Tribe. They were merely places where their lower-ranking members honed their combat skills. The Vermilion Bird Kingdom didn't pay much attention to the third-level cultivation kingdom, only sending out a few early-stage nascent soul cultivators. But as the battle dragged on, the Vermilion Bird Kingdom eventually withdrew all its envoys from the third-level cultivation kingdom, officially ignoring them. In the eyes of the Vermilion Bird Kingdom, nascent soul cultivators were truly insignificant in this battle. Wang Zhuo smiled bitterly as he watched a fellow disciple fall beside him. He saw that the four opponents, whose cultivation levels were clearly equivalent to late-stage core formation, didn't directly unleash their killing moves, but instead pursued him with a playful attitude. At this moment, a shooting star suddenly streaked across the distant horizon, emanating an unimaginable aura. The four Immortal Tribe members were startled and immediately looked back. Almost instantly, the shooting star vanished, and a figure in white robes with long, flowing hair appeared in just a few steps from afar. The four members of the Immortal Tribe immediately changed their expressions. They instantly sensed an aura emanating from this white-robed man that made them tremble. This aura could only be possessed by a seven-leaf spellcaster within their tribe. Brother Bean, one of the four Immortal Tribe members, stammered, his voice trembling. He cried out in alarm, then turned and fled without a word. The other three followed closely behind. Wang Lin's eyes were icy cold. He potted his storage bag with his right hand, and the spirit beast flew out. Without waiting for Wang Lin's command, it let out a roar and, like lightning, chased after the four. Screams of agony echoed, and the four instantly perished, becoming the spirit beast's meal. This scene unfolded so quickly that it left Wang Zhuo and his group wide-eyed and open-mouthed. Wang Lin turned around, looked at Wang Zhuo, and smiled slightly, saying, "Wang Zhuo, do you recognize me?" Senior Yu Wang Zhuo was stunned for a moment, then immediately recognized Wang Lin as the nascent soul cultivator from Hanyu Mountain. Wang Lin shook his head and said, "It's been so many years, and you've reached the late stage of the Golden Core Realm. Well, I'll help you achieve the nascent soul realm." After saying this, Wang Lin's right hand moved slightly, placing it on Wang Zhuo's forehead. The seal in Wang Zhuo's head was instantly shattered. Memories of his past life flooded him like a torrent. His body flickered, as if suddenly transported back to the past. Wang Lin calmly looked at Wang Zhuo's fellow disciples. All of them were at the early stage of the Golden Core Realm, with only one at the late stage. This person possessed a spiritual seed that Wang Lin had left behind years ago. "Where are you going?" Wang Lin asked. The person with the spiritual seed was an old man. Under Wang Lin's gaze, his body trembled, and he hurriedly said, more than 10 juniors were ordered to assist the neighboring country. Unfortunately, the neighboring country could not withstand the immortal tribe and fell into their hands. We fought our way back and are preparing to return to Zhao Kingdom. Wang Lin patted his storage bag with his right hand, and a jade slip appeared in his hand, leaving a trace of his spiritual essence. He gave it to the old man and calmly said, take this. It can guarantee your safe return to Zhao Kingdom. Go. The old man, as if he had obtained a treasure, nodded repeatedly in excitement. In his eyes, this object was his life. Wang Lin waved his right hand, grabbing Wang Juo from a distance, and in a flash, disappeared from the spot. The old man took a deep breath and respectfully bowed towards where Wang Lin had disappeared. This bow was sincere and without a single impure thought. Uncle, who was that senior? A middle-aged man beside him cautiously inquired. The old man's eyes showed a hint of reminiscence as he lowered his voice and said, he's from our Zhao Kingdom, the only nascent soul stage cultivator. A nascent soul stage cultivator, he's from Zhao Kingdom? The middle-aged man gasped. Haha, you must have heard of his name. The old man moved and flew into the distance, his fellow disciples immediately following. Wang Lin, his name is Wang Lin. The two words Wang Lin caused even the other disciples of the burly man to tremble, their eyes filled with terror. In the Zhao Kingdom cultivation world, the name Wang Lin represented overwhelming killing intent, a symbol of a great catastrophe from the past. One day, blood flowed like a river, staining the land of Zhao Kingdom crimson. These events were unforgettable for everyone. To this day, the catastrophe of the Tang family still circulates in the cultivation world of Zhao Kingdom, deeply etched in everyone's hearts. It has even become a goal for many young cultivators. On a mountaintop, Wang Juo slowly awoke. The moment he opened his eyes, a hint of bewilderment flickered, slowly dissipating. Finally, his gaze returned to calmness, looking at the white figure standing beside him in the wind. Wang Lin, a bitter voice escaped Wang Juo's lips. Wang Juo. Wang Lin turned and smiled back. Wang Juo looked at Wang Lin, memories of his past life swirling in his mind, finally stopping at the moment his wife died in his arms. Then he sighed softly. Thank you. Wang Lin shook his head and said, my Wang family, which was once so humble, now only has you and me left. There's no need for thanks. You, what level of cultivation have you reached now? Have you already reached the nascent soul stage? Wang Juo hesitated for a moment before speaking. Not yet, Wang Lin said, looking into the distance. Time flies so fast, so many years have passed in the blink of an eye. I still clearly remember that day at the Hengyu sect, you and Ao. Wang Juo sighed softly. Wang Juo, what has happened on the Vermilion Bird Star in recent years? Why has the immortal tribe appeared? Wang Lin's eyes flashed as he asked. Wang Juo was startled and said, you don't know. Wang Lin shook his head and said, I haven't been on the Vermilion Bird Star for almost 7 years. Wang Juo's heart trembled. Wang Lin's words sounded like thunder in his ears. Not being on the Vermilion Bird Star, Wang Lin's cultivation had already reached the level of shattering the void. Wang Juo took a deep breath and recounted everything he knew about recent events. Wang Lin's eyes remained calm, but his heart was in turmoil. The Immortal Tribe's invasion had almost completely occupied all third-tier cultivation nations. Fourth-tier cultivation nations were struggling to hold out. The Vermilion Bird Star resisted with all its might, but was repeatedly pushed back. The Yin sect had fully assisted the Immortal Tribe. 5 fourth-tier cultivation nations had betrayed them one after another. Half of the Vermilion Bird Star had been seized by the Immortal Tribe. I heard that the Immortal Tribe sent out 9 people back then, and now 5 have had their identities revealed. The remaining 4 are still undiscovered, but it's known that they must hold extremely high positions in 5th-tier cultivation nations, Wang Juo said slowly. Wang Lin fell silent. He couldn't believe that such a major upheaval could occur in just a few short years. The soul refining sect, Wang Lin said, taking another deep breath. He wanted to return to the soul refining sect immediately to see if anything had happened there. Most of what Wang Juo knew was based on rumors and lacked clarity, so he knew nothing about the soul refining sect. Wang Lin, you could return to Zhao Kingdom for a while and help them. Wang Juo paused for a moment, then slowly said, moreover, our Wang family still has descendants, and I've been secretly looking after them in recent years. I hope that in this battle, ordinary people won't be implicated. However, when I went to assist in the neighboring country, I heard that the immortal tribe is searching everywhere for children with spiritual roots. I worry that if any of my descendants have spiritual roots, they will attract the attention of the immortal tribe. Unfortunately, I haven't returned for many years, and I don't know if anyone has spiritual roots. Zhao Kingdom was on the Vermilion Bird Star, in the pouring rain of the night. Outside the capital of Zhao Kingdom, a carriage was speeding along. Gao, gao. A bald-headed man sitting in the carriage whipped his whip, shouting loudly. His face was filled with worrying, and he occasionally turned his head to look behind him. The horse, in pain from the whip, neighed loudly and increased its speed. Mother, where are we going? A childish voice came from inside the carriage. Mother is taking you to the ancestral temple. Only there can you be safe. A gentle, soothing voice answered the child, its tone tinged with anxiety. Mother, yesterday, I was reading with the third prince, and he told me that the Zhao Kingdom is in great danger. It seems like immortals are fighting. Mother, what's going on? The child named Yor asked again. Yor, rest now. Don't ask so many questions. A powerful male voice came from inside the carriage. Inside were 3 people, a husband and wife, and a child. The woman wore palace attire, her beauty captivating, and a beauty mark at the corner of her mouth made her even more alluring. The man, dressed in a dragon-patterned robe, had a dignified appearance, radiating an aura of authority without anger, clearly possessing the temperament acquired from many years in a high position. 1. The official's robe is embroidered with a dragon-like creature, lacking only the dragon's claws. The child was about 6 or 7 years old, with a small, rosy face and fair, jade-like skin, extremely adorable. Inside the carriage, it was quiet. Only the sound of the bald-headed man driving the carriage and urging the horses outside and the pattering rain on the roof could be heard. Yor obediently nodded, seemingly tired, and gradually fell asleep in the woman's arms. Your Highness, Yor. The woman in the carriage's eyes reddened, unable to speak. The man sighed softly and slowly said, The immortals in the capital have also left, returning to their sects to prepare for battle. This time, the invasion of Zhao Kingdom was by several powerful foreign tribes. Now, the immortals of Zhao Kingdom have been defeated and are all gathered in one place. The woman wiped the corners of her eyes, looked at the child in her arms, and softly said, Why would those people want to search for young children in the area? The man took a deep breath and said with a bitter smile, Last night, I had a secret conversation with the emperor and learned that these people are looking for children with exceptional talent. I fear they have a bigger agenda. Oh, if only my great-grandfather were still alive. The woman's eyes lit up as she said, Great-grandfather was truly extraordinary. Even the attendants showed him great respect. It's a pity we can't find him right now. Great-grandfather is probably having a hard time looking after us. His sect has also been invaded by these foreign tribes. Now all our hope rests on the ancestral home, the man sighed, his gaze resting on the child beside him. In the city, 3 children had already been abducted by the foreign tribes, their fate unknown. Yor was the older brother. Fortunately, the man's immense power allowed them to escape this time. Lord, what exactly is so miraculous about that ancestral home? The woman asked softly, looking at the sleeping child. The man remained silent for a moment, then shook his head, saying, I don't know what's so miraculous about the ancestral home. It was mentioned in the ancestral testament. If our Wang clan faces a catastrophe that threatens to wipe us out, we can enter the ancestral home and use the blood of our clan to unlock an artifact, thereby preserving our clan. The woman was stunned. She and her husband had been married for many years, but she had never heard of such a thing. I heard before our Wang family entered the capital, there was once an immortal being far more powerful than our great-great-grandfather. That immortal's magical power was boundless, and no one could resist him. In that ancestral home, there is an artifact he left behind. The man's eyes gleamed brightly. Even more powerful than our great-great-grandfather. The woman's eyes showed disbelief as she asked, could this ancestor still be alive? The man shook his head and smiled wryly, saying, This is just a rumor. I don't know if it's true or false. In fact, no one knows whether such a person actually exists. However, the man hesitated for a moment. What's wrong? The woman hastily asked. However, according to the records of our royal family, 200 years ago in Zhou Kingdom, whether in the world of immortals or among us mortals, there existed a huge family, the Tang family. This Tang family, it is said, at that time, all immortals had to obey their orders. In the mortal world, even the emperor had to bow in reverence to a member of their family. This Tang family was originally an enemy of our royal family, the man's voice echoed inside the carriage. Then, in one night, the Tang family was wiped out. All the members perished. It is said that the one who annihilated the Tang family was that ancestor. The carriage moved at an incredibly fast speed, arriving at a manor after 3 days. The manor wasn't large. 200 years ago, it was a small village. Later, the prince bought it, renovated the surroundings, and transformed it into its current state. After the carriage stopped, the bald-headed man, looking weary, dismounted, opened the door, and respectfully said, "Your Highness, we've arrived." The man got out, glanced around the manor, a nostalgic expression on his face, and lowered his voice, saying, "When I was young, I followed my father here for over a year. 30 years have passed in the blink of an eye, and nothing here has changed." After the woman dismounted, Yu's eyes widened in curiosity as she looked at the manor. "Follow me," the man said in a low voice, walking forward. There were no servants in the manor. Only a few elderly men, over 60 years old, came out to greet them. These old men were all generations of devoted servants to the prince. Although their hair was graying, their eyes were still bright and full of spirit. A single glance could make others tremble. The bald-headed man was like that. He looked at these old men, his heart filled with dread. In his eyes, any one of them could easily defeat him with a single blow. Suddenly, his gaze focused on one of the old men. After scrutinizing the man's hands several times, he was stunned. He knew the old man's identity. He was the top-tier martial arts master of 20 years ago. The man in the embroidered robe said nothing, leading his men, including his wife and children, directly into the depths of the manor. Inside was an ordinary room. "Father, is this our ancestral home?" Yor asked curiously. The man nodded, about to speak. Suddenly, a clap of thunder echoed from afar, and immediately afterward, 2 men with numerous runes etched onto their bodies appeared above the manor. One of them, with a gloomy gaze, glanced at the people underground and calmly said, "You're quick to escape." The man's face changed drastically. He immediately shielded his wife and child, looking at the 2 men and bitterly saying, "To immortal elders, your affairs with those people are matters for immortals, and have nothing to do with us mortals. Why make things difficult for us?" The surrounding elders all stared intently at the 2 men in the air. The other man's eyes were deep and cold as he glanced at the man, and without a word, he extended his right hand and made a gesture in the air. His purpose in coming here was for the child with the spiritual root. At this moment, the surrounding elders suddenly shouted loudly and simultaneously shielded the man. However, their flesh and blood bodies were clearly no match for the attack. With a few thudding sounds, they all vomited blood, their bodies thrown in all directions. The man's face changed drastically. Without a word, he quickly pulled his wife and child back and entered the ancestral home. After entering, cold sweat broke out on his face, his eyes bloodshot. He pressed a button on ancestral tablet in front of him, and a secret compartment immediately appeared. He bit his tongue and used his blood to draw a symbol on the compartment. This symbol was something every heir to the family upon becoming the head of the family had to memorize. Just then, an explosion rang out outside the ancestral home, and countless fragments of wall shattered into dust. The man with the deep, somber eyes stepped forward. The woman and child stood behind him, their eyes filled with despair. At this moment, the spot where the man in the dragon robe had drawn the symbol suddenly flashed with a strange purple light. In the blink of an eye, a jade stone flew out from the secret compartment. A strange force immediately enveloped the surroundings. The man with the gloomy eyes instantly changed color. He retreated several steps, his eyes filled with disbelief. His accomplice outside also sensed this strange force and wanted to investigate. At this moment, the jade stone suddenly flashed. The man with the gloomy eyes immediately let out a scream, his veins bulging, and without a word, he quickly retreated. His eyes showed panic and fear. He sensed a destructive aura above the jade stone. The intensity of this aura was something even some 4-leaf clone masters couldn't withstand. After the jade stone opened, with his cultivation level, death was inevitable. The jade stone flashed again, and the man with the gloomy eyes spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his body collapsing outside the ancestral home, trembling before instantly dying. His accomplice, hovering in midair, wanted to rush in and take a look, but after a moment of stunned silence, he immediately turned and fled. He clearly sensed an aura within the ancestral home that he simply couldn't resist. However, he hadn't run far when, similarly, a flash appeared beneath the jade stone, and he instantly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, falling to the ground dead. This bizarre scene startled the three people inside the ancestral home. The legend is true, the man muttered to himself. The jade slip Wang Lin left behind contained a trace of the extreme realm. With his cultivation at that time, any nascent soul cultivator who encountered this trace of the extreme realm would surely perish. At this moment, in the border of Zhao Kingdom, at the foot of Mount Hengyu, outside the Heavenly Dao sect, the vast majority of Zhao Kingdom's cultivators had gathered. Their faces showed resentment as they gazed into the distance. In the air, within their sight, there was only one person. This person's entire body was covered in runes, more than half of it. Standing there, a powerful aura enveloped the surroundings. Your cultivation nation unexpectedly has such interests, all gathered here. Could it be that there's some kind of magical artifact here that can bring you back to life? A hoarse voice emanated from the man's mouth. A white-haired old man in a black robe flew out from the Heavenly Dao Sect's mountain. He stared at the immortal tribe member, his eyes filled with cruelty, and calmly said, "You can try." The man laughed heartily, his eyes flashing, and his entire body's aura surged wildly. The runes on his body immediately seemed to come alive, trembling, and finally detached from his body, forming a flying dragon that circled around him. Interesting? I'm not specifically dealing with low-level cultivators like you. I'm just passing by. However, since you've said so, I'd like to see what kind of magical artifact can make you fearless. A hint of contempt flickered in his eyes. With his status as a six-leaf spellcaster, on this vermilion bird star, as long as he didn't encounter a few late-stage nascent soul cultivators, he was invincible. Moreover, he didn't believe there were any nascent soul cultivators in this level 3 cultivation nation. With a step, his body moved towards the Heavenly Dao sect. The talisman dragon circling his body immediately let out a series of roars, flying rapidly towards the Heavenly Dao sect. The talisman dragon, like lightning, broke through the air. All the cultivators of Zhao Kingdom gathered at the Heavenly Dao sect held their breath, their eyes gleaming with a strange light. 200 years ago, rumors circulated in Zhao Kingdom that a person from Zhao Kingdom who had reached the nascent soul stage in the Heavenly Dao sect had left behind a wooden statue as a legacy. The place where that object is kept is guarded by the consciousness of the person who made it. If one is not destined to possess it, they cannot open it. But when the Zhao Kingdom faces a catastrophe of annihilation, that object can unleash its immense power. The moment the talisman dragon flew over, the entire Hengyu mountain suddenly shook violently. Amidst the rumbling, a wooden statue rose from the mountaintop. The moment this wooden statue appeared, the attacking talisman dragon immediately trembled. The immortal tribe man's eyes instantly revealed a strange light. So there's still a trace of the artifact's spiritual essence left behind by a nascent soul cultivator. However, this nascent soul cultivator's cultivation is too low. Even if he came here in person, I could still make him perish here, let alone a mere artifact. The old man slowly spoke, the strange light in his eyes fading, replaced by a look of contempt. After he finished speaking, he pointed his right hand forward. Immediately, several talisman dragons roared and swiftly rushed towards that location, accompanied by gusts of wind. The cultivators of Zhao Kingdom gathered there all looked up, staring intently at the wooden statue. In their eyes, this wooden statue was their hope, the supreme object of Zhao Kingdom. The statue trembled slightly, flashing with a brilliant light. Immediately afterward, a halo of light suddenly spread from its body, colliding with the talisman dragons. Boom! Boom! Several explosions rang out, and the talisman dragons above seemed to be swept away by a whirlwind. The runes on them flickered incessantly, and finally, a large number of runes dimmed. The remaining dragon statue had also shrunk considerably. Seeing this, the cultivators of Zhao Kingdom immediately showed excitement in their eyes. "Oh, this thing is quite interesting. It's a pity to destroy it." The immortal tribe member's eyes flashed, glancing at the wooden statue. Without a word, he gestured with his right hand in front of him. Immediately, a cluster of runes radiating an aura of ancientness materialized in the void. These runes revolved around his body, and he moved slightly forward. The wooden statue then emitted ripples that spread into the air, striking the runes surrounding his body, causing them to vibrate violently and eventually dissipate. With a single step, the immortal tribe member covered the distance, arriving beside the wooden statue on the summit of Hengyu Mountain, and reached out with his large hand towards it. The radiance emanating from the wooden statue instantly became dazzling, suddenly spreading in all directions. But the contempt in the eyes of this immortal tribe member remained undiminished. He snorted softly, his large hand immediately resting on the statue. "Even if your master himself came, I would still take it as usual." With a single grab, the man grasped the wooden statue, glanced at it, and smiled, saying, "Indeed, it is a treasure. If there is an opportunity in the future, I would like to see the young man who left behind this statue." A profound silence fell over the entire Hengyu Mountain Heavenly Dao sect. All the cultivators were silent, the symbol in their hearts having been destroyed. The downfall of the Zhao kingdom seemed irreversible. The immortal tribe member's eyes showed even more contempt as he slowly said, "My wooden statue is not something to be taken." A calm voice came from the void. Immediately afterward, two figures suddenly appeared from the void. The immortal tribe member quickly turned to look behind him. He was inwardly terrified. With his cultivation level, he hadn't even noticed someone approaching him, and he was instantly shocked. The two figures who appeared from the void were Wang Lin and Wang Zhu. The moment they appeared, cultivators from Zhao Kingdom, both above and below the Heavenly Dao sect, immediately recognized Wang Lin. Ancestor, a shout filled with excitement rang out from the mouths of the vast majority of cultivators, the sound so loud that, in an instant, only this sound remained in the heavens and earth. Ancestor Wang Lin smiled and nodded slightly. The shouts immediately grew louder. The immortal tribe member's face turned extremely grim. The contempt in his eyes had long since vanished, replaced by deep apprehension. "Your Excellency," he opened his mouth to speak, but was immediately interrupted by Wang Lin. "Give me my wooden statue." Wang Lin's voice was calm, yet it carried an unmistakable aura. The immortal tribe member's face darkened. He couldn't quite discern the other party's cultivation level. At first glance, this person seemed to be at the late stage of the great perfection of the transformation god realm. But upon closer inspection, he unexpectedly discovered a strange power hidden within the other party's body. He had heard of this strange power from his elders, a hallmark of a nascent soul cultivator. After a moment of silence, without a word, he flicked his right hand, and the wooden statue immediately flew towards Wang Lin. In an instant, Wang Lin reached out and grabbed the statue. The man's eyes turned cold, and he shouted, "Talisman burst!" In a flash, a large number of talismans instantly appeared on the statue. These runes emitted a faint light, exploding with a thunderous roar, forming an exceptionally powerful attack. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged. He pointed his right hand forward, and immediately, these exploding runes were enveloped by an invisible force, instantly imprisoned in midair, compressed into a fist-sized sphere. Within this sphere, swirling mist and smoke enveloped the combined attack power of all the self-destructing runes. The immortal tribe member's face changed drastically. He couldn't believe that his attack had been so easily neutralized by the opponent. "Transformation stage," he muttered bitterly to himself, turning and fleeing without a word. He knew that with his strength, facing a transformation stage cultivator, he had absolutely no chance of winning. Death was inevitable. What bad luck! The progenitor of a third-level cultivation nation is unexpectedly a powerful old monster in the transformation stage. How could such misfortune befall me? The immortal tribe member felt bitter inside. He was about to flee when suddenly the sky darkened. With a crack, a gigantic spatial rift, capable of cutting through the void, suddenly appeared behind him. The immortal tribe member was terrified and stopped in his tracks. He grabbed the wooden statue with his right hand, imprinted his new divine consciousness on it, and then threw it away. The statue flew into the distance, sinking into the Hengyu Mountains. "Sir, according to our agreement, your third-level cultivation nation, the Vermilion Bird Kingdom, would be spared in exchange for us temporarily suspending our attack on a fourth-level cultivation nation. Do you intend to break your promise?" The immortal tribe member's face darkened as he slowly spoke. Wang Lin raised his eyebrows and said, "Who made the agreement with you, Vermilion Bird Son?" The immortal tribe man was stunned, glanced at Wang Lin, and said, "If you are a nascent soul cultivator, you must know Qian Feng." This agreement was signed by Qian Feng, representing Vermilion Bird Sun, and our young clan leader, Qian Feng. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. He had heard this name twice before, once from Li Mi, and once now. "Nonsense," Wang Lin said coldly, raising his right hand and pointing it at the light sphere containing the explosive runes. Immediately, the light sphere trembled, suddenly transforming into a blur and shooting towards the immortal tribe man. The immortal tribe man's face changed drastically, and he clapped his hands to his forehead. Immediately, a green light flashed above his forehead, and a six-leaved plant instantly appeared, suddenly shooting out from his forehead and colliding with the light sphere. Boom! The immortal tribe member recoiled violently, spitting out fresh blood. However, the plant above his forehead remained unharmed. On the contrary, the green light intensified, but this person showed no desire to engage in battle. As he retreated, he rubbed his right hand in front of him, and immediately a purple wooden staff appeared in his hand. Ripples instantly appeared in the void. He leapt into the ripples. The purple wooden staff was a branch of the reincarnation tree. After being processed using the immortal tribe's secret techniques, it could connect with the reincarnation ancestral tree, performing large-scale teleportation throughout the entire Vermilion Bird Star. Wang Lin's eyes were calm, showing no panic. He raised his right hand and softly said, "Absorb." Using the immortal tribe member as the center point, a large amount of clouds surged in, forming a gigantic light sphere. This light sphere quickly compressed, instantly shrinking to only 3 meters in diameter. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged as he smiled and said, "Haven't I killed enough people from the immortal tribe? The power of talismans, is this what you're talking about?" Wang Lin pointed his right hand at his chest, and immediately 5 gray energy clusters appeared behind him. These gray energy clusters flickered, transforming into 5 gray runes that continuously flashed. During his transformation into a celestial being, Wang Lin discovered that these 5 gray energy clusters had appeared in his body at some point, normally hidden within the acupoints throughout his body. They were not only harmless to his body, but also subtly improved the flow of spiritual power. The immortal tribe member stared at the 5 gray energy clusters, his face pale. He could sense the aura of a 6-leaf talisman master within them, clearly indicating that the person before him had killed him. Wang Lin calmly glanced at the man, and with a wave of his right hand, the light sphere immediately contracted significantly. The immortal tribe member groaned a few times, and all the green plants within the light sphere shattered. Finally, as the light sphere rapidly contracted, the man was instantly crushed into a mass of flesh and blood. The light sphere dissipated, the flesh and blood disintegrated, and vanished in a cloud of blood mist. With Wang Lin's current strength, killing this man required no effort, not even the use of a magic weapon. After all, he was different from cultivators in the transformation god stage. His realm already contained immortal power. He had already stepped 1 foot into the nascent soul stage, and with enough immortal jade, he could transform at any time. However, the amount of immortal jade was simply too meager. Wang Lin looked at the spot where the immortal tribe member had died, his eyes showing a pensive expression. "I didn't expect the Vermilion Bird to have an agreement with the immortal tribe. This is a bit strange." And there's Qian Feng. Wang Lin's eyes flashed. All the cultivators in the Heavenly Dao sect were extremely agitated at this moment, all looking up at Wang Lin with unusual eyes. The white-haired old man from the Heavenly Dao sect stepped out from the crowd, bowed deeply to Wang Lin, and respectfully said, "Junior Chen Fengxiao of the Heavenly Dao sect. Pays respects to the ancestor. Greetings, ancestor." As soon as the old man finished speaking, all the cultivators of Zhao Kingdom simultaneously bowed respectfully, their voices loud and far-reaching. "I am not your ancestor," Wang Lin said, shaking his head. The old man took a deep breath and respectfully said, "You are the ancestor of all cultivators in Zhao Kingdom. This fact existed 200 years ago when you were in the Heavenly Dao sect at the nascent soul stage. Please, ancestor, do not deny it." Wang Lin sighed softly, glancing at the land of Zhao Kingdom. This was where he was born and raised. 500 years had passed in the blink of an eye. In the passage of time, he sometimes recalled the past, his heart filled with a dreamlike feeling. "Ancestor, why not take a few days to rest at the Heavenly Dao sect, so that we juniors can show our sincerity?" The old man's eyes were filled with fervent reverence. Wang Lin pondered for a moment. At this moment, Wang Zhuo, standing beside him, sighed softly and said, "Wang Lin, stay in Zhao Kingdom for a few days. Don't you want to see the descendants of your fourth uncle now?" The old man was taken aback, sizing up Wang Zhuo several times. He naturally recognized Wang Zhuo as a talented disciple of the Heavenly Dao sect. But the other party's words were somewhat strange. The old man immediately noticed something amiss. Although Wang Zhuo's appearance was unremarkable, his eyes no longer held the demeanor of a Heavenly Dao sect disciple, but instead held a sense of weariness and sorrow. Wang Zhuo smiled at the old man and whispered a few words into his ear. After hearing them, the old man's body trembled. He looked at Wang Lin with disbelief, finally confirming in his heart that Wang Lin, as described in Wang Zhuo's telepathic message, couldn't possibly be a lie. Therefore, he gave a wry smile and respectfully said, "Greetings, Grandmother Chen Fengxiao, you are the disciple I personally brought to the Heavenly Dao sect back then. You were just a young man then, and so many years have passed in the blink of an eye." "The world is so turbulent," Wang Zhuo sighed softly. Chen Fengxiao nodded with a wry smile, his heart still somewhat unsettled. Wang Lin remained at the Heavenly Dao sect. The cultivators of Zhao Kingdom, except for a few sect leaders, dispersed and returned to their respective sects. At the Heavenly Dao sect, Wang Lin lectured all the foundation establishment cultivators of Zhao Kingdom. With his insights, he left behind a phantom image of the Dao for all of them, infinitely increasing their chances of forming a nascent soul. Similarly, he generously shared his experience in the nascent soul stage with the nascent soul cultivators, guiding them through the path to the God transformation stage. This cleared their confusion about the God transformation stage and revealed the true path. 3 days later, Wang Lin and Wang Zhuo left the Heavenly Dao sect. Before leaving, he set up a powerful formation for the sect. This formation could block all God transformation stage cultivators. Only those at the nascent soul stage could break it. For a third-tier cultivation nation, this formation was unparalleled. To be more precise, only sects in fifth-tier cultivation nations possessed mountain protection formations stronger than this one. Because the Zhao Kingdom had done one last thing, Wang Lin no longer felt any attachment to his birthplace. Wang Lin made a trip to the capital, quietly observing the descendants of the Wang family. Later, in their ancestral home, they saw the 3 members of Yu's family. Yu's adorable appearance reminded him of Danyu and Yu when they were children, evoking a sense of nostalgia. Wang Zhuo took Yu in and taught her the art of cultivation. Wang Lin went up, retrieved the Supreme Realm Jade Slip from the ancestral home, and infused it with a wisp of his divine consciousness. Wang Zhuo did not return to the Heavenly Dao sect but remained in the Wang family. 200 years ago, Wang Lin had used his divine abilities to infiltrate the body of a pregnant woman in the Wang family. Having been born into the Wang family in both his past and present lives, his feelings for them were naturally far stronger than Wang Lin's. He prepared to dedicate his entire life to protecting the descendants of the Wang family. The affairs of the Zhao Kingdom ended here. However, a lingering thought remained in Wang Lin's heart, the Hengyu sect of the past. This sect, after all, was the cradle where he would begin his cultivation journey in this life. Before leaving Zhao Kingdom, Wang Lin decided to investigate it thoroughly. His divine consciousness swept across, and all the caves in the various mountain ranges throughout Zhao Kingdom's territory appeared in his mind. His body moved slightly, and he vanished from the spot. Based on his memory, Wang Lin's figure appeared in a place in Zhao Kingdom called Elephant Snake Mountain. With a complex expression, Wang Lin looked around. There was a formation there. He waved his hand, not breaking the formation, but directly passing through it and entering Elephant Snake Mountain. Inside, there was a very large cave. Wang Lin entered the cave, and what met his eyes was a cloud of dust. This place had been uninhabited for a long time. In the main hall of the cave, on a large jade stone, were carved 3 characters with a weathered look, Hengyu sect. Wang Lin sighed softly, stepped forward, and wiped away the dust from the jade stone, gazing at it in silence for a long time. After a while, Wang Lin's divine consciousness swept across, and he moved towards a stone chamber. Breaking the restriction on the chamber's door, he found himself facing a row of shelves, each holding a few jade slips emitting a faint, eerie light. In one corner lay a skeleton. The skeleton was in a cross-legged position, without cracks or wounds from its life, clearly indicating it had died of old age. The skeleton's right index finger touched the ground. Wang Lin stepped forward, cleaned the dust from the ground, and saw a line of text. Hengyue sect, I die, ashamed before my ancestors, ashamed before my ancestors. Wang Lin fell silent, stepped back a few paces, respectfully bowed to the skeleton, and whispered, Disciple Wang Lin, greet senior. Sighing softly, Wang Lin turned towards the jade slips, picked them up one by one. Finally, his footsteps halted on a jade slip. This old man is dull-witted and unqualified for cultivation. In this life, I've only held a peculiar attachment to swords, as if I've lived my whole life for them. But for some unknown reason, every time my consciousness comes into contact with a sword, it shatters after a single breath. Without exception, the word cripple perfectly describes me. Unable to control a sword with my consciousness, I cannot fight with it, a disgrace to my master. After 80 years, I suddenly had a dream. In the dream, I was a sword spirit sweeping across the 9 continents, considered a master of swordsmanship. After waking up, the sword from the dream lingered in my mind for a long time, refusing to dissipate, as if it were my lifelong goal. This was my past life. I resolutely abandoned attacking the foundation establishment stage and switched to forging swords. I want to forge that sword. This thought is so heavy that I feel like I've been possessed, no longer myself. All my focus was on this. I must forge that dream sword. 10 years passed. During this time, I even went to great lengths searching for rare and precious metals in the world, collecting countless materials for sword forging. I successfully forged many swords, but none felt like the dream. I destroyed them all with my own hands. That year, the Henyu sect faced a great calamity. Powerful enemies attacked, and the sect was on the verge of annihilation. My life, born in Henyu, will naturally end in Henyu. In this moment of crisis, I opened the forge one last time. Time was limited. At this time, I didn't waste time searching for rare materials. I simply used ordinary iron to forge, and very quickly, I forged a great sword. In the realm of darkness, there is a divine will. As this sword emerged from the furnace, I suddenly felt a sensation in my heart. I melted some gold and applied it to the sword, causing it to instantly shimmer with golden light. Looking at this sword, the feeling from my dream suddenly descended upon me. My body seemed uncontrollable. Holding this sword, in that instant, I felt as if I had returned to my dream, becoming the soul within the sword. It was this feeling that led me to name this sword Giant Wealth. Although the name is vulgar, it reflects my innermost thoughts. Holding this sword, my entire being seemed to vanish, merging into the sword, escaping the forging site, and resolving the great calamity of my Henyu sect. Afterwards, I died with a smile, leaving behind a sword technique within Giant Wealth, hoping that future disciples would treat this sword with kindness. Wang Lin released the jade slip, closed his eyes, his heart trembling incessantly. His purpose in coming here, while seemingly to see the ancient Henyu sect, was also to find Rufu. Past life sword soul. This Rufu is exactly the same as that immortal. Could it be that the soul of this senior contains a trace of the sword soul of the shattered sword immortal from years ago? Wang Lin opened his eyes, his gaze flickering. Half a month later, Wang Lin emerged from the spatial rift, frowning. He had found nothing. This sword is probably shattered. I must quickly return to the soul refining sect, search for a large amount of immortal jade, and undergo the soul transformation. Wang Lin's figure flashed, disappearing from the spot and reappearing in an ancient teleportation array. After opening it, he vanished into Zhao Kingdom. In a 4th-level cultivation nation on the western side of the Vermilion Bird Star, this place had been occupied by the Immortal Tribe, and the cultivators within were dependent on them. At this moment, a person stood outside the border, wearing a straw hat and enveloped in golden light. Wang Lin, you finally returned. The moment you returned to Vermilion Bird Star, I already knew. I hope you won't disappoint me. The man patted his storage bag, and a jade slip appeared in his hand. You helped me kill the Yuanfang and seal the Snow Domain Kingdom. As a token of my gratitude, I, Chiwetai, give you this. I paid with my life to comprehend the essence of Willow Eyebrows. I hope you can, as I predicted, devour this Willow Eyebrows Dao heart and achieve the power of the Vermilion Bird. He took a step and disappeared. In the northern part of the Vermilion Bird continent, in a teleportation array in Tilu Kingdom, a circle of light rose, and Wang Lin's figure appeared. He stepped out of the teleportation array, his body transforming into a rainbow, heading straight towards the soul-refining sect. Along the way, Wang Lin's divine sense spread out, revealing many cultivators, but all of them had grim expressions, hinting at sorrow, and hurried about. Often, those who knew each other would merely exchange greetings before immediately dispersing. As Wang Lin flew, he suddenly frowned, noticing more than 10 cultivators in the distance. Their divine senses were combined using a strange method, slowly sweeping across the area. Among these dozen or so cultivators, 3 were at the nascent soul stage, and the rest were at the nascent soul stage. They weren't targeting any one person, but rather scrutinizing every cultivator. When their gaze fell upon Wang Lin, he didn't have time to linger. Taking a step forward, he instantly vanished from the spot, disappearing without a trace amidst the combined divine senses of the more than 10 cultivators. These 10 cultivators didn't detect anything unusual and continued their search. Wang Lin's speed was extremely fast, and before long, he arrived outside the mountain gate of the Soul Refining Sect. The Soul Refining Sect's mountain protection formation had activated, forming a black cloud of soul mist. From afar, it looked as if countless vengeful spirits and ghosts were lurking within. Heart-wrenching cries emanated from the black mist, resembling a scene from the underworld, striking fear into anyone who looked at it. No cultivator from the Bilyo Kingdom dared approach this place, usually taking a detour. Wang Lin breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the Soul Refining Sect's mountain protection formation, confirming that there was nothing wrong. He formed a hand seal, immediately activating his divine sealing technique. Then, he opened his mouth and spat out a black beam of light, which transformed into a 3-jam-long soul banner in front of him. Advance! Wang Lin pointed his right hand forward, and the soul banner instantly flew without wind. The massive banner danced, enveloping Wang Lin's body and pulling him into the mountain protection formation, emitting the black soul mist. As Sun Hunfen entered the black mist, the mist parted to the sides, clearing a path for Wang Lin. Sun Hunfen moved with incredible speed, disappearing deep into the mist in an instant. At this moment, the mountain protection formation, which had generated soul mist, returned to normal. The small path that had been opened was immediately swallowed by the surging mist on both sides. The Soul Refining Sect hadn't changed much since he left. However, the number of disciples within was even more desolate, less than a tenth of what it was years ago. From afar, only 3 of the 9 golden rings remained. "You've returned," a mournful voice slowly echoed from the void. A blood-red ring appeared before Wang Lin, revealing Dun Tia. Dun Tia looked even older than before, his entire body radiating a thick aura of death. He looked completely different from how he used to be. "Senior." Wang Lin's eyes widened in surprise. He carefully observed Dun Tia several times, sighing inwardly. He realized Dun Tia's lifespan was running out. "You've seen through it. It's all right. I still have a few years left. I won't die easily." Dun Tia laughed heartily, his laughter seemingly dissipating some of the death energy around him. "Not bad. Your cultivation has improved considerably these past few years. I didn't expect you to reach the realm of refining immortal energy and condensing bones and flesh. If you had a large amount of immortal jade, you could reach the nascent soul stage in no time." Dun Tia carefully observed Wang Lin, his heart filled with a hint of awe, his eyes shining brightly. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, then said, "Senior, are there any immortal jades here?" Dun Tia looked up at the sky, laughing heartily, and said, "You're quite something, Zheng Niu. You returned to the Soul Refining Sect just for immortal jade. I think if you weren't short of immortal jade, you wouldn't have come back here at all." Wang Lin shook his head slightly and said, "For the sake of the 10 billion Venerable Soul Banner, I will also return." Dun Tian's eyes flashed as he looked at Wang Lin, his gaze filled with admiration. He smiled and said, "Good, the 10 billion Venerable Soul Banner is yours. My soul will also be yours in a few years. Even the entire Soul Refining Sect will be yours. If you don't like it, you can leave the Soul Refining Sect here. But you must remember, you must repay me for what I have done for you. The repayment I ask you to do is to protect the 10 billion Venerable Soul Banner well. As long as this banner remains, the legacy of my Soul Refining Sect will never die out. This small vermilion bird star cannot stop your footsteps, Zheng Niu. In the future, if you leave this place, you must find a place where the legacy of the Soul Refining Sect will flourish, and build for my Soul Refining Sect a 999-story heavenly ladder tower. complete the great undertaking of our soul refining sect, and make the soul refining sect reach the standards of a 6th level cultivation sect. Zheng Niu, can you do it? Wang Lin's eyes were calm. Nothing in this world is given for free. To achieve something, one must pay a price. Wang Lin deeply empathized with Dun Tian's words about the soul refining sect. He pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, I can. Dun Tian carefully observed Wang Lin. After a long while, he sighed softly, looked up at the sky, and thought to himself, Senior brother, I placed everything on your calculations. I hope you won't end up empty-handed. He took a deep breath, waved his sleeve, and said, Follow me. Having said that, he led the way, and Wang Lin followed closely behind. The two figures moved like lightning, instantly soaring over the mountain and arriving at the back of the soul refining sect. At this point, Dun Tian's right hand unleashed a spell, directly floating in the void. Immediately, a giant black hole-like vortex appeared in the void, surrounded by countless black lightning bolts. A dangerous aura suddenly spread out. This is a forbidden area of our soul refining sect. Only those who have mastered the locking god technique throughout the generations can enter. Bringing you here doesn't count as violating the sect's rules. Dun Tian's body flashed, entering the vortex. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, outwardly calm, but inwardly vigilant, following closely behind. The moment he entered the vortex, Wang Lin felt as if he were in a teleportation array. In an instant, his vision blurred, and he found himself in a huge cave. On the front wall of this cave were more than 30 spirit tablets made of immortal jade. These are the spirit tablets of the nascent soul stage cultivators of our soul refining sect throughout the generations. Dun Tian turned towards the ancestral tablets and bowed. Wang Lin also bowed in reverence. A hint of relief flickered in Dun Tian's eyes as he subtly nodded, almost imperceptibly. Then he walked towards one of the tablets, raising his right hand and placing it on the wall. Immediately, rumbling sounds slowly emanated from all directions. Zheng Niu, sit down cross-legged. Our soul refining sect doesn't possess many immortal jade stones. Although we accumulated quite a bit on the 4 sacred stars, after tens of thousands of years, and with the addition of over 30 nascent soul cultivators, it's long since been used up. What remains here is what my 2 brothers and I found in the immortal realm when we were young. I'm afraid it won't be enough for you, but don't worry. If the immortal jade stones are ultimately insufficient, I will lead you to rob some. No matter what, you must successfully achieve nascent soul within this time frame. Starting from my ancestors' generation, if anyone in our soul refining sect was trapped at the nascent soul stage, we never worried about immortal jade. If we set our sights on a sect, we directly take the 10 billion venerable soul banner and rob them. If 1 sect wasn't enough, we take 2. If 2 weren't enough, we take 3. Eventually, we'd have enough. Back when I was a nascent soul cultivator, it was my master who used a 10 billion venerable soul banner to rob all the sects in 3 5th-level cultivation nations. Dun Tian said calmly, a hint of smugness even in his eyes. Wang Lin could only smile wryly after hearing this, thinking to himself, the soul refining sect is truly too arrogant. That 10 billion venerable soul banner is something even the Vermilion Bird sect covets. The soul refining sect wields this magical artifact so freely. Number wonder there have been so many nascent soul cultivators over the years. It turns out they all obtained it by plundering immortal jade. At this moment, the rumbling sounds from all directions intensified, and the ground trembled slightly. Finally, with a cracking sound, 2 large blocks of immortal jade suddenly emerged from the ground. A dense surge of immortal energy instantly permeated the surroundings. Wang Lin carefully examined these 2 large immortal jade blocks. Their quality was inferior to the immortal jade he had used before. However, these 2 blocks were exceptionally large, and the immortal energy hidden within them was naturally much greater. Wang Lin took a deep breath, sat down cross-legged, and quickly began absorbing the energy. The 2 immortal jade blocks, one in front and one behind, surrounded Wang Lin, emitting abundant immortal energy. This energy, upon surging forth, was immediately absorbed into his body. His body resembled a massive whirlwind, frantically absorbing the immortal energy from the 2 immortal jade blocks. Gradually, the immortal energy on the jade blocks became almost visible to the naked eye. It was a milky white aura, almost inextricably linked to Wang Lin's body, being absorbed by him at a frantic pace. Standing not far away, Duntia silently nodded. He pondered for a moment, patted his storage bag, and 7 small white flags appeared in his hand. With a wave of his right hand, these 7 flags immediately flew out and landed around Wang Lin's body. Instantly, white lines emanated from the 7 flags, linking together to form an irregular pattern. Establish! Duntia clasped his hands together, pointing into the void. Immediately, white threads connected from the flags, completely enveloping Wang Lin. Zheng Yu, within this formation of mine, your speed of absorbing immortal power and transforming spiritual power will be faster. I have never been stingy with you. Endless immortal power from all directions surged into Wang Lin's body through every pore, constantly transforming him and rapidly transforming the spiritual power he already possessed. Gradually, Wang Lin lost track of time. His entire being was immersed in immortal power, refining his body, and he gradually gained a profound understanding of immortal power. The nascent soul stage is the transformation of power, the fusion of spiritual power and immortal power. It can be said that only by mastering immortal power can one truly be considered a powerful cultivator. Nascent soul cultivators possess immortal power. Many magical artifacts require spiritual power to activate. They cannot withstand the impact of immortal power and become useless. Similarly, there are some magical artifacts that cannot be activated by spiritual power. Only immortal power can unleash their true power. Examples include immortal swords and divine chariots. As time passed, even with abundant immortal power, it would eventually be absorbed. 2 blocks of immortal jade, placed in front of and behind Wang Lin, began to crack with a faint crunching sound. These cracks, like scars, multiplied on the 2 blocks of immortal jade. The immortal jade also lost its white color and turned to an ash-like hue. One day, the immortal jade in front of Wang Lin, after having its last bit of immortal power drained away, instantly shattered with a crack, turning into a pile of powder that formed a small mountain on the ground. At the same time, the immortal jade behind him also shattered in the same way, nothing different. Wang Lin's hair moved without wind, fluttering eerily. His entire body exuded a powerful immortal aura, countless times more intense than before. And boundless pressure emanated from him. The 7 small flags on all sides couldn't withstand it, trembling and eventually being battered to shreds. Wang Lin slowly raised his head and stood up. His eyes flashed with a sharp glint, then calmed down. 1/3 completed, Wang Lin's gaze shifted to where Dun Tiao was sitting in meditation. Dun Tiao opened his eyes, a smile in them, and said, "Not bad. Come, I'll take you to steal the immortal jade." This is a tradition of our soul-refining sect. Although the immortal tribe is currently in turmoil, it cannot hinder this tradition of our soul-refining sect. Dun Tiao laughed heartily, tearing a vortex in the space in front of him with his right hand. Immediately, a black vortex appeared, and he stepped into it. Wang Lin smiled slightly and followed, entering the vortex. When they reappeared, the 2 were in the air outside the mountain gate of the soul-refining sect. Dun Tiao clasped his hands together, and suddenly a white cloud appeared beneath his feet, flying forward. Wang Lin followed at a leisurely pace, his mind immersed in his body, feeling the changes in his immortal power. At this moment, the spiritual power in his body hadn't increased much, but more than half of it had already transformed into immortal power, thus increasing the immortal power within him. However, all the bone and flesh structures of the body require immortal power to undergo the transformation, so a large amount of immortal jade is needed to complete the transformation. In the western part of Bilyo Kingdom, there is a swamp that stretches as far as the eye can see. This place is a silent world. Within 1,000 miles, not a single person can be seen. It is filled with ravines teeming with insects and swamps. The environment makes this place teeming with poisonous insects. Some species are even too dangerous for cultivators to provoke. In this place, swarms of buzzing insects can often be seen, the rulers of this land. There are also several other demonic beasts in the swamp, all possessing potent poisons. However, they are somewhat inferior to the poisonous insects, so they mostly live within the swamp, not daring to venture to the surface. Throughout the entire Bilyo Kingdom, except for ordinary mortals, cultivators understood that the western swamp was a place they absolutely should not set foot in. It wasn't a strategically important location, but rather a stronghold of a demonic sect. The Pheasant Demon sect was thriving within this swamp. The Pheasant Demon sect was a rather peculiar sect. It lacked a formal main hall and was almost entirely scattered. They existed in this manner within the vast swamp. Within the swamp, there were some areas, though not large, that weren't too deeply submerged and were habitable. The disciples of the pheasant demon sect lived in these areas, scattered and isolated, almost entirely spread across the swamp. The disciples of the pheasant demon sect generally lacked camaraderie, most cultivated alone. Their cultivation method was the reincarnation technique. Thanks to the abundant poisonous insects in the swamp, their cultivation progress was greatly facilitated. One day, two figures appeared in the air above the swamp, one old and one young. The old man wore a black robe, his hair was graying, and his body was almost skin and bones. He clasped his hands, his eyes icy cold, and his entire being emitted an aura that terrified all the poisonous insects, causing them to flee. Beside him was a young man. He wore a white robe, his hair neatly tied up and swept back. And although he didn't look particularly handsome, he possessed an ethereal quality. Especially his eyes, clear and pure, without a trace of impurity, could see through a person's heart with just a glance. These two were Duntia and Wang Lin. Duntia, obviously familiar with the place, led Wang Lin here first. Looking at the vast swamp below, Duntia said with a sigh, "Zheng Niu, don't be fooled by the fact that the people of the demonic sect are so secretive. They don't even have a proper sect gate. You know, that year my master brought me here, and the amount of immortal jade I obtained was almost 3 times that of other ordinary sects." After saying this, he immediately grabbed the void with his right hand, and the 10 billion soul banner appeared in his hand. Holding the 3 Zhanglong banner, Duntian's aura instantly transformed. He stared at the swamp below, and swung the soul banner with his right hand. Immediately, souls roared out from within, sweeping in all directions. At this moment, the heavens and earth changed color, and the stars shifted. Not only in the sky, but everywhere on the ground, souls swirled around, wailing mournfully, roaring with sorrow, transforming into fierce sound waves like powerful magical artifacts, bombarding in all directions, spreading with a thunderous roar. Generally speaking, this was completely customary, but today, a few angry roars emanated from the swamp. 2 figures, like streaks of lightning, roared forward. The souls attempting to stop them were repelled by their overwhelming aura before they could even get close. However, both knew in their hearts that their souls hadn't been harmed, only forced back. "Old goes Duntia, there are no immortal jade!" shouted one figure clad in a crimson-purple robe, with 2 blood-red centipedes coiled around his ears. The other was an old woman dressed in burlap, her face wrinkled, but her eyes remarkably bright. She quickly coughed, interrupting the old man in the crimson robe, and looked at Duntia, saying in a low voice, "Old ghost Duntia, the immortal jade cannot be given to you at this time. Last time, when the immortal tribe attacked, I was severely wounded. I used immortal jade to heal myself, and only now have I recovered more than half. I only have enough immortal jade for myself. I cannot give you any." Duntian's eyes widened as he looked at the old woman, his right hand touching the space between his eyebrows. The death intent that had been half suppressed within him immediately manifested. He said hoarsely, "Yan Hong, my lifespan is less than 2 years." The old woman was stunned, her expression slightly changing. The old man in the purple-red robe also looked somewhat displeased, muttering, "You soul-refining sect members are all a bunch of lunatics, exchanging your own lifespans for them. Completely unafraid of death, using that 10 billion soul banner to resolutely seize other people's immortal jade." Duntia laughed heartily, saying, "That's right. My lifespan is less than 2 years. Of course, I'm not afraid of death. Today, give me the immortal jade and I leave. Otherwise, I don't want to fight you. At most, if there are poisonous insects in this swamp, I'll exterminate them." The old man in the crimson robe laughed angrily, about to speak, when the old woman quickly coughed a few times and said, "Old devil, what's the point? If you make a move, not to mention whether the soul-refining sect will be avenged by the 2 of us, I can guarantee that the young man beside you will surely die." Wang Lin smiled, pointed his right hand at the void, and immediately a celestial sword flew out from his storage bag, sweeping across, its sword light roaring out. Wang Lin had used a trace of celestial power in this sword strike. Although he hadn't completely transformed into a nascent soul, he could still use a trace of celestial power. A celestial sword naturally required celestial power to use. After infusing the celestial power, the sword suddenly flashed with dazzling golden light. A wave of celestial power spread from above, sweeping across. This sword light was as fast as lightning, like a roaring attack that split the heavens and earth. The old woman's face changed drastically, and she quickly took out her storage bag. Immediately, a turtle shell appeared in her hand, which she threw to block the sword light. Boom! A loud explosion resounded, and the turtle's corpse instantly shattered into dust. At the same time, the sword light was also blocked and dissipated. The old woman's face was extremely grim, and even the old man in the purple-red robe standing beside her changed color, staring intently at Wang Lin. Two of you, today I am certainly going to die without a doubt, aren't you? Wang Lin's tone was calm and slow. Who are you? The old woman said in a low voice. The power of that sword strike just now contained immortal power, something she hadn't been unaware of. In fact, before he appeared, she had sensed Wang Lin's abilities were between the nascent soul and spirit transformation stages. She didn't take such a cultivator seriously. But now she never expected that the person in front of her would possess an immortal treasure. Magical treasures that use spiritual power, regardless of their quality, are all called spiritual treasures. Similarly, magical treasures that use immortal power are called immortal treasures. The so-called immortal treasures can completely withstand the flow of immortal power and can unleash the full power of the immortal power emanating from the artifact. Such artifacts are not common in the cultivation world. Therefore, the vast majority of nascent soul cultivators pursue them throughout their lives, disregarding advancements in rank solely to obtain immortal treasures. Consequently, there is a vast difference between nascent soul cultivators with and without immortal treasures. Possessing an immortal treasure allows one to fully utilize the immortal power of the weapon. Otherwise, using only a small amount of immortal power to perform spells and divine abilities is still significantly weaker. On the other hand, there are some artifacts that are both spiritual treasures and immortal treasures. They can also be controlled by immortal power. Although not fully unleashed, their power can be increased, making them several times more powerful than using only spiritual power. These artifacts are called pseudo-immortal treasures. The 10 billion Venerable Soul Fan and the Forbidden Spanner are examples of such artifacts. In response to the old woman's question, Wang Lin smiled and said, I am Zheng Miu. The old woman was startled and glanced at Wang Lin, slowly saying, with your nascent soul cultivation, you killed the Yuanfeng of the Snow Region Kingdom and the ancestor of the giant demon clan. Zheng Yu, today I cannot kill you. The old woman sighed inwardly. Although her cultivation level was at the late nascent soul stage, killing Wang Lin wouldn't be difficult. But with the heaven concealing technique present, she didn't have half a chance of killing Wang Lin. Glancing at the old man beside her, the old woman sighed again. The old man in the purple-red robe beside her still had a gloomy expression. His cultivation level was at the early nascent soul stage. He admitted that he could kill Yuanfeng, but facing the ancestor of the giant demon clan, he would find it difficult to win. But the young man before him was the one who had killed both Li Yuanfeng and the giant demon clan's ancestor. Although Wang Lin's abilities weren't yet at the true nascent soul stage in his eyes, he already regarded Wang Lin as a cultivator of the same level. Dun Tiao laughed heartily, extremely pleased with Wang Lin's performance. People of the soul refining sect should be like this. Enough of this nonsense. According to the rules, give me half of the immortal jade, Dun Tia said. The old woman pondered for a moment, calmly looking at Dun Tia, her eyes flashing, and said, half is acceptable. However, the immortal tribe is preparing for a second attack. If our Zemo Dao cannot withstand them, you must lend a hand. Dun Tia glanced at the old woman and said, then let me see how much of your half of the immortal jade is. The old woman gave a wry smile, took a storage bag from her chest, glanced at it without examining it closely, and threw it out, saying, to satisfy you. Dun Tia received it, his expression immediately turning strange. He looked at the old woman and said, were your ancestors of the demonic sect rats? Last time my master took so much, and now there's still so much left. Or do you have some method to obtain immortal jade? The old woman's expression remained unchanged, calmly saying, don't ask any more questions. Remember our agreement. After saying that, her body moved slightly, and she flew away into the distance. The old man in the purple-red robe also glanced deeply at Wang Lin, hesitated for a moment, then bowed to Wang Lin and turned to leave. Thus, Dantia led Wang Lin through the entire Bailuo kingdom, plundering a large amount of immortal jade. Along the way, Wang Lin understood Dantian's arrogance. Dantia, holding the 10 billion soul banner, directly demanded spirit stones. If they weren't handed over, he would release their souls. With only 2 years of lifespan remaining, he easily dealt with the various sects. Therefore, the infamous reputation of the soul refining sect spread far and wide. The other 2 sects were extremely prosperous, but the tradition of the soul refining sect had always been this. Ultimately, they had to offer immortal jade. What do you think? That's the style of our soul refining sect for tens of thousands of years. When you wield the 10 billion venerable soul banner later, you must do the same. Don't tarnish the prestige of our soul refining sect. Dantia patted his storage bag and smiled at Wang Lin. Although the aura of death still lingered, Wang Lin could clearly sense the other party's benevolent nature, almost transcendent. Back then, an ancestor of our soul refining sect wanted to reach the peak of enlightenment, and he needed an amount of immortal jade countless times greater than you do now. In the end, he swept across the entire Vermilion Bird Star, even making a trip to the Vermilion Bird Kingdom. Based on the 10 billion soul banner, even a peak-level expert wouldn't dare to act rashly. They would still have to prepare a large amount of immortal jade for him, Dantia continued. Wang Lin smiled wryly. He could imagine the peak-level expert of the Vermilion Bird Kingdom at that time. He must have been extremely troubled. Giving away immortal jade was like saving money for others to spend. After all, the soul refining sect, which had always held the 10 billion venerable soul banner, was practically a tyrannical force. I understand now why this soul refining sect, initially a 5th-tier cultivation nation, has fallen into decline and become a mere sect, Wang Lin thought to himself. However, that ancestor ultimately failed in his peak-level cultivation. Actually, I don't support his methods. Unless absolutely necessary, one shouldn't provoke a peak-level expert. For example, with this 10 billion venerable soul banner, we could travel to any 5th-tier cultivation nation and seize it from anyone we see. Even a master from the immortal tribe wouldn't be a problem. Wang Lin gave a wry smile. Dantian's arrogance wasn't limited to the Bailuo kingdom. In fact, he was less unrestrained there. After all, everyone was a cultivator from the same country, so there was no need to be overly hostile. But once outside of Bailuo kingdom, Wang Lin could completely understand Dantian's arrogance. In 3 months, Dantia had taken Wang Lin through 4 5th-tier cultivation kingdoms, swarming everywhere like locusts. Some cultivation families, sensing impending trouble, even offered up some immortal jade. As for the sects, Dantia didn't need to say a word. He directly unleashed the 10 billion soul banner, releasing souls that covered the sky and earth, along with more than 10 main souls equivalent to the nascent soul stage. With such an attack, a 5th-tier sect was essentially powerless to stop him. Dantia had accumulated a large amount of immortal jade in his storage bag. Finally, in a 4th-level cultivation country, while on his way to steal the jade, Dantia angered the nascent soul cultivators of that country. 4 nascent soul cultivators surrounded and attacked Dantia. At this moment, Wang Lin truly understood the power of the 10 billion venerable soul banner. After a battle, Wang Lin didn't even have a chance to strike. The 4 nascent soul cultivators were immediately defeated. If Dantia hadn't lacked killing intent, one of these 4 would surely have become the main soul of the soul banner. Dantian's life was also coming to an end. Seeing such arrogance, Wang Lin couldn't help but take off his straw hat and wear it on his head, using the golden rays of light above to conceal his appearance. To prevent people from the sects whose immortal jade had been stolen from Dantia from causing him trouble later when Dantia became the main soul of the soul banner. For 5th-level cultivation nations plus 13 sects, over 100 cultivation families, and if you include the Bailuo kingdom, that makes a total of 16 sects. For the past 3 months, Dantia has been plundering immortal jade from these sects. Today, Dantia stopped. This amount of immortal jade should be enough for your nascent soul stage, perhaps with some left over. Later, when you need immortal jade to improve your abilities, you must seize it yourself. Remember, in the cultivation world, especially for nascent soul cultivators, the only way to obtain immortal jade is through plunder. Otherwise, even if many disciples go to the immortal realm, they won't be able to gather enough. Dantia said seriously to Wang Lin. Wang Lin nodded. He had no qualms about plundering immortal jade. However, he didn't support Dun Tian's method. If it were him, he certainly wouldn't leave half behind or not plunder at all. If he was going to plunder, he would seize it all. Perhaps the process will be very difficult, but eventually the number of immortal jade must double the current amount. Once a large quantity of immortal jade is sufficient, Dun Tia will take Wang Lin to the soul refining sect. At that time, he must protect Wang Lin so that Wang Lin can reach the nascent soul stage. Vermilion Bird Star is very small. When I was young, I went there once, to Heavenly Fortune Star. That place is many times larger than Vermilion Bird Star, with many sects, and naturally, there are more immortal jade. Unless your strength is insufficient, plundering once will definitely feel satisfying. I heard that in the Cultivation Alliance, there are many cultivation nations of level 6 and above. And every year they organize cultivators to go to other cultivation stars to plunder immortal jade. Dun Tia sighed. Heavenly Fortune Star Wang Lin's eyes flashed. Heavenly Fortune Master in Heavenly Fortune Star has unfathomable abilities. I heard that he also has a certain status in the Cultivation Alliance. That brat Vermilion Bird Master is far from being able to compare. Dun Tia spoke. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, wanting to ask more questions. Just then, Dun Tian's expression suddenly changed, and he looked into the distance. Wang Lin's divine sense stirred, and he glanced in that direction. He saw, in the distance, within a cloud, a black mist, as if devouring the heavens and earth, roaring towards them. This black mist was vast, its boundaries invisible, endless. A boundless force of runes slowly moved towards them, the immortal migration tribe. Dun Tian's eyes flashed. In the past few days, Wang Lin and Dun Tia had learned that the immortal migration tribe had reappeared on the Vermilion Bird Star a few years ago, organizing a massive army and directly attacking the Vermilion Bird continent. In the first battle, countless cultivators had fallen. The immortal migration tribe also possessed spellcasters equivalent to the peak-level cultivators, who, along with Vermilion Bird Sun and the 2 peak-level old monsters, had engaged in a fierce battle. This war lasted 3 years. 3 years later, the immortal tribe retreated instead of continuing, gradually conquering third-tier cultivation nations, confronting the Vermilion Bird Kingdom. In that battle, 2 figures from the Vermilion Bird Kingdom displayed their talents, Liu Mi and Qianfeng. Liu Mi, thanks to her stunning beauty, immediately attracted the attention of a generation of male cultivators on Vermilion Bird Star, especially her extraordinary abilities, having reached the mid-stage of the transformation realm, thus drawing even more attention. Her appearance almost instantly overshadowed Hong Dai's fame from that year, making her the favored daughter of heaven. It seemed no one paid attention to Hong Dai anymore. People were even more interested in her, because she was also a true disciple of the Vermilion Bird Master, one of the 4 chosen to inherit the Vermilion Bird title. As soon as she appeared, she immediately captured several 7-leaf spellcasters, even an 8-leaf spellcaster equivalent to the late stage of the transformation realm. Therefore, her reputation soared. Even more noteworthy were the rumors that Liu Mi was kind-hearted and possessed an extremely pure heart. So much so that she had cultivated to this level without ever killing anyone, even members of the immortal tribe. She only captured them, not killed them. Combining all these outstanding qualities, she naturally attracted everyone's attention. Whenever she appeared, all the surrounding cultivators would immediately show respect and readily obey her commands. Even in battles that seemed on the verge of defeat, her appearance greatly boosted the morale of the Vermilion Bird Star cultivators, turning defeat into victory with her help. She can be considered one of the 2 most outstanding figures of this generation. Another prodigy, this man was handsome and dashing, with a dignified appearance and a mid-stage transformation realm cultivation level. He showed no trace of arrogance, only elegance, a righteous spirit, and unwavering integrity. He suddenly appeared in the 2nd year of the war against the Immortal Tribe. Upon his arrival, he immediately infiltrated the Immortal Tribe, taking the lives of several of their masters. Finally, he engaged in a decisive battle with the young clan leader of the Immortal Tribe, shaking the entire Vermilion Bird Star. Their battle was a fight for the honor of the next generation of Vermilion Bird Star and the Immortal Tribe. Although Qianfeng and the young clan leader were evenly matched and neither could claim victory, Qianfeng's prestige was still greater. It was then that everyone noticed his identity as Liu Mi's senior brother. Among the disciples of the Vermilion Bird sect, Qianfeng ranked 2nd. Furthermore, this Chan Feng possesses an important identity that draws the attention of everyone on Jukstar. He is a descendant of a generation of Juksens. In the first war against the Immortal Tribe, Chan Feng's fame spread like a bright moon throughout the land. Ultimately, he represented the Vermilion Bird Star and signed a treaty with the young clan leader of the Immortal Tribe. The Vermilion Bird faction waved the third-tier cultivation nation, and the Immortal Tribe temporarily halted their attack. Dantian's eyes flickered as he stared at the black mist that was roaring and approaching from afar, covering the sky and earth. He said in a low voice, "The Immortal Tribe is launching a second attack. Zhengniu, I can sense a spellcaster equivalent to a mid-stage transformation realm cultivator within that black mist, and another person whose abilities are beyond my comprehension. Bring out the soul-seeking banner, let's advance." Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged. He glanced at the distant black mist, and with a flick of his right hand, he grasped the void. Immediately, the 10 billion soul-seeking banner materialized from his body and appeared in his hand. The banner instantly raved, transforming into a black screen that enveloped Wang Lin. Dantia also unleashed the 10 billion venerable soul banner, waving it to envelop his entire body. He and Wang Lin transformed into two black streaks of light, amidst countless whistling sounds and mournful wails of vengeful spirits, hurtling towards the black mist of the Immortal Tribe. Immediately, screams erupted from within the Immortal Tribe. A large number of Immortal Tribe members emerged from the black mist. At this moment, Dantia and Wang Lin charged forward, directly attacking. Just as the Immortal Tribe members were about to attack, a reprimand came from deep within the black mist. Immediately, all the tribesmen scattered, making way. A middle-aged man dressed in burlap, with eyes like lightning and no markings or runes on his body, emerged from the black mist. Beside him followed a hunched old man. This old man had a gloomy expression, occasionally coughing a few times. Wang Lin recognized him at a glance. This old man had chased him into a spatial rift years ago in the Immortal Realm. Ultimately, he let Wang Lin escape and got lost inside the rift. The old man's deep-seated hatred for Wang Lin was immense. If he recognized Wang Lin, he would surely be doomed. But Wang Lin was wearing a straw hat, and his entire body was enveloped in soul energy, so the old man couldn't recognize him. "Soul refining sect," the middle-aged man said softly. Then his eyes flashed, and he took a step forward, directly blocking the path of Dantia and Wang Lin. "To soul refining sect members, stop." The middle-aged man smiled, extending his right hand and striking the void. Boom! A loud explosion resounded. After this person's light tap, an invisible force immediately appeared between heaven and earth, like a cage descending from the sky, enveloping Dantia and Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression changed slightly under the opponent's invisible force. He immediately felt an extremely intense danger. Nine-leaf spellcaster. Dantian's voice came from within the soul banner. Suddenly, the soul banner outside Dantian's body moved slightly, and many souls roared out, among them 13 purple gold souls like celestial beings descending, filling all directions. "Charge!" Dantia shouted. Immediately, these souls frantically roared and rushed in all directions, especially the 13 purple gold souls, which were unusually sharp. The people of the Immortal Tribe from the nascent soul stage downwards were paralyzed in their senses. The middle-aged man frowned. In the past 1,000 years, he had only recently advanced to the 9th leaf level, equivalent to a cultivator at the early stage of the nascent soul realm. He had never witnessed the power of the 10 billion venerable soul banner from back then. He only knew of a few ancient texts within his clan that spoke of the Great War tens of thousands of years ago, describing the banner's immense power as the most feared magical artifact of the Immortal Tribe. Seeing it now, his expression darkened slightly, and he raised his right hand. Immediately, the black mist quickly dispersed in all directions, and along with the Immortal Tribe members inside, they all retreated, creating an empty area. Dantia laughed heartily, and along with Wang Lin, they instantly rushed out, dodging the black mist and flying towards the distance. "Me, you take the clan members and continue to meet with the young clan leader. I'll go and experience the power of the 10 billion venerable soul banner." After giving the order, the middle-aged man moved forward, chasing after Dantia. The hunchbacked old man immediately nodded, leading his clansmen to form a black mist and continue forward. Dantia, who was flying, suddenly paused and said with a cold smile, The 9-leaf incantation master of the immortal tribe is chasing after us. Zheng Niu, pay attention and see why a peak-level cultivator like him is so wary of this 10 billion soul banner. After saying this, Dantia turned to look in the direction of the immortal tribe. Suddenly, a rainbow-like streak of light, as fast as lightning, cut up in an instant. It was the middle-aged man. Without further ado, Dantia immediately formed hand seals, bit his tongue, and spat forward, shouting, 5 million souls, 13 main souls, appear. Suddenly, the sky darkened. The entire air seemed to be covered by a black curtain. The entire area instantly transformed into hell. The wailing of vengeful spirits echoed everywhere, boundless and endless. A multitude of souls flew out from the soul banner, densely spreading across the heavens and earth. Among them, 13 purple gold souls stood tall, their eyes shining brightly as they stared at the middle-aged man. Watch carefully. This is the true way to use the soul banner, the 13 soul formation. Duncha shouted, his soul energy instantly dissipating and transforming back into the 3-jam-long soul banner he held in his hand. Immediately, 5 million souls filled the heavens and earth, flying out in all directions according to some rule, centered around the 13 soul masters, clearly forming a massive formation. Even with Wang Lin's level of formation forbiddance techniques, he could only perceive its profoundness, but not fully understand it. Soul refining. Duntier roared, extending his right hand forward. Immediately, the formation created from the souls rumbled, and all the souls simultaneously emitted a sound. This sound resembled some kind of incantation. In an instant, a powerful surge of black energy erupted from those souls, condensing and unexpectedly transforming into a giant hand. This hand moved identically to Duntian's, as if it were his doppelganger. Duntian unleashed a claw attack, and a white phantom immediately appeared on the middle-aged man. This phantom was his soul, and the giant hand suddenly descended. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed. Without using any magical artifact, he raised his right hand and pointed at the void, softly saying, "Stop." With a loud bang, the giant hand instantly stopped, motionless. The middle-aged man unleashed a claw attack into the void, and 5 streams of pure white, purple, and blue energy immediately condensed in his hand. Concentrate. The man muttered softly, and the 5 streams of energy immediately dispersed, radiating outwards from him in all directions, suddenly exploding and transforming into 5 large bronze cauldrons, positioned at the 4 corners. Refine, the man murmured again. Immediately, the 5 bronze cauldrons vibrated simultaneously, and a cluster of strange symbols appeared on their surfaces. These symbols flashed and rotated around the cauldrons. All 5 cauldrons did this, forming 5 enormous vortices that continuously swirled within the formation. A wave of desolate energy instantly enveloped the entire formation, and the souls within were involuntarily drawn into the vortices, crushed and annihilated. Dantian's expression remained unchanged, and he coldly chuckled, as expected of a 9-leaf curse master. It seems you possess some skill. 13 souls gather. Immediately, the souls forming the formation shifted, and 5 million souls surged towards the 13 main souls, converging. In an instant, these 13 main souls immediately began to condense. 5 million souls condensed into 13 main souls, and the strength of these 13 main souls instantly increased, with almost each one equivalent to a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. Even immortal energy swirled within their bodies. At this moment, the middle-aged man's expression finally changed. Dantian's eyes were icy cold as he said, "That's not all. 13 souls merge." As soon as he spoke, the 13 main souls suddenly moved slightly, and a cluster of afterimages appeared all around. After the afterimages disappeared, the 13 main souls converged, forming a single soul. 5 million souls, 13 main souls, condensed into one, forming a single soul. As this soul appeared, the heavens and earth changed color. Peak of enlightenment. The middle-aged man took a deep breath. Indeed, this soul was condensed from a vast amount of souls, its power reaching the peak of enlightenment realm. However, this wasn't a true peak of enlightenment, but rather a manifestation of the 13 main souls' thoughts. The main souls throughout generations were all transformed soul transformation cultivators from the soul refining sect. Before their deaths, these soul transformation cultivators all regretted one thing: the hope of reaching the peak inquiry stage, a goal they couldn't achieve in their lifetime. These thoughts then continuously grew within the soul banner, becoming increasingly powerful. Finally, the thoughts converged, and the souls condensed into one, forming something equivalent to the strength of a peak inquiry stage cultivator. However, this wasn't the full power of the soul banner, only a part of it. Even so, it could only contend with an early peak inquiry stage cultivator. It was completely incapable of defeating a late peak inquiry stage cultivator like Jukwezi. What truly made Jukwezi wary was when the soul banner displayed its full formidable power, especially the fourth soul among the 36 main souls. This soul rarely appeared, and it was this very soul that made Jukwezi truly apprehensive. Dantia looked at the middle-aged man and said coldly, "Get out! I won't kill you today. The war between your immortal tribe and the Vermilion Bird Kingdom, my soul refining sect will not participate." The middle-aged man's face darkened considerably, and anger slowly rose in his heart. With his strength, if Dantia didn't have the 10 billion venerable soul banner, he could easily kill him. He stared at Dantia, remained silent for a moment, then said, "If it were just this, it wouldn't be enough to threaten me. Is the 10 billion venerable soul banner's power only this much?" Dantia laughed heartily, his eyes like lightning, and said, "10 main souls, appear." He swung the soul banner in his hand, and immediately 10 more transformation main souls appeared, silently flying out in all directions. At this moment, the middle-aged man smiled bitterly. Facing the 10 billion soul banner, he finally understood why his clan was so wary of this object. If the soul refining sect doesn't participate in the battle between us and the Vermilion Bird Kingdom, I, on behalf of the immortal tribe, promise not to set foot in the soul refining sect. The middle-aged man said in a low voice. After saying this, he bowed to Dantia, carefully turned around, and left. The soul banner in Dantion's hand trembled, retracting all the souls, and then he and Wang Lin flew away quickly. The 10 billion soul banner. Wang Lin saw the scene before him, his eyes revealing a hint of fanaticism. With this banner in his hand, he could reach any place in the vast world. While flying, Dantion's words carried a hint of arrogance. "Very powerful," Wang Lin said in a low voice. Dantia laughed heartily, saying, "The soul banner doesn't have a precise method of use. For example, the 6th generation ancestor was skilled in formations, so this banner in his hand already contained such formations. Similarly, the 10th generation ancestor's concept was devouring, so when using the soul banner, he used the method of devouring souls to powerfully fight. But the soul banner gets its name because it possesses a divine ability that never changes, fusion. You just saw that soul banner's soul, didn't you? That was created through fusion. Although it can't maintain the strength of a peak-level cultivator for long, it can fight against a peak-level cultivator within the time it takes to burn an incense stick. However, that wasn't the most powerful divine ability of the soul banner. The banner's true ability to threaten a late-stage nascent soul cultivator was due to its 4th main soul. Over the past tens of thousands of years, this banner had only unleashed its 4th main soul once. That was when the last early-stage nascent soul cultivator of our soul refining sect, along with the 2nd Vermilion Bird Sun, joined forces to fight against 4 extremely powerful late-stage nascent soul cultivators from outside cultivation planets who had infiltrated Vermilion Bird Star. As Dantia flew towards the Bailuo Kingdom on the Vermilion Bird Continent, he meticulously recounted the story of the soul banner to Wang Lin. In reality, although his main purpose was to plunder immortal jade, Dantia truly wanted Wang Lin to understand the soul banner firsthand so that he could inherit it 2 years later. Dantia was incredibly generous to Wang Lin, treating him like a direct disciple. The secrets of the soul refining banner are usually only revealed by masters and disciples within the soul refining sect. Although Wang Lin and Dantia are not officially master and disciple, they are now indistinguishable from one. Wang Lin's eyes widened slightly, and he said, joining forces with the 2nd Vermilion Bird Sun. Dantia nodded and said, "That's right. After defeating the Immortal Tribe, the 1st Vermilion Bird Sun sacrificed himself. At that time, several peak-level old monsters sealed his body within the Immortal Tribe and appointed someone to inherit the title of 2nd Vermilion Bird Sun. This person is incredibly talented and strategic, and his views differ from those of the later generations of Vermilion Bird Suns. He doesn't suppress 5th-tier cultivation nations. Although his time holding the Vermilion Bird Star was very short, in those 1,000 years, his abilities were considered the highest among all the Vermilion Bird Suns. I heard he's already taken half a step into the realm beyond the peak-seeking stage, and is only half a step away from the next level. This person is truly worthy of being the #1 expert of our vermilion bird star from ancient times to the present. Hearing this, Wang Lin's heart stirred slightly. He remembered Sichuan. Sichuan had always claimed to be the #1 expert of vermilion bird star. What was his name? It's been so many years. How could anyone still remember his name? We only know he was the second vermilion bird son. Perhaps the first vermilion bird son would know. Dun Tia shook his head. What was his fate? Wang Lin continued to ask. His whereabouts are unknown. Dun Tia sighed again. I heard that year, our ancestor of the soul refining sect, along with the second vermilion bird son, fought against outside cultivators. The battle was as fierce as the battle against the ancestral spirit of the immortal tribe. Ultimately, our ancestor couldn't defeat them. After all, he was only at the early stage of the peak attainment realm at the time. He had to unleash his fourth main soul to survive and kill one of the opposing cultivators. But the fourth main soul was also severely injured and eventually fell into a deep sleep. Logically speaking, it should be almost recovered by now, although we won this battle. The second vermilion bird son was hunted down by the enemy and disappeared without a trace, Dun Tia said slowly. Wang Lin's heart trembled. He recalled that Sichuan had once said he had fought against several outside cultivators. Individually, he wouldn't have been a match for them, but with them working together, he truly couldn't defeat them. In the end, his body was destroyed by those people, and only by having his nascent soul enter the heaven-defying pearl could he miraculously save his life. Sichuan's hatred for those people could only be described as overwhelming. According to Dun Tian's words, this second vermilion bird son and Sichuan were somewhat similar. Wang Lin took a deep breath, his eyes flickering. He had some animosity with the current generation of vermilion birds. If Sichuan was truly the second vermilion bird son from back then, would he help this generation of vermilion birds after he awakened? What are you thinking about? Dun Tia looked at Wang Lin and asked. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, then said, the immortal tribe is at war with the vermilion bird star. If this second vermilion bird son hadn't died, would he have appeared to help this generation of vermilion birds? Dun Tia laughed heartily, shaking his head and saying, leaving aside whether that second generation vermilion bird son is still alive, even if he were, he wouldn't help this generation of vermilion birds. The two didn't know each other back then, and besides, I heard that the second generation vermilion bird son was naturally arrogant. If the first generation hadn't shown him kindness, he would have long since left vermilion bird star to travel to other cultivation planets to cultivate and improve his realm. Wang Lin nodded, his eyes flashing, and asked, how many generations of vermilion birds have there been? This generation of vermilion birds is the 8th generation, and also the generation I dislike the most. Dun Tia snorted softly. Wang Lin was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, Senior, according to what you just said, what is the ancestral spirit of the immortal tribe? Dun Tia shook his head and said, I don't know anything about that thing either. I only saw it recorded in the sect's ancient texts. During the Great War with the immortal tribe, the ancestral spirit of that tribe appeared. It was this ancestral spirit that caused a large number of our peak-level cultivators to fall. But let's not talk anymore. We're almost at the vermilion bird continent, and we must quickly return to the soul refining sect so you can undergo the transformation. After saying this, Dun Tia suddenly increased his speed, flying rapidly away with Wang Lin. Sichuan. For the past few months, Dun Tia had been traveling with Wang Lin, almost covering half of the vermilion bird star in a single trip. Looking from afar, the vermilion bird continent was already visible ahead. That's right, I think among the 4 outsiders who came 5 years ago, the ancestral records mention one name. This person came from the 5-element star, and his name was Nada. Yes, there really was such a person. After we return, I'll show you this jade slip containing ancient texts, Dun Tia said casually. Nada, Wang Lin's body trembled. What's wrong with you? Dun Tia turned around, looking at Wang Lin with a suspicious gaze. Wang Lin took a deep breath and said in a low voice, I've met this Nada before. Dun Tia was startled, his eyes immediately flashing with brilliance, and he said, have you met Nada? Wang Lin recounted the events related to Nada to Dun Tia. How interesting, this old monster is still alive after tens of thousands of years. I'm afraid his abilities have already broken through to the next level of the peak-seeking realm, otherwise he wouldn't have survived until now. Dun Tia pondered for a moment, then said. The two flew swiftly, transforming into rainbows, heading towards the Vermilion Bird Continent. In an instant, they had entered the northern border of the Vermilion Bird Continent, intending to fly straight in. At this moment, Wang Lin's gaze suddenly froze. Dun Tia noticed it before Wang Lin, quickly embracing Wang Lin and retreating rapidly. A blue light suddenly rose in front of the border of the Vermilion Bird Kingdom. This light was enormous, encompassing the entire Vermilion Bird Continent. The Vermilion Bird Formation. Dun Tian's expression turned grim. The Vermilion Bird Formation, the most powerful formation on Vermilion Bird Star. This formation can be large or small. When fully deployed, it can completely cover Vermilion Bird Star, resisting attacks from cultivators and demonic beasts. When scaled down, it can protect a single person. It's incredibly powerful. It seems the Vermilion Bird Kingdom is very determined to deal with the Immortal Tribe this time. Each time they activate the Vermilion Bird Formation, they need an unimaginable amount of spirit stones and a large quantity of immortal jade to unleash its full power. Haha, it's comparable to a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. Dun Tian's eyes flashed, and he pointed his right hand forward. Immediately, a stream of black energy shot out from his fingertip, transforming into a black streak that roared towards the halo above. As the black beam approached, the halo above suddenly trembled. Immediately afterward, a phantom fist formed from blue light suddenly materialized, striking the black beam. Boom! With a loud explosion, the black beam vanished, and the fist was retracted by the halo. Unexpectedly, there's even the blood of the giant demon clan infused into it, giving this Vermilion Bird Formation the divine techniques the giant demon clan, Dun Shan said with a cold laugh. Last time you went to the giant demon clan, you shouldn't have left any loose ends. If I had gone myself, I would have completely annihilated the entire giant demon clan, avoiding future trouble. That year, after you left, the Immortal Tribe appeared. The second disciple of Vermilion Bird Master, Xian Feng, personally went to the giant demon clan, unsealed all of them, and accompanied them to the Vermilion Bird Kingdom. I was suspicious at the time about why the Vermilion Bird Kingdom was so kind. It turns out they were targeting the giant demon clan's divine abilities. With the blood of a giant demon clan member, this Vermilion Bird Formation will definitely possess the giant demon clan's innate divine abilities. Wang Lin remained silent, not saying anything. If Chi-Hu was there, he wouldn't do such a thing. A cold glint flashed in Dun Tian's eyes as he shouted towards the Vermilion Bird Formation ahead. The Vermilion Bird Formation envelops the entire continent, and every 10,000 miles there is a person transformed into a formation eye. Come out here, or I will create a hole in this Vermilion Bird Formation before the Immortal Tribe arrives. My patience is limited. I only give you 3 breaths. 2 breaths later, a figure appeared within the halo of light. This person's long hair swayed without whine. He wore a white robe, and his appearance was extremely handsome, but he exuded an aura of evil. The man seemed to possess a strange, captivating aura. Senior, please don't be angry. You summoned me, and I immediately obey. He smiled, speaking calmly. Open, Dun Tia said coldly. Yes, sir. The sinister man raised his right hand and pointed at the halo of light from a distance. Immediately, a hole appeared in the halo. Dun Tia snorted softly, his body moved slightly, and he entered the Vermilion Bird Continent. Wang Lin followed closely behind. But at this moment, the sinister man's eyes flashed, and he clapped his right hand against the void. Immediately, the halo closed. Wang Lin's eyes turned cold. He was trapped outside. Young man, do you want to die? Dun Tian's eyes were icy cold as he looked at the sinister man. The man showed no fear, calmly saying, Senior, please don't be angry. I have no ill intentions. I only wish to have a discussion with this renowned Taoist Zheng Niu of the Vermilion Bird Star. Do you dare to fight me? The sinister-looking man gazed at Wang Lin outside the luminous sphere. Who are you? Wang Lin frowned. Fellow Taoist Zheng Niu, although this is our first meeting today, I consider you a longtime friend. Especially my servant Hong Dai, who has always remembered you fondly. The sinister-looking man smiled. Qian Feng, Wang Lin's eyes flashed. The sinister-looking man nodded gently, saying, I didn't expect Zheng Niu to know my name. My mischievous junior sister must have said quite a few inappropriate things in front of you. Enough, Qian Feng, open the Vermilion Bird Formation. I don't have time to argue with you here, otherwise, you will die today. Dun Tian's voice was icy cold, his tone deep. Senior, I have no ill intentions. Surely the person you left behind doesn't lack the courage to fight me? Rest assured, I will absolutely not use any killing moves. We are merely discussing, Qian Feng said with a smile. Dun Tia sneered, raising his right hand, about to cast a spell, when suddenly Wang Lin said, "All right, let's fight." Qian Feng's eyes flashed. He laughed heartily, took a step forward, and emerged from the light, standing 10 meters away from Wang Lin, smiling and saying, "All right. Brother Zhang is indeed worthy of being the one who killed the Yuanfeng and the giant demon clan's ancestor. Wang Lin didn't want to waste words with this person. The moment the other party emerged from the light, he instantly potted his storage bag, took out the immortal sword in his hand, infused it with immortal power, and slashed, immediately cutting off the other party's words. Although he and Qian Feng had met for the first time, he had not the slightest bit of goodwill in his heart, and he used all his strength from the start. This slash was neat and swift, as fast as lightning. Qian Feng's eyes flashed with cold light, and without using any magic weapon, he raised his right hand and pointed at the void. Boom! A tremendous explosion echoed across the horizon. Wang Lin's strike contained the immortal power within the immortal sword, its power far exceeding that of ordinary attacks. This was his secret technique. This single strike contained an amount of immortal power that he could now unleash to its fullest extent, its power astonishing. Qian Feng hastily retreated, moving back 100 meters to dispel the immortal power of the immortal sword from his body. His previous carefree demeanor vanished, his eyes flashing with cold light as he stared intently at the immortal sword in Wang Lin's hand, uttering each word clearly, "Immortal treasure." His right index finger trembled slightly, a trickle of fresh blood flowing down his entire right arm without him even noticing. Wang Lin's attack just now was a full-force strike. This was something Qian Feng hadn't anticipated. After repelling Qian Feng with a single sword strike, Wang Lin immediately opened his mouth and spat out a stream of black gas. His right hand grasped the void, and the 10 billion soul banner instantly appeared in his hand. He swung it, and immediately all the souls within roared out. Wang Lin knew that this little bit of power couldn't defeat Qian Feng. After all, this person's abilities were at the mid-stage of the transformation realm, so he had to strike first, catching him off guard. As millions of souls emerged, Wang Lin's eyes flickered, and he softly said, "Devouring." Among those millions of souls were 12 main souls. These 12 main souls immediately bared their teeth in a grin and lunged towards Qian Feng. Qian Feng emerged from the halo of light, now surrounded by millions of souls. All of this happened in an incredibly short time, so fast that Qian Feng couldn't react at all. After all, he didn't understand Wang Lin, and still looked down on him. Otherwise, based on his own abilities, he wouldn't have given Wang Lin the chance to use the soul banner. Moreover, he found Wang Lin too despicable. Given his status, he should have at least said a few words. This is how it is when a grand duel begins. But Wang Lin unexpectedly interrupted him, launching an attack the moment he appeared. This kind of behavior was undeniably a sneak attack. Even when he fought a decisive battle with the young clan leader of the Immortal tribe years ago, he wasn't in such a predicament. Seeing this scene, Dun Tia felt amused, chuckling to himself. This Zheng Niu has truly grasped the essence of our soul-refining sect. He wouldn't hesitate to strike, but since he has, he must seize the initiative. At this moment, Qian Feng was surrounded by millions of souls. These souls roared and charged forward, carrying immense power. Especially the 12 main souls. They posed a great threat to him. Qian Feng, who had previously appeared calm, now showed a hint of annoyance. He potted his storage bag, and immediately a fiery red awl appeared in his hand. The vermilion bird awl. Dun Tia raised his eyebrows, thinking to himself, Vermilion Bird Master truly favors this Qian Feng, otherwise he wouldn't have given him such a powerful artifact. Zheng Niu, this is Vermilion Bird Master's artifact, a pseudo-immortal treasure with immense power. Dun Tia used the sound transmission technique. Wang Lin's eyes flashed. He was a decisive person, and at this moment, a cold glint appeared in his eyes as he softly uttered a single word, explode. Millions of souls immediately self-destructed. Boom, boom, boom. Millions of souls exploded with a deafening roar, generating immense power. Qian Feng's face changed drastically. Without a word, he retracted his staff, sat down cross-legged, and formed hand seals. Immediately, the Vermilion Bird Formation, which had enveloped the entire Vermilion Bird continent, flickered and instantly disappeared above the continent, reappearing on Qian Feng's body. At this moment, rainbow-like green light streaks, carrying powerful vortices, swept in all directions. The self-destruction of millions of souls generated a powerful attack. The green light vibrated violently, and Qian Feng, inside his body, trembled and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Wang Lin sighed inwardly, raised his right hand, and retrieved the 12 main souls. At this moment, the Vermilion Bird Formation on the Vermilion Bird continent had disappeared. He calmly walked onto the Vermilion Bird continent and stood beside Dun Tia. Wang Lin's soul banner, after retrieving the 12 main souls, transformed into a stream of black energy, flying out from Wang Lin's primordial spirit and merging into Dun Tian's body. Joining with the true 10 billion soul banner, Wang Lin's 2 illusory banners had been completely used up. Dun Tia raised his right hand, his eyes flickering, then lowered it again. At this moment, he couldn't kill Qian Feng. He had the Vermilion Bird Formation protecting him. Unless he used his 4th main soul, he couldn't break through the protection of someone carrying the Vermilion Bird Formation. Wang Lin's gaze was calm, as if he hadn't participated in the battle just now. 3 breaths later, the halo around Qian Feng dissipated. His face darkened as he walked out, staring at Wang Lin, his eyes revealing a mixture of shame and anger. But immediately, he suppressed this anger, taking a deep breath, his face regaining its gentle expression, and laughing loudly. Brother Zheng's methods are excellent. I consider this a valuable lesson. You're too kind, Wang Lin said calmly, his gaze sweeping over the forest not far away. He sighed softly, his body moving slightly, turning and leaving the place, flying towards the soul refining sect. Dun Tia laughed heartily after glancing at Qian Feng. He casually looked at the forest not far away, then chased after Wang Lin, the two disappearing into the horizon. Anger flared in Qian Feng's eyes. He stared in the direction Wang Lin had disappeared, clenched his fists, and shouted, "Hong Dai, come out!" A figure emerged from the edge of the forest. This woman wore a pink dress, possessed breathtaking beauty, and had an alluring demeanor, but her eyes revealed a dull and vacant look, making her appear like a soulless wooden puppet. After Hong Dai approached Qian Feng, he abruptly turned his head, raising his right hand and pointing it at the center of Hong Dai's eyebrow. Immediately, Hong Dai's body trembled, her face turned even paler, and her life force drained away rapidly. In contrast, Qian Feng's complexion grew increasingly rosy, and the injuries caused by the self-explosion of his soul quickly healed, instantly restoring him to normal. He withdrew his finger, looking at the wound on his fingertip inflicted by Wang Lin's immortal sword, a trace of blood still oozing out. "Lick it clean." Qian Feng placed his finger to Hong Dai's mouth. Hong Dai opened her small mouth, taking Qian Feng's finger inside and gently licking it with her tongue. Qian Feng didn't even glance at Hong Dai, but continued to stare in the direction where Wang Lin had disappeared, muttering, "Wang Lin, you dared to injure me, you're dead for sure. My master is old and a bit senile. How could he possibly send my junior sister to collect your Dao heart? Your realm is mine, and my junior sister's realm is also mine. No one can change this, not even my master's realm. If I could, I would devour it. This soul banner of Zheng Niu is too powerful." Even the old villain Dun Tiao was foolish. He didn't offer this treasure to the Vermilion Bird Kingdom but instead gave it to Zheng Niu. However, this soul banner has caught my master's attention. My master is determined to obtain this banner. I want to see how long you can hold onto it. Wang Lin and Dun Tia flew at an extremely fast speed back to the soul refining sect. The soul refining sect was no different from the months before they left. After returning to the soul refining sect, Dun Tia didn't rest but immediately led Wang Lin into the forbidden area behind the mountain. Here, Dun Tia handed Wang Lin a storage bag, looked at Wang Lin, and said in a low voice, "Rest assured and go into seclusion. Strive to reach the day of the transformation, with me protecting you. As long as I am still alive, I will not let anyone disturb you." Wang Lin looked at Dun Tia, and after a while, lowered his voice and said, "Thank you." Dun Tia laughed heartily, waved his hand and said, "No need to thank me, just remember what you promised me." Wang Lin took a deep breath and said seriously, "Senior, rest assured." Duntia nodded, his body moved slightly, and he disappeared from the cave inside the Forbidden's area. When he reappeared, he was outside the cave. He sat down cross-legged, his divine consciousness spread out, and he quietly guarded. In front of him, the 10 billion soul banner fluttered silently. This Zhang Niu is truly decisive, making a million souls self-destruct. Fortunately, he only held the branch banner. All the others were transformed from the main banner. Although it's said that a million souls self-destructed, the main body within hasn't perished, it's merely weakened. Otherwise, I would be heartbroken beyond measure. Duntia gazed at the banner, his eyes filled with nostalgia. His gaze wasn't like that of someone treating a magical artifact, but rather as if it were an elder. The ancestors of the soul refining sect, Duntia, I am nearing the end of my life and wish to meet you all. A hint of melancholy flickered in Duntian's eyes as he spoke softly. He pointed his right hand at the 10 billion soul banner, and immediately a transformed main soul flew out. This main soul had a benevolent face, appearing to possess the air of an immortal. Duntia looked at this main soul, sighed softly, and muttered, "Senior brother, I don't know if giving the soul banner to Zhang Niu was the right or wrong decision. However, with the immortal tribe attacking now, the soul refining sect will likely struggle to survive. Zhang Niu will surely leave the Vermilion Bird Star in the future. At that time, I hope he will leave a trace of our sect's bloodline in other cultivation planets. Perhaps this is the true meaning behind your divination. A person lives a lifetime, not seeking to live long with heaven and earth, but seeking to die in this way. The ancestors of our soul refining sect have all disregarded the privileges of reincarnation, willingly becoming the master soul. Naturally, Duntia, will not be inferior to you. Senior brother, wait for me. We will meet soon." Duntian's eyes flickered as he looked at the gentle face of the master soul and lowered his voice. Wang Lin sat cross-legged in the cave within the Forbidden's area, holding the storage bag left behind by Duntia. His divine consciousness swept through it, and his expression immediately turned strange. Along the way, although he knew Duntia had plundered a lot of immortal jade, he had never seen it firsthand. Previously, the immortal jade handed over by various sects was directly collected by Duntia into his storage bag. Now that he saw it, he couldn't help but feel shocked. The immortal jade in this small storage bag is 100 times more than the immortal jade the first obtained in the immortal realm. No wonder the soul refining sect has produced so many nascent soul cultivators in the past tens of thousands of years. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and the storage bag in his hand trembled, instantly scattering a large amount of immortal jade in all directions. In an instant, the cave was enveloped in an extremely dense immortal aura. This was merely a portion of what was inside this storage bag. Wang Lin put away the storage bag, immediately closed his eyes, and began to absorb the energy. Immortal power was frantically drawn into his body, and spiritual power was continuously forced to condense in his dantian. This process, Wang Lin had struggled with many times before. Now, absorbing immortal power, he easily began the process of the nascent soul transformation. As a large amount of immortal power merged in, the spiritual power in his dantian became increasingly condensed, eventually forming a fist-sized spiritual sphere. This spiritual sphere was somewhat similar to a cultivator's golden core, but in reality, the difference was like heaven and earth. 3 days later, all the immortal jade surrounding Wang Lin's body turned gray, with many cracks appearing on its surface, shattering into many pieces. Wang Lin didn't stop, but patted the storage bag again, and immediately a large amount of immortal jade fell in all directions. Immortal power was absorbed without interruption, surging forcefully into Wang Lin's body, flowing through his meridians, simultaneously compressing and condensing his spiritual power, and transforming his flesh, blood, meridians, and bones. The first step of the transformation is to completely change the cultivator's body, erasing their mortal roots and acquiring an immortal body suitable for channeling immortal power. In fact, before the collapse of the immortal realm, cultivators who flew into it didn't need to absorb immortal jade like Wang Lin is now. They only needed to soak in the spirit cleansing pool for a few months to cleanse their mortal roots and obtain an immortal body. But now, the immortal realm has been destroyed, and the spirit cleansing pool has disappeared. Currently, cultivators undergoing this transformation process all need a large amount of immortal jade to gradually erase their mortal roots. After the physical body is stripped of its mortal roots, the first step of the nascent soul transformation is considered complete. The second step is the solidification of the primordial spirit, transforming from an illusory form into a tangible entity. Although it cannot replace the physical body, the solidified primordial spirit is infinitely more powerful than before, possessing greater self-protective abilities. In a way, the nascent soul is like a child. The primordial spirit is like a child growing into a teenager. Nascent soul transformation, however, is a miraculous metamorphosis. The child completely transforms into a mature adult, wielding weapons far beyond the capabilities of the nascent soul. Sejunan's nascent soul is enormous, a manifestation of the nascent soul transformation stage. Even those in the peak-seeking stage only possess such a large nascent soul. Only by breaking through to the peak-seeking stage and reaching another level can such a transformation occur. However, the distance to that level is too great for Wang Lin. As time passed, Wang Lin had absorbed more than half of the immortal jade in his storage bag. Around him lay piles of shattered immortal jade fragments. The spiritual power, compressed in his dantian, suddenly shattered with a crackling sound. From the shattered fragments emerged a colossal suction force, almost instantly drawing in all the immortal power Wang Lin had absorbed into his body. At this moment, even the immortal jade fragments that Wang Lin had just taken out shattered in an instant. The immortal power frantically merged, being sucked into the crack within Wang Lin's body. Gradually, the spiritual sphere formed from the condensed spiritual power slowly changed color. From its initial green, it now slowly revealed a golden hue. Wang Lin's mind remained clear. He observed the changes within his body, his heart unmoved, as if he were looking at another person. In a moment, after all the immortal power was absorbed by the crack, the spiritual sphere completely changed color, turning golden. At this moment, if it were removed from his body, an ordinary person would be unable to discern any difference between it and a golden core. Just then, the golden sphere suddenly vibrated, and cracks appeared on its surface. Finally, with a loud bang, an explosion resounded inside Wang Lin's body. The golden sphere shattered, and a massive amount of immortal power surged out. His primordial spirit was immediately attacked by this immortal power, being flung 3 feet out of his body. As it was about to return to his body, a powerful force appeared, preventing its re-entry. Wang Lin's primordial spirit hovered in the air above his body, looking down, able to see all the changes happening within him at a glance. But at this moment, his body shattered along with the golden sphere. All the meridians in his body were struck by the immortal power, completely crushed. His body was now like an empty barrel, devoid only of immortal power inside. At this moment, all the hairs on his skin stood on end, and strands of spiritual power emerged, swirling around his body. A feeling of being surrounded by immortal energy immediately appeared. In an instant, the immortal power emerged from the standing hairs, entering his body through his mouth, nose, and 7 orifices, thus forming a cyclical process. Gradually, Wang Lin's body became transparent like glass. The clothes on his body seemed to dissolve, slowly disappearing, leaving only 2 storage pouches on his body. Inside his body, the immortal power slowly condensed into meridians. All the meridians were completely made of immortal power, naturally suitable for the flow of immortal power. On his body, his flesh and blood also transformed accordingly, containing a little immortal power within. At this moment, his entire being resembled that of an immortal. This transformation process lasted an unknown amount of time. During this time, Wang Lin's primordial spirit remained suspended above his body. He tried countless times to enter his body, but was always blocked from the outside, as if this body did not belong to him and could not be integrated. One day, his body emitted a strange, extremely alluring fragrance, like a spiritual treasure being unearthed. This fragrance permeated the cave, spreading outwards. Duntia, sitting outside the cave, suddenly opened his eyes, a look of admiration in them, muttering, "The first step of the transformation of the spirit, the condensation of the body, is complete. Next is the second step, the condensation of the primordial spirit." He clasped his hands together, and immediately a stream of black energy flashed out in all directions, enveloping the cave and forming a barrier, preventing the fragrance from spreading. After a nascent soul cultivator completes the first stage, this fragrance will attract several demonic beasts to harm them, along with the soul summoning ritual to possess their body. However, our soul refining sect has manipulated souls for generations. If these soul summoning rituals don't come, so be it. As soon as they arrive, they will be absorbed by the soul suppressing banner, serving as nourishment. As for the demonic beasts, I'm not afraid. With the soul-refining sex mountain protection formation blocking the outside, no demonic beast in the entire Vermilion Bird Star has yet been found that can repel me. The nascent soul stage is an extremely perilous hurdle. For Wang Lin, with the heaven-concealing guardian, there's naturally nothing to worry about. But for rogue cultivators or sex-lacking manpower, it's extremely deadly. During the nascent soul transformation, the cultivator's entire body is completely defenseless, especially when the primordial spirit is attacked and expelled from the body, leaving the body entirely empty. If some souls try to harm it, they will seize this opportunity to possess or devour the body. There are even demonic beasts who are very interested in these newly transformed bodies. In their eyes, these bodies are treasures of heaven and earth. Devouring them will increase their divine power. If the primordial spirit returns to the body after the spiritual power within that body begins to activate, it will no longer be effective against these demonic beasts. Inside the cave, Wang Lin's primordial spirit suddenly grabbed something. The storage bag on the ground immediately opened, and a large amount of immortal jade flew out, scattering in all directions. Powerful waves of immortal power appeared. At this moment, the immortal power was no longer absorbed by the body but instead condensed around the primordial spirit, permeating it. An overwhelming sense of comfort surged through Wang Lin's body and mind. He could feel the spiritual power merging with it. His primordial spirit gradually grew larger and more solid. At this moment, Wang Lin completely understood. He knew that after his primordial spirit was completely solidified, it would merge with his body, and then the soul transformation would be successful. The process of solidifying the primordial spirit was relatively long. Outside the cave, Dan Tian's eyes flickered, and with a wave of his right hand, a purple gold maned soul flew out from the soul banner. He then grabbed the entire body of the wandering soul, which was emitting a thick black mist, and gathered it back into the soul banner. This is already the 19th, all just a few nascent souls. It's a pity no soul transformation souls have appeared, otherwise there would be one more main soul in the soul banner. Dan Tian muttered to himself. Just then, a stream of purple gold energy suddenly flashed from afar and flew towards him. The mountain protection formation offered no resistance to this energy, allowing it to directly penetrate and enter the cave. Dan Tian's eyes lit up, and he laughed heartily. He had already controlled the mountain protection formation, preventing the soul from entering, which is why this soul was able to fly in so easily. Excellent! Dan Tian's eyes gleamed with brilliance. He moved slightly, rising from the ground, and flicked his right hand towards the attacking purple gold soul. The purple gold soul flashed and disappeared, dodging Dan Tian's hand and heading towards the cave. Seeing the soul about to enter the immortal cave, Dan Tian's eyes flickered, and he took a step to the side. In an instant, he stood in front of the soul, smiling. Unfortunately, you haven't reached the transformation realm yet. You're cornered, you can't escape. After saying that, he made a hand gesture with his right hand and pointed forward. Immediately, a huge whirlwind appeared in front of him. Soul-shattering one. Whirlwind. Dan Tian shouted loudly. The soul cried out loudly and quickly retreated. But Dan Tian was one step faster than it, shouting, absorb. A huge suction force appeared from within the whirlwind. Immediately, the purple gold soul was uncontrollably sucked into the whirlwind. Dan Tian smiled, but at this moment, the mountain protection formation of the soul refining sect suddenly let out a huge explosion. The entire formation instantly shattered into pieces and completely collapsed. This earth-shattering sound immediately spread throughout the entire soul refining sect. 3 mountains within the sect also shook violently at this moment, and countless rocks fell down. The mountainside cracked with a loud creaking sound, and the disciples inside were all terrified. At this moment, a figure clad in a fiery red robe appeared in the air above. This figure radiated an unimaginably powerful aura. The heavens and earth changed color, and only this figure remained. Vermilion Bird Sun. Dan Tian's expression was extremely grim. He had no time to toy with that soul anymore, and raised his right hand. The 10 billion soul banner in his hand trembled, instantly capturing the soul. Dan Tian. Vermilion Bird Sun, wearing a fiery red robe, his hair fluttering in the windless air, appeared. Although his body looked somewhat aged, his eyes shone like torches, and his entire being exuded an air of majesty. He stood there casually, the entire world dimming and losing its color. All the light shone upon his red robe, further enhancing the arrogant and powerful aura of Vermilion Bird Sun. Not a trace of spiritual power could be felt within him, not even a hint of immortal power. But facing this person, even a cultivator at the early stage of the nascent soul realm would have to flee, and even a veteran at the middle stage of the nascent soul realm would involuntarily retreat. He is the only late-stage nascent soul realm expert currently in the Vermilion Bird Star. He is the leader of the Vermilion Bird Star. Back then, our Vermilion Bird Kingdom and your soul refining sect made a promise to each other. This 10 billion venerable soul banner, when the Vermilion Bird Kingdom faced danger, your soul refining sect had to lend it to us. Today, I have come to borrow this banner. Vermilion Bird Sun said calmly and slowly. Nonsense! Dantia took a deep breath, gripped the 10 billion venerable soul banner tightly, glared at Vermilion Bird Sun, and shouted. I've never heard of any promise between my soul refining sect and your Vermilion Bird Kingdom. Vermilion Bird Old Villain, if you want to steal it, just come and take it directly. Don't resort to such disgusting tricks. Jukwezi glanced at Dantia, shook his head slightly and sighed. This matter was decided by the first Jukwezi and the founder of your soul refining sect. You wouldn't know about it, but I did indeed learn about it from the ancient texts. Today, I'm not trying to seize it, but to borrow it. Having said that, he extended his hand forward. Immediately, the ground changed color, and streaks of red light suddenly converged from all directions, transforming into a huge fiery hand, reaching towards Dantia. Old villain! Dantia roared, his 10 billion soul banner trembling. Immediately, the banner fluttered, and Dantia unhesitatingly unleashed all 10 million soul banners. Except for the fourth main soul, the remaining 35 main souls also quickly rushed out. The entire 100-mile radius was covered by black soul fragments, filled with mournful roars and screams. The combined sound of 10 million souls, male and female, old and young, was several times more powerful than any sound wave from any magical artifact. A thunderous roar echoed for hundreds of miles, causing cracks to appear and several mountain ranges to collapse and scatter. Among those 10 million souls, except for the fourth main soul, the remaining 35 main souls all had ferocious expressions. They charged forward, tearing the fiery hand created by the Vermilion Bird's divine technique into tiny pieces, then scattering in all directions, glaring menacingly at the Vermilion Bird. Dantia, if you continue to be so foolish, I will have no choice but to teach you a lesson on behalf of the ancestors of the soul refining sect. I said I was borrowing the 10 billion venerable soul banner, and I will definitely return it to you. The Vermilion Bird glanced at the roaring souls all around, understanding the effect of the 10 billion venerable soul banner. His pupils narrowed slightly as he calmly said, Borrow. How long do you intend to borrow it? Dantia laughed loudly, his eyes filled with mockery. Jukwezi calmly said, Lend it to my GQ kingdom for 10,000 years, and I will return it to you after 10,000 years. GQ old villain, my soul refining sect has an ancestral precept. The banner is on the person. Whoever wants to take it can do so. Dantian's eyes flashed with cold light. His hands formed a hand seal, and he pointed forward. Condense. Immediately, the 10 million soul banners surrounding him instantly contracted wildly, splitting and condensing into 35 main souls. Immediately afterward, these 35 main souls merged together. Jukwezi's eyes flickered. He could not allow this merging to continue. He grabbed the void with his right hand, and a red feather appeared in his hand. He held the feather forward, and it immediately burst into flames, emitting a dark light. Jukyu Sacred Fire. Jukwezi's voice came from his mouth. Instantly, the burning feather trembled, then shattered with a crackling sound. An extremely fierce flame, centered on the feather, spread wildly in all directions, instantly engulfing an area of 100 miles. Everything within 100 miles that was touched by the flame instantly vanished, including Wang Lin. Vermilion Bird Fire Dantian's face was extremely grim. Around his body, 3 ancient jade slips circled, emitting gentle light, barely managing to prevent the flames from penetrating. Dantia, heaven has the virtue of cherishing life. I originally didn't want to intervene. All of this is your own doing. You reap what you sow. You can't blame me. Vermilion Bird Master said calmly and slowly. Dantia took a deep breath, bit his tongue, spat out a large mouthful of blood, crossed his legs, and chanted, Soul, escape. Dantia wasn't his real name, but merely a Taoist title bestowed upon him by his master. The reason it contained the word done was because, as he had told Wang Lin earlier, each person wielding the 10 billion Venerable Soul banner had a different method of using it, and his method was done. The bodies of these 35 main souls instantly flashed with a green light. As the green light flashed, the 35 main souls instantly vanished from their positions, unexpectedly emerging from the intensely hot Vermilion Bird sacred fire and appearing before Dun Tia. Ah! Vermilion Bird Sun's eyes widened in surprise. Enter! Dun Tia spat out another mouthful of fresh blood onto the body of a main soul. Immediately, this main soul trembled, and in an instant, the remaining 34 main souls merged into his body. In a flash, an aura powerful enough to resist Vermilion Bird Sun suddenly appeared. At this moment, the air seemed to be torn in two. On the left, crimson flames filled the sky, representing the Vermilion Bird Sun. On the right, black energy shattered the void, representing 35 main souls, 10 million souls converging to form a late-stage peak-level soul. Upon manifesting, this soul immediately swung its right hand down to the ground, sweeping away the raging flames within 100 miles, pushing everything to the left. In the air as well as on the ground, the black and red were distinctly visible. The pupils in the Vermilion Bird Sun's eyes narrowed slightly, his expression somewhat grim. He stared intently at the late-stage peak-level soul and slowly said, "Not bad." The soul banner possessing this ability can be called a treasure of our Vermilion Bird Star. Dun Tian's face turned pale. His lifespan was only a little over a year. Using the soul banner's great fusion technique at this moment, his body was naturally like a lamp running out of oil. A cold glint appeared in his eyes as he lowered his voice. "Kill him." The soul of the late-stage nascent soul cultivator stirred slightly, his right hand swung forward, and a sudden bolt of lightning struck the air. Clouds hundreds of miles above instantly gathered, transforming into a human form in an instant. This body was formed from clouds, but it didn't look like an ordinary person. The nascent soul cultivator stomped his foot, immediately merging with the cloud-like figure. In an instant, the cloud-like figure opened its eyes, its deep gaze fixed on Juquezi, transforming clouds into a physical form, indeed a technique of a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. However, it's only a fusion. Let's see how long you can maintain this. Juquezi's expression turned grim. He then pressed his right hand into the void. Immediately, a red light flashed, and a small, palm-sized red sword appeared before him. As soon as the sword appeared, the flames on the ground seemed to be drawn up, rising from the earth and merging into the sword. The name of this sword is so ancient that no one knows it. After the first Vermilion Bird Sun obtained it, it was given the name Vermilion Bird Sword. After saying this, the Vermilion Bird Sun pointed his right hand at the sword. The sword immediately transformed into a crimson light, emanating a massive surge of immortal power. This sword was remarkably similar to a true immortal sword. This sword was a divine treasure. The man in the cloud's eyes flashed, and he swung his right hand. Instantly, his entire right arm detached from his body. Before him, it transformed into a white flying sword. This sword was identical in size, shape, and color to the Vermilion Bird Sword. Even the sword emitted a similarly immense surge of immortal power. He pointed it, and the small white sword immediately roared out. The two swords, one white and one red, collided like shooting stars. Hearing the rumbling sounds, the white flying sword was naturally no match, retreating several steps. However, the Vermilion Bird Sword was also attacked by the immortal power emanating from the white sword, slowing its speed. The cloud-like figure stared at Vermilion Bird Sun, a smile playing on his lips. His body moved slightly, and in an instant, his entire body shattered, transforming into 8 flying swords identical to the small sword from before, each emitting immense streams of immortal power. With a slight movement, the 8 flying swords suddenly shot out, 3 piercing the Vermilion Bird Sword, while the remaining 5, like lightning, lunged towards Vermilion Bird Sun. Vermilion Bird Sun's face turned grim. He retreated several meters, patted his storage bag, and immediately took out several red gourds. Muttering something under his breath, he quickly shouted, "Capture!" The 5 flying swords were instantly enveloped by a powerful force, all drawn towards the newly appeared gourds, and in an instant, were sucked inside. Juquezi's eyes flashed, and he was about to take out the gourd to collect the remaining 4 flying swords. But at this moment, a series of cracking sounds emanated from the gourd, and suddenly a deafening roar spread out. With a bang, the gourd shattered, and the 5 flying swords, impenetrable to anything, immediately shot out, without hesitation, stabbing towards Juquezi. At the same time, the 4 flying swords that were fighting Juquezi's sword, as if summoned, immediately abandoned Juquezi's sword and frantically flashed forward to attack. Juquezi's face changed drastically, and he retreated. It wasn't that he was no match for them, but the attack of the soul-seeking spirit transformed from the soul banner was filled with death. In a life-or-death battle, although he could easily win, he couldn't avoid being injured. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't matter, but today his lifespan was running low, and any injury would certainly shorten it. Another crucial matter was that the Vermilion Bird Kingdom and the Immortal Tribe were engaged in their second war. If he were injured at that time, he would undoubtedly be doomed forever. He wanted to retreat, but the 9 flying swords, formed from cloud-like figures, moved like lightning, instantly advancing. Vermilion Bird's eyes darkened, and he formed a strange hand seal in the space in front of him. As soon as the seal appeared, a colossal aura enveloped Vermilion Bird's entire body. At this moment, the flying swords had arrived. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded throughout the entire Vermilion Bird continent. Vermilion Bird's body recoiled like a shooting star. The hand seal in front of him collapsed and dissipated. Although he was unharmed, his face turned pale and his previous carefree demeanor vanished. The 9 flying swords disappeared, transforming into countless souls filling the heavens and earth. Seeing the scene unfold, Duntia said bitterly, "The Vermilion Bird Mysterious Seal." The Vermilion Bird Mysterious Seal. Only successive generations of Vermilion Bird Sons can learn this divine technique. This technique is not achieved through cultivation, but rather each generation of Vermilion Bird Sons comprehends it from the relics of the first Vermilion Bird Son in the tomb of the first Vermilion Bird Son. This seal was not created by the first Vermilion Bird Son, but is a divine technique bestowed by the Cultivation Alliance after becoming a 6th-level cultivation nation. Cultivating this Vermilion Bird Mysterious Seal will not enhance one's abilities, but this technique possesses an unbelievably profound and mysterious power. There are only 2 seals, one for offense and one for defense. If used for offense, nothing is unbreakable. If used for defense, it is even stronger than a Vermilion Bird formation enveloping a person. This seal is of unknown origin, created by some unknown method employed by the Cultivation Alliance. Among cultivators of level 6 and above, only 1 person per generation can possess it. Unless that person dies, absolutely no second person can learn it. Even previous generations of Vermilion Bird disciples, after succeeding in possessing the seal, would lose its divine power. It is rumored that Vermilion Bird disciples using this seal will suffer a certain amount of damage, but only those who cultivate the seal know the exact extent. The Vermilion Bird disciple just used a defensive seal. As the clouds dispersed, Duntion's face turned pale as he stared at Vermilion Bird disciple, suddenly bursting into laughter and saying, "My lifespan is nearing its end. To see you in such a predicament is truly satisfying." Vermilion Bird disciple's face turned grim, and his breathing became labored. Unless absolutely necessary, he truly didn't want to use the Vermilion Bird Mystic Seal, especially the offensive seal technique. He needed to maintain his best physical condition to face the Immortal Tribe. Duntia, your soul refining sect is a branch of my Vermilion Bird sect many years ago. The ancestors of the soul refining sect and the first Vermilion Bird Son fought together against the Immortal Tribe. Today, why be so foolish? Hand over the soul banner, and I will allow you to rebuild your sect and recruit disciples again. I can even establish a nation for your soul refining sect. Duntion's eyes flickered, and he laughed heartily, saying, "Vermilion Bird old villain, I understand now. You're just afraid of getting hurt, otherwise you wouldn't have been in such a predicament just now. The great war with the Immortal Tribe has already begun. Instead of going to the battlefield to defend, you came here, and you probably won't last long." Vermilion Bird Son raised his eyebrows and coldly said, "Although the 11-leaf ancestor of the Immortal Tribe is strong, I still have a killer move. If I unleash this move, the people of the Immortal Tribe will undoubtedly die. Duntia, I'll ask you one last question. Will you hand over the soul banner?" A cold glint flashed in Duntion's eyes. He took a deep breath and waved his right hand in the air. The 10 billion soul banner in front of him immediately emitted a stream of dark, unpredictable purple gold energy. "Old Vermilion Bird villain, I advise you to leave quickly. Don't force me to use my 4th main soul." Dantian's voice was resolute. Vermilion Bird's face turned grim, but he inwardly sneered. He had come here precisely to wait for the fourth main soul to appear. In fact, his purpose this time was the fourth main soul within the soul banner. Generations of Vermilion Birds had secretly studied the fourth main soul within the soul banner, devising ways to eliminate it. Vermilion Bird was 80% certain of his success, which is why he made this trip. After a moment of silence, Juquezi slowly said, I only know about the power of the fourth main soul through ancient texts. I don't understand much about it yet. Today, I want to take this opportunity to see what kind of divine power the fourth main soul possesses. Dantia gritted his teeth. His left hand pointed to the space between his eyebrows, and he quickly placed a cluster of transparent white light onto the soul banner. In an instant, the soul banner vibrated, and a stream of purple gold energy flew out from it. Humans are divided into 5 elements. The 5 elements in heaven and earth interact with each other, mutually generating and restraining. Those who attain different spiritual roots of the 5 elements can cultivate immortality. A person with intelligence can attain 2. A person with aptitude can attain 3. A person with exceptional talent can attain 4. And to attain 5 is the mark of a perfect person. Of the 5 elements metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, few people attain to parts of a single attribute. Those who attain 3 are even rarer. Those who attain 4 are unheard of. And those who attain 5 are one of a kind. This fourth main soul is a rare individual who can achieve 3 parts of an attribute. While alive, this person didn't display the full power of the attribute, appearing just like an ordinary person, and died at the late stage of the transformation realm. But after being refined by the soul refining sect using a secret method, it became incredibly powerful, capable of threatening even late-stage peak-level cultivators. To subdue this soul requires immense willpower. And furthermore, the moment the cultivation heart is opened is the moment of the end of one's lifespan. This passage from the ancient texts of Vermilion Bird Mountain flashed through Vermilion Bird Sun's mind. Vermilion Bird Sun said in a low voice, 3 gold soul. Duntat chuckled hoarsely, his eyes dim and devoid of light. He had just used his last bit of lifespan as a sacrifice to summon the fourth soul. The fourth soul could not be summoned by ordinary methods. It required sacrificing lifespan to be drawn from the soul banner. As soon as the fourth soul emerged, it flashed with a dazzling purple gold light. Inside that halo was only one object, an object that looked like an ordinary needle. This needle was not large, only about the length of a thumb, and it emitted an extremely sharp aura. This aura was so intense that it far surpassed the aura of the Vermilion Bird Sword. The 3 gold soul was the hardest object in the world. It could penetrate all matter. Moreover, it contained soul energy, capable of damaging the primordial spirit. Dantian's eyes flashed, and he softly said, 4th soul, kill. The purple gold needle suddenly flashed, then disappeared from the spot. Juquezi's expression changed drastically, and he immediately retreated backward, simultaneously waving his right hand. The Juque sword swiftly moved to shield his body. But with a loud bang, the Juque sword trembled, and a pinhole appeared on the blade. At the same time, Juquezi shouted and pointed his right index finger forward. Immediately, the immortal power throughout his body surged out, condensing in all directions, and fiercely shot out from his index finger. With a boom, Juquezi retreated 3 steps. The purple gold energy flashed and then disappeared, its whereabouts unknown, but Juquezi knew that the 4th soul was still around. His expression was grim, and he said in a low voice, the 4th soul is indeed powerful. However, if you reach the early stage of the questioning peak and use the immortal reversal transcendence transformation to activate this 4th soul, making it faster and maximizing its invincible attributes, then I, Juquezi, will immediately turn around and leave. But right now, if you want to use the 4th soul to kill me, this speed isn't enough. Juquezi said these words with a purpose in mind. He wanted to subdue the 4th soul, but not at this moment. After devouring a large amount of souls within the soul banner, the 4th soul would be many times stronger than it is now. It must be said that in terms of strategy, Duntia was no match for Juquezi. The saying intelligence is no match for an emperor is not false. Duntia couldn't anticipate Juquezi's thoughts. This was also quite reasonable, because the 4th soul had been studied and subdued by successive generations of Juquezi. Duntia stared at Juquezi, his right hand repeatedly pointing at the void. Immediately, the souls filling the surroundings suddenly shattered one after another. The shattering of the souls was somewhat strange. If you looked closely, you could see that each flash of purple gold light represented a shattered soul. This process happened extremely quickly, almost instantaneously. A portion of the souls vanished. Gradually, the purple gold light points flashed faster and faster, until finally only a continuous purple gold beam of light could be seen. Countless souls were absorbed, and at this moment, Danta had no time to grieve for them anymore. A glint of light flashed in Jukuzi's eyes, and he was about to advance. Suddenly, he stopped, clapped his right hand forward, and immediately retreated, a small, pinhole-sized wound appearing on his palm. This wound pierced through his entire hand, and a trickle of fresh blood flowed out. At this moment, the souls shattered one by one, and finally, the 10 main souls of the transformation spirit were devoured by the fourth soul. The speed of the purple gold light was unbelievable. Danta was extremely heartbroken. In a short time, 1/3 of 10 million souls had been devoured by the fourth soul. The loss of 10 main souls was an unprecedented loss in 10,000 years. He took a deep breath and shouted, "Fourth soul, stop!" The stream of golden light paused for a moment, emitting a buzzing sound, then suddenly flashed and shot towards Jukwezi. Jukwezi sighed inwardly. His goal was to wait for the fourth soul to absorb all the souls, and then use the methods devised by previous generations of Jukwezi to subdue it. But now, Danta had ordered the fourth soul to stop absorbing, and he couldn't say otherwise his purpose would be exposed. Jukwezi continuously retreated, his hands quickly pointing in front of his body. A series of banging sounds followed as Jukwezi retreated faster and faster. Numerous small, pinhole-like wounds appeared on his body, and fresh blood flowed down. With each pinhole, his complexion worsened, and his breath weakened. However, strange streaks of fresh blood slowly appeared on the body of the fourth soul. A cold glint flashed in Jukwezi's eyes. He potted his storage bag and took out a palm-sized red gourd. He cast a spell on it, saying, "Refine," with that single word. A white flame erupted from the gourd. In an instant, the area within 100 yards became a sea of fire. The temperature of this flame was even hotter than Jukwezi's feathers. Let's see whether your 3 gold soul is sharper or my fire god immortal treasure is more powerful. I want to refine this fourth soul. Within the 100-yard wide sea of fire, the figure of a purple gold light appeared, its color turning crimson, but not yet dissipating. However, a trace of fresh blood from Jukwezi's body silently merged into the fourth soul during this refining process. At this moment, the fourth soul quickly began to move. Gradually, a swirling vortex appeared, blowing a hole through the surrounding sea of fire. "Soul, conceal!" Danta shouted loudly. The golden needle flashed and disappeared, aiming towards Jukuzi. Jukuzi's eyes suddenly flashed, his face showing joy, and he laughed heartily, saying, "Danta, if you don't want to hand over the soul banner, I won't force you. However, I must take this fourth soul." Jukuzi patted his storage bag and took out a handful of black mud. He bit his tongue and spat a mouthful of fresh blood onto the black mud, and immediately a cloud of black smoke rose from it. Jukuzi waved his right hand around the black smoke, guiding it to instantly form a strange symbol. "I am Jukuzi, sacrificing 9/10 of my remaining lifespan to open the heart of cultivation. I want to obtain the instantaneous cessation of intent granted by the Cultivation Alliance." His right hand pointed forward, and immediately the symbol formed from black smoke flashed, flying out and stopping in the air 3 meters in front of Jukwezi at an extremely fast speed before quickly disappearing. In an instant, all living beings within 100 jang radius immediately stopped, not moving a muscle. Where the symbol disappeared, a purple gold light flashed, and the fourth soul appeared. Jukwezi reached out and grabbed it, instantly seizing the fourth soul. At this moment, time passed. Jukwezi stomped his foot, a ferocious expression on his face, and grabbed Danta. Danta sighed inwardly, bitterly turning his head to glance at the Forbidden's cave being consumed by flames ahead, closing his eyes. But just as Jukwezi's hand struck, a sinister laugh echoed from the area in front of Wang Lin's secluded cultivation chamber. "Get the hell out of here!" Jukwezi's face changed drastically, his primordial spirit racked with pain. A look of terror, unlike anything he had ever seen before, appeared in his eyes. In the eastern part of the Vermilion Bird continent, within a continuous black mist, countless members of the Immortal tribe were converging from all directions. At the center of the mist sat numerous members of the Immortal tribe. their legs crossed, chanting eerie incantations and activating the power of the runes within their bodies. These runes emerged from their bodies, gathering together and rotating rapidly in all directions, expanding with each rotation. Every 2 hours, the power of the runes within the immortal tribe members would be depleted, and they would retreat, replaced by another group, with the incantation continuously being performed. After this process continued for several months, a middle-aged man of the immortal tribe, dressed entirely in gray, appeared. His body was almost devoid of any markings or runes, except for a single purple leaf-shaped mark on his left cheek, which occasionally flashed with a purple light. He stood there, gazing thoughtfully at the seated tribesmen. Following him were 3 old men, whose aura was identical to that of the 8-leafed old man who had pursued Wang Lin years ago. 5th ancestor, the time has come. The ancestral spirit tree over there has also been opened by the 4th ancestor, an old man respectfully said. The middle-aged man nodded slightly and said, the ancestral spirit tree was released by the false ancestor who sacrificed his life, using his body to break the 5-sword seal. This time, failure is absolutely unacceptable. The 4 branches of the ancestral spirit tree have surrounded the Vermilion Bird continent. Now, the Vermilion Bird Kingdom is certainly doomed. The old man's eyes showed excitement. The old man remained silent, not saying a word. People from the Yin sect have arrived. The middle-aged man turned and looked into the distance. To the east of the Vermilion Bird continent, a massive coffin, several meters long, was rapidly approaching. 3 people sat on the coffin, all with graying hair, except for the leader, whose cultivation had reached the early stage of the nascent soul realm. The other 2 were at the late stage of the god transformation realm. The 3 people on the coffin flew forward at an extremely fast speed, instantly reaching the edge of the black mist. Several runes immediately flashed within the black mist, and a force of resistance appeared, preventing the coffin from entering. The old man from the early stage of the nascent soul realm of the Yin sect's eyes flashed, and he calmly said, I am an elder of the Yin sect on Vermilion Bird Star, and the 2 behind me are my assistants. I respectfully request that the immortal tribe open the formation. The black runes flashed again, revealing a passage. The large coffin of the Yin sect immediately flew in, stopping in the center of the black mist. The Yin sect elder, who was at the early stage of the transformation realm, jumped down to the ground. In front of him were the middle-aged man and 3 8-leaf spellcasters. Elder Sima, I've been waiting for you for a long time, the middle-aged man said softly. The Yin sect elder chuckled, saying, I encountered some obstacles on the way, so I arrived a little late. Besides delivering this corpse, I also want to inform your immortal tribe of something. The middle-aged man's eyes were calm as he looked at the Yin sect elder, waiting for him to continue. The Vermilion Bird sect's disciple went to the Soul Refining sect and fought a great battle with the heaven-hiding old ghost, preparing to seize the 10 billion soul banner. The Yin sect elder's eyes flashed, half smiling, half serious. The middle-aged man's expression remained unchanged, and he smiled, saying, What was the result? I don't know either. However, according to our understanding of the Vermilion Bird Sun, he absolutely wouldn't do something he wasn't 80% sure of success with. You immortal tribe must be careful. The elder of the Vermilion Bird sect laughed heartily. The middle-aged man's face showed no surprise. He smiled, about to speak, when suddenly his expression changed drastically. He sharply raised his head and looked into the distance towards the Bailuo kingdom in the north of the Vermilion Bird continent. There, he sensed an aura that made him tremble. His primordial spirit ached. This feeling was something the Vermilion Bird Sun had long forgotten. At this moment, he felt as if he had returned to the time before becoming the Vermilion Bird Sun, facing the previous Vermilion Bird Sun, terrified as if facing divine power. Who are you? The Vermilion Bird's arrogance vanished, replaced by a momentary trepidation. She was instantly overwhelmed by the powerful suppression, her expression grave as she spoke. A 7-colored beam of light flashed, and Wang Lin's figure appeared in midair. His long hair fluttered in the windless air, emitting an extremely eerie aura. A dark blue, intensely cold light emanated from his entire body, a chilling energy capable of freezing everything. At this moment, Wang Lin was completely naked, his body translucent and gleaming. His eyes, in particular, no longer clearly distinguished between black and white as before, now held a malevolent energy. Even the malevolent energy in Qian Feng's eyes, though already abundant, was like a firefly compared to the moon, insignificant and negligible. Wang Lin's malevolent energy could only be described with one word: madness. Mad, extremely mad, extraordinarily mad, arrogant, as if considering himself the sole supreme being between heaven and earth, as if disregarding everyone else, a lawless and unrestrained madness. He casually glanced at Juquezi, a glance brighter than lightning. Juquezi trembled. At this moment, he truly felt like he was facing the previous Juquezi from years ago, a heart-shattering feeling. He immediately took several steps back, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead for the first time in countless years, and whispered, You are Wang Lin. No, you are not Wang Lin. Who exactly are you? Juquezi took a deep breath, his eyes revealing a long-hidden fear. I ask you, which generation of Juquezi are you? A haughty voice emanated from Wang Lin's mouth, the tone demanding an answer. Dun Tia stared in astonishment at the scene before him. Looking at Wang Lin, a feeling of utter unfamiliarity arose in his heart. He hadn't known Wang Lin for a short time, yet at a glance, the person before him was definitely not Wang Lin. Wang Lin absolutely did not possess such a terrifying aura, an arrogant, lawless, and unrestrained aura that only old monsters who had cultivated for many years could possess. Juquezi, who had initially decided not to answer, couldn't help but say, the 14th generation Juquezi. Wang Lin remained silent for a moment, then coldly glanced at Juquezi and said, Out of respect for Yi Waiu, I won't kill you today. Get out, Yi Waiu, D. And Tiao was stunned. This name was completely unfamiliar to him. He had never heard of it before. But when Juquezi heard this name, his expression didn't change much. He immediately retreated several meters, and the look of horror on his face, which he couldn't hide, was instantly revealed. Vermilion Bird's breath came in short gasps, as if struck by lightning. His body trembled uncontrollably as he looked at Wang Lin. His eyes were filled not only with shock, but also with immense fear. Yi Waiu, this name was known only to the generations of Vermilion Birds on Vermilion Bird Star. Outsiders absolutely could not know it. Even the ancestors of other sects back then didn't know this person's name, only that his Taoist title was Vermilion Bird. Yi Waiu, that was the name of the first Vermilion Bird. Vermilion Bird looked at the dark blue aura spreading around Wang Lin's body. The names of the generations of Vermilion Birds immediately flashed through his mind, finally focusing on one person. At this moment, Vermilion Bird was extremely frightened. Without hesitation, he immediately bowed respectfully to Wang Lin, bitterly saying, Greetings, ancestor. This junior will leave immediately. After saying that, he hurriedly retreated. Dan Tian's eyes flashed like stars, and he immediately shouted, Leave the fourth soul behind. Juquezi stopped, his eyes showing confusion, and he turned sharply to look at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes showed surprise mixed with reminiscence as he said, Yi Waiu did me a great favor back then. Well, you want this fourth soul because you want to deal with the immortal tribe. I'll lend it to you for 3 years, return it to me after 3 years. Dun Tia panicked, about to speak, but was immediately silenced by Wang Lin's gaze. He saw no trace of Wang Lin's presence in that gaze, only a distant aura, as if to say that if he continued, the other party would unhesitatingly dismiss him. Dun Tian's heart trembled, and he dared not speak further. Juquezi breathed a sigh of relief. If the other party forced him to abandon his fourth soul, he wouldn't know what to choose. He might have fought a battle. If the other party's abilities weren't as extraordinary as the legends claimed, he had a glimmer of confidence. Juquezi clasped his hands together, turned, and left. A look of arrogance flashed in Wang Lin's eyes as he chuckled mockingly. If you've guessed my identity, then you also know my rules. Are you just going to leave like this? Juquezi remained silent, raising his right hand and cutting a line with his left, to fingertips falling off, blood gushing out. He looked at Wang Lin and said, This was due to my carelessness. Are 2 fingers enough? Wang Lin shook his head and arrogantly said, Leave 1 more finger. Juquezi gritted his teeth, cutting off another finger with his left hand. His face turned pale as he glared at Wang Lin. Get out, Wang Lin said calmly. Juquezi didn't look back and quickly left, instantly transforming into a rainbow and disappearing into the sky. 10,000 miles away, Juquezi clenched his teeth and roared into the air. Second Juquezi, why is he still alive? Why is he still on GQ Star? That year, the third Vermilion Bird Master plotted to send a cultivator from another realm to kill him. but unexpectedly, this person was still alive. After roaring incessantly all the way to the Vermilion Bird Kingdom, his body suddenly stopped, and he turned his head to look towards the Bilio Kingdom. The anger on his face subsided, replaced by suspicion. No, if the second Vermilion Bird's character is as described in the ancient texts, he absolutely wouldn't show me any mercy. Or perhaps this person has just awakened, and what he said just now was merely a show of force. The Vermilion Bird remained silent for a moment, his expression gloomy and uncertain, finally sighing inwardly. He truly lacked the courage to turn back and test whether the other party was real or fake. He stomped his foot, and a loud bang echoed in the air, a huge crack appearing. The Vermilion Bird stared menacingly towards the Bilio Kingdom. The second Vermilion Bird, the Vermilion Bird's body flashed, and he flew towards Vermilion Bird Mountain. Inside the soul refining sect in Bilio Kingdom, Wang Lin's figure, after noticing that Juquezi had gone far away, flashed and fell from the air. Dun Tia was shocked and immediately rushed to support Wang Lin. At this moment, Wang Lin's face was pale, his eyes were closed, and his face showed an expression of pain. Dun Tia looked closely several times, and suddenly his expression changed drastically, and he exclaimed, "Possession." Without hesitation, he gritted his teeth and raised his right hand to point at Wang Lin's forehead, helping him resist the possession force. But just as his right hand touched, Wang Lin opened his eyes clear and black, without a trace of the arrogance he had before. "Senior, stop," Wang Lin said weakly. Dun Tia stared at Wang Lin and said in a low voice, "What exactly happened?" "You little brat, you're so reckless. You don't know the difference between right and wrong. If it were my old personality, I could have killed you with one blow. Don't think you're about to die. I can still let you taste the flavor of your lifespan being slowly drained away." An arrogant voice emanated from between Wang Lin's eyebrows. Immediately afterward, a burst of green energy flashed from Wang Lin's forehead, transforming into the figure of a tall man. This middle-aged man had a large face and an unusually muscular build. As soon as he appeared, a powerful and immense aura surged forth. The sky rumbled and changed color. Under the attack of this aura, clusters of clouds condensed, flashing with lightning, and raindrops began to fall from the sky. The middle-aged man looked up at the sky and shouted, "Get the hell out of here! No rain!" With a single shout, the clouds in the sky instantly dissipated, and the raindrops were swept away, not a single drop falling to the ground. Dun Tian's body trembled, staring blankly at the scene before him, speechless. Wang Lin gave a wry smile and quickly coughed. Just before the Vermilion Phoenix fire arrived, his primordial spirit had returned to his body, and his transformation was complete. However, he couldn't participate in the battle between Vermilion Phoenix, Sun, and Dun Tia. The Vermilion Phoenix fire had penetrated the heaven-defying pearl, causing Sichu Nan to awaken. But Sichu Nan, having just awakened, lacked any imposing aura and was actually very weak. The two didn't even have much time to chat. Sichu Nan, noticing the scene outside, entered Wang Lin's body and chased Vermilion Phoenix, Sun away. It must be said that Sichu Nan deliberately feigned immense power. When he forced Vermilion Phoenix Sun to cut off his finger, Wang Lin felt extremely tense. But Sichu Nan showed no worrying whatsoever, remaining arrogant and defiant. Wang Lin then asked him why he forced Vermilion Phoenix Sun to cut off his finger, wondering if he wasn't afraid of retaliation. Sichu Nan replied, "Because I am Sichu Nan. Just now, that little brat almost ruined my grand plan. What's this about wanting the fourth soul? If that little sparrow one had seen any clue, wouldn't I have just woken up and fallen asleep again today? 1. Sparrow is a bird. As for the fourth soul, if I get my body and restore my abilities, I'll directly attack Vermilion Bird Mountain and steal it back." Sichu Nan glared at Dun Tia. Dun Tia had been cultivating for over 1,000 years and hadn't been called a little brat. At this moment, he just smiled bitterly and said, "Senior, you are?" Sichu Nan raised his head and said proudly, "Wang Lin, tell this little brat for me who I am." Wang Lin smiled bitterly, looked at Dun Tia, and said, "He is Sichu Nan." Sichu Nan! Dun Tia thought for a long time, but couldn't think of any expert named Sichu Nan. The second Vermilion Bird Son. Wang Lin said again. Dun Tian's body trembled, his feet stumbling back a few steps, his eyes showing extreme fear and disbelief. He immediately understood why the Vermilion Bird Son had been intimidated and driven away by this person. The second Vermilion Bird son's reputation was too great. In some aspects, he was even absolutely superior, rarely seen among all generations of Vermilion Bird sons. Duntia took a deep breath, bowed deeply to Sichuan, and respectfully said, Junior Duntia, the soul refining sect greets Senior. Sichuan nodded and said, seeing you protecting Wang Lin and bringing out the 10 billion venerable soul banner, I promise you, if there is an opportunity, I will definitely help you restore the soul refining sect once again. Sichuan's eyes showed a look of reminiscence. This memory was extremely clear. He thought of his good friend from the soul refining sect back then. If it weren't for this friend's assistance in the war against those foreign cultivators, he feared he wouldn't even have had a chance to hide in the heaven-defying space. Dun Tia smiled. He had dedicated himself entirely to the soul refining sect throughout his life, never abandoning it. Therefore, as his lifespan neared its end, he didn't consider the consequences, befriending Wang Lin and placing high hopes on him. Dun Tian's goal was to leave behind some legacy for the soul refining sect. When Zhu Kuezi arrived, Dun Tia had almost despaired, but things had taken an unexpected turn, his joys and sorrows changing in an instant. Now, with the second Zhu Kuezi personally agreeing to help rebuild the soul refining sect, Dun Tia felt content. A smile played on his lips as he sat cross-legged on the ground, slowly closing his eyes. Senior brother, your divination has come true. I, Dun Tia, can smile upon meeting you again, upon meeting my master, and upon meeting our ancestors. I, Dun Tia, I am not a sinner of the soul refining sect. I have found a new hope for the soul refining sect. I can see the future of the soul refining sect becoming a powerful 6-tier cultivation nation, and my name, Dun Tia, will be deeply etched in the history of the soul refining sect. Master, I have fulfilled your wish. In this life, I, Dun Tia, willingly sacrifice my consciousness, becoming a soul within the soul banner, carrying you to the afterlife. On a rainy night on the road, robbery and murder occurred, and a frail young man wept in the rain. A sigh echoed, and an old man appeared in the pouring rain. He gently stroked the young man's head, smiled kindly, and said only one sentence, Will you agree to follow me? In the soul refining sect, this young man grew up. He possessed exceptional intelligence, and among the disciples, he strived to showcase his talents, all because of a single sentence from that year. To follow in the old man's footsteps, he cultivated with extreme hardship and speed. Day after day, year after year, he diligently cultivated, comprehending the heavenly Tao and reaching the transformation God realm. He then became the old man's disciple, receiving the Taoist name Dun Tia, and was kept by his side. Time passed like a song, and every person has a final chapter. Before his master's soul entered the soul refining banner, he swore an oath to dedicate his life to protecting the soul refining sect. All because of a single sentence from his youth. Do you agree to follow me? Master, your disciple is here. Dun Tia smiled, closed his eyes, and the last glimmer of light slowly faded as he passed away. A stream of purple gold energy emerged from between his eyebrows. Suddenly, the soul refining banner appeared in the air, trembling slightly, and the stream of purple gold energy entered the banner, disappearing without a trace. Although the soul banner had lost a third of its soul and 10 main souls, it was still the soul banner. This 3-Zhanglong banner was the symbol of the orthodox soul refining sect. It seemed to possess sentience, flying towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin raised his right hand to grasp the soul banner, watching in astonishment as Dun Tia smiled and departed, his heart filled with complex emotions and sorrow. He silently knelt on the ground and bowed 3 times. Senior, though we are not master and disciple, you have been like one to me. I will never forget this in my lifetime. Wang Lin's eyes showed even more sorrow. To be precise, the time he spent with Dun Tia was not long, but Dun Tian's kindness was deeply etched in his heart. Vermilion Bird, regarding your destruction of the soul refining sect, I, Wang Lin, will one day return to find you. Wang Lin raised his head, looking towards the Vermilion Bird Kingdom, his eyes flashing with cold light. Meeting this person is your destiny. He deserves to be remembered in your heart. Sichuan sighed softly, his tone not arrogant but tinged with reminiscence. As he thought of his good friend from back then, what are your plans? Wang Lin remained silent for a moment, then looked at Sichuan. Sichuan's eyes flashed, his arrogant expression reappearing, and he said, of course, I'll find a body that matches my spiritual root. After recovering my abilities, I will find those people from back then and kill them one by one. If they are already dead, I will vent my anger on their descendants. Sejunan's character had always been like this. In the past, he had constantly instilled in Wang Lin such almost demonic ideas. In fact, Wang Lin's rampant killing was largely due to Sejunan's teachings. Wang Lin nodded and said, "The heaven-defying pearl has merged with my consciousness." It cannot be taken out before Wang Lin could speak. Sichunan glared and shouted, "Nonsense! Do you think I need that broken pearl? That very pearl has caused me so much trouble. Even if you give it to me, I don't need it." Wang Lin looked at Sichunan and lowered his voice, saying, "Sichunan, what?" Sichunan blinked slightly. "Thank you." Sichunan remained silent. In fact, for the past few years, he had guessed that the heaven-defying pearl was a treasure of heaven and earth, perhaps even a transcendent, immortal treasure. He was a stubborn and arrogant person, but he also valued gratitude greatly. Back then, the first Vermilion Bird Sun had shown him kindness, so he gave up the opportunity to leave and stayed to protect the Vermilion Bird Star. Wang Lin and he had a rather complicated relationship. However, the more complicated it was, the closer and more inseparable their bond became. In Sichunan's eyes, he had practically watched Wang Lin grow up. Wang Lin was like his disciple. Therefore, he didn't need the heaven-defying pearl. Sichunan snorted softly, turned his head, and said, "If you want to thank me, find me a body. You don't need to rush. Let me see if this Vermilion Bird Star currently has a suitable body for me. Although I can't fight now, my divine abilities are still intact. Finding a suitable body is as easy as pie." After saying this, Sejunan's eyes flashed with brilliance as he swept his divine consciousness across the area. Vermilion Bird Sun has a disciple named Qian Feng. His body isn't bad, Wang Lin said, his eyes flashing. "A disciple of the Vermilion Bird, forget it. The first Vermilion Bird has shown me kindness. You can kill him if you want, but I don't want to kill him. This is a bit difficult to say." "Huh, how come there's such a body on Vermilion Bird Star?" "Interesting, although this body is called a child's, it's still a top-tier body." "Not bad, damn it. This child is the object I'm preparing for possession." Sejunan's gaze turned towards the far north, revealing a look of surprised joy. "Huh?" Wang Lin looked at Sichunan. Sichunan's eyes showed a look of surprised joy, and he laughed heartily. "Okay, this child's body suits me very well. Wang Lin, let's go to the flame pole in the north of Vermilion Bird Star. My next body is there." After saying that, his body moved slightly, and he flew forward. Wang Lin patted his storage bag, and the wind beast flew out, letting out a cry and stopping in front of him. Wang Lin jumped up, sat down cross-legged, and chased after Sichunan. Sichunan turned his head and glanced at the one beast, his eyes shining brightly, saying, "What kind of demonic beast is this? Where did it come from? I'll go catch one to play with too." Although the wind beast was always arrogant, it immediately sensed Sichunan's aura, and after a few buzzing sounds, it suddenly moved far away. Sichunan glared, his body flashed, and he stopped beside Wang Lin, who was standing on the wind beast's back, scolding, "Why are you running? I'm not going to eat you." The wind beast trembled, turned its head to look at Wang Lin, its eyes showing a pleading look. Wang Lin smiled, patted the large head of the wind beast, then patted his storage bag with his right hand and took out a jade slip. After placing it between his eyebrows for a moment, he threw it to Sichunan, saying, "If you dare to come here, you can capture as many wind beasts as you want." Sichunan received the jade slip, glanced through it, and immediately changed his expression, saying awkwardly, "Forget it. I don't need it anymore." The jade slip Wang Lin gave him contained the memories of the ancient god Tut, about encountering a strange star domain with many wind beasts. Even the arrogant Sichunan couldn't help but be shocked by the contents of this jade slip. He looked at the wind beast, his eyes becoming strange. "Wang Lin, let's make a deal. You're one beast. After I get my body, you'll let me borrow it for a day to study. How about it? I guarantee I won't kill it, just study it a little." Sichunan laughed heartily. "No." Wang Lin refused without hesitation. Sichunan panicked and said, "I really didn't kill it. Besides, after I finish studying it, it might even become stronger." "No." Wang Lin shook his head. Sichuan glared at Wang Lin and shouted, "You little brat, no one has ever dared refuse what I've wanted. Back then, I set my sights on a concubine of the first vermilion bird, and I didn't even need to directly snatch her away." Wang Lin looked at Sichuan, not saying a word, just silently staring. After a while, Sichuan smiled bitterly and said, "How did I end up meeting you? Back then, you were just a child, and I helped you adjust your body so you could cultivate immortality. Furthermore, I gave you advice, giving you the opportunity to obtain the Foundation Establishment Great Method, and I even helped you escape danger several times. Have you forgotten that time when you were chased by that brat from the Tang family? Also, outside the Juming Valley, I risked my life and almost died to save you, and now you treat me like this. It's pitiful that I'm old and don't have any great demands. I just want to borrow that one beast to study a little." Wang Lin felt a headache coming on. If Sichuan had remained stubborn, Wang Lin wouldn't have been afraid, but since the other party had now spoken in such a way, Wang Lin suddenly felt moved. After a while, Wang Lin smiled wryly, reluctantly nodded, and said, "Okay, I'll lend it to you. I'll lend it to you." Sichuan immediately changed his demeanor, revealing an arrogant expression, and laughed heartily, saying, "Indeed, I didn't misjudge you. Good." After saying that, his eyes looked at Wen Shu, and a sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Wen Shu's body trembled, almost falling from the air, but immediately rose again. "Sichuan, do you know what the extreme realm is?" While flying, Wang Lin pondered for a moment and asked. Sichuan's eyes narrowed, looking at Wang Lin, and said, "The extreme realm in the 3 extreme realms of the extreme path. Why are you asking this?" Wang Lin looked at Sichuan. In this world, besides Li Muan, the only person he could completely trust was Sichuan. Wang Lin patted his storage bag, taking out something that looked like a white thread. This white thread emitted waves of pressure, like that of a heavenly tribulation. Although this pressure wasn't particularly intense for Wang Lin, the substance contained within it could paralyze the senses of a nascent soul cultivator. Sichuan let out a soft gasp, taking the white thread and examining it closely. His expression immediately changed drastically, and he swept his divine consciousness around, surveying the surroundings. Then he grabbed the white thread and pushed it towards Wang Lin's storage bag. Unexpectedly, it broke through Wang Lin's divine consciousness, directly placing the white thread into the storage bag. "How did you obtain the Supreme Realm?" Sichuan exclaimed in shock. "Back then in Juming Valley, a trace of this Supreme Realm was born within my body." "You were asleep then, so you never noticed. After my body was shattered and you rescued me, you fell asleep again, and I left the outer battlefield. Only then did the Supreme Realm in my consciousness fully develop," Wang Lin said slowly. "The Supreme Realm is a very powerful substance. I haven't studied it myself, but I know that the Cultivation Alliance searches for cultivators with the Supreme Realm almost every year. And once they find one, they immediately eliminate them. You must remember this. Absolutely no one should see this, especially Juquezi." Sichuan's expression was extremely serious. Wang Lin nodded, remaining silent for a moment, then said, "I suspect this extreme realm is related to your Yellow Springs ascending aperture technique." Sichuan was taken aback, stroking his chin, and said, "What you said makes some sense. However, there must be a deeper reason, otherwise, why haven't I reached the extreme realm yet? As far as I know, the probability of reaching the extreme realm is extremely low, and it's incredibly difficult to cultivate. The losses outweigh the gains. The fact that you possess it within your body without any negative effects is quite rare." Sichuan's eyes showed admiration. "Sichuan, I've heard that the cultivation essence can cause the extreme realm to evolve. Is this true or false? What exactly is this cultivation essence?" Wang Lin's eyes flashed as he voiced the question he had kept hidden for hundreds of years. "I didn't expect you to know about the star cultivation essence as well." Sichuan's eyes showed a complex expression, and he sighed, saying, "The star cultivation essence. That thing isn't anything good. But if you want to leave the vermilion bird star, you absolutely need it. Otherwise, it will be a hidden danger in the future. Alas, this star cultivation essence is the most wicked thing that the Cultivation Alliance controls." Sichuan was about to continue when suddenly his eyes flicked, looking into the distance. And he said, "Let's talk about this later. There are people from the immortal tribe performing ancestral spirit sacrifices ahead. As far as I remember, the first vermilion bird son seemed to have researched a kind of divine technique that could absorb some strange power using the immortal tribe's divine tree. But old people's memories are a bit poor. It seems there was such a thing. Wang Lin, give me a piece of immortal jade. Wang Lin glanced into the distance, patted his storage bag, and took out a piece of immortal jade, handing it to Sichunan. Sichunan received it, and with a single breath, the immortal jade instantly shattered into dust. Immortal power flickered in his eyes as he said, back then, after the first vermilion bird master researched this divine technique, he said it had a fatal flaw. However, at this moment, for me, this flaw, though troublesome, can certainly be avoided. Wang Lin, wait here for me, I'll be back soon. Having said that, his body moved slightly, and he disappeared from the spot. Before Sichunan reappeared and confronted the vermilion bird master, all the peak-seeking cultivators in the entire vermilion bird star immediately sensed that arrogant aura. An old man appeared in the eastern sky of the vermilion bird kingdom. This was the only peak-seeking early-stage old monster of the heavenly jade sect, Xu Yangfei. At this moment, his expression was gloomy and uncertain. After a while, he sighed softly and muttered, "The aura is very strong." He shook his head slightly, his gaze towards the east revealing a cold glint, and continued flying. Behind him were more than a dozen cultivators, most of whom were at the nascent soul stage, with only 3 at the spirit transformation stage. Following them were over 100 more, all at the nascent soul stage. In the southern sky above the vermilion bird continent, a large army of several hundred cultivators flew south at an extremely fast speed. The leader was a middle-aged man, obviously an early-stage peak-seeking expert. At this moment, he looked towards Sichunan's location, shaking his head and smiling bitterly, muttering to himself. Bad luck repeatedly encountering war after returning to Vermilion Bird Mountain. Vermilion Bird Sun rested for a while before immediately leaving again. This time, his target was the western part of the Vermilion Bird Continent. In the eastern part of the Vermilion Bird Continent, amidst the thick black mist, the 5 patriarchs of the immortal tribe withdrew their gazes with gloomy expressions. Elder Sima of the Yin sect, standing before him, was naturally incapable of detecting the presence of Sichunan's aura. However, seeing the immortal tribe's patriarch's somewhat displeased expression, he couldn't help but be surprised. He was about to investigate further when the patriarch waved his sleeve, his voice cold as he said, "Elder Sima, begin." Sima's eyes flickered, and he chuckled, saying, "Good, this time I've come to deliver this corpse, hoping it will make your immortal tribe's divine tree flourish even more." After saying this, he glanced at the 2 corpse guarding attendants behind him. Without a word, they jumped down from the large coffin, sat cross-legged, and conjured a series of strange incantations with their hands. Streams of spiritual light flashed from their hands, stopping above the coffin. Shortly afterward, both figures emitted a sinister, eerie light from their bodies and simultaneously shouted, "Open!" A loud, slow, wood-crushing sound emanated from the coffin. The lid, several meters long, slowly moved, tilting to one side, revealing a gap that grew larger and larger. A stream of dark energy mixed with a foul, putrid smell poured out from within. The 5th ancestor of the immortal tribe remained calm, staring intently at the coffin without moving. However, the 3 A-leaf incantation masters behind him showed signs of tension, secretly on guard. Up, the 2 corpse guarding attendants shouted simultaneously. The coffin seemed to be forcefully pushed open by an invisible hand. The lid fell from the air and shattered on the ground with a loud crash. At this moment, the dark energy intensified, seemingly enveloping the entire coffin. "Is this the corpse you were talking about?" The 5th ancestor of the immortal tribe said coldly. Elder Sima laughed heartily and said, "5th ancestor, please don't blame me. This matter was ordered by the superiors, and this corpse is also just a decision of the superiors. I have no right to interfere. However, our insect on Vermilion Bird Star doesn't have many corpses of the giant demon clan. This corpse was brought here from an outer cultivation planet. The other 4 have probably already been given to your immortal clan to take to various places." The 5th ancestor said nothing, frowning. At this moment, the 2 corpse-handling attendants' hand gestures became faster and faster, finally simultaneously spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. The fresh blood stopped in midair and didn't fall, but transformed into 2 blood figures formed from blood mist. These 2 blood figures suddenly shot out, piercing through the air and directly entering the coffin. With a series of scraping sounds, a corpse more than 10 meters tall flew out of the coffin, its body rotting in many places, even exposing white bones. There were also many maggots crawling around, a truly disgusting sight. However, the corpse was relatively well preserved, especially the extremely clear purple X-shaped mark between the eyebrows. At this moment, a calm voice came from the black mist, fifth ancestor of the immortal tribe. I am Chu Yanfei of the Heavenly Jade Sect, here to fight you. Simultaneously, a deafening explosion erupted from outside the black mist. The powerful roar, carrying immense force, instantly tore apart the surrounding black mist. 1,000 feet away, the old man, the peak-level cultivator of the Heavenly Jade Sect, stood in midair, his eyes like lightning. Behind him, a large group of cultivators followed, their eyes icy cold, radiating overwhelming killing intent. The fifth ancestor's eyes were cold as he raised his right hand and shouted, "Kill!" At the words spoken, the members of the immortal tribe on the ground immediately rushed out, launching into a great battle. Xiao Yunfei's body moved slightly, transforming into a streak of light, instantly arriving beside the coffin. He struck down with a palm, shouting, "The Yin sect, you truly want to die." The fifth ancestor of the immortal tribe's eyes flashed. He raised his right hand and, without touching the ground, blocked the opponent's previous palm strike. Then, he grabbed the large corpse and threw it into the midst of the worshipping tribesmen. A loud crash echoed as the corpse fell to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust that spread everywhere. The coffin was instantly shattered by Qi Yunfei's palm strike. "Open the reincarnation tree," the fifth ancestor shouted. Then, with a slight movement of his body, he immediately headed towards Qi Yunfei. At the same time, he waved his hand, and a large black mist instantly spread out in all directions, enveloping him and Qi Yunfei. Inside the black mist, flashes of magical artifact light appeared, and the surrounding immortal power emitted a powerful shockwave. Any cultivators and tribesmen of the immortal tribe nearby were instantly affected, their bodies shattering and dying. The five ancestors rushed forward, and an old eight-leaf immortal tribe member immediately advanced, leaping over the group of tribesmen directly above the large corpse. Completely ignoring the maggots at his feet, he swung his right hand forward, and instantly a fist-sized golden light appeared in his palm. At this moment, a middle-aged man in the mid-stage transformation realm among the cultivators' eyes flashed. Ignoring the immortal tribe members who were fighting him, he immediately rushed towards the eight-leaf spellcaster holding the golden light, shouting, "Release the golden light." A flash of starlight appeared in his hand, and a flying sword roared towards him. The old eight-leaf immortal tribe member sharply raised his head, glanced at the middle-aged man charging towards him, and, without hesitation, pressed the golden light into the chest of the large corpse. The starlight flickered, and the flying sword pierced through the old eight-leaf immortal tribe member's chest, carrying a large amount of fresh blood. The old man with the eight-leaf clover had a pale face, but the golden light in his hand had already been placed on the chest of the giant demon tribe's corpse. Then he burst into laughter, his right hand stroking the wound on his chest. Then he licked the fresh blood from the corner of his mouth. Immediately, he lunged forward to confront the middle-aged man. On the giant demon's corpse, the golden light grew brighter and brighter, like the sun radiating boundless light. Qi Yanfei, who was fighting the five ancestors, retreated and shouted, "Destroy the giant demon's corpse." Hearing this, the surrounding cultivators immediately rushed towards the giant demon's corpse. But the immortal tribe members, as if they had no regard for life, resisted fiercely, even willing to self-destruct, determined to stop the cultivators. The golden light grew brighter and brighter, and at the same time, the giant demon's corpse quickly withered. At this moment, the corpse was like the ground, and the golden light was the plant growing on that ground, absorbing nutrients and gradually growing. This process took 10 breaths. The giant clan's corpse completely dried up, and finally, with a loud bang, it turned into dust and vanished without a trace. Xiao Yanfei's figure flashed, reappearing in the black mist, charging straight towards the golden light. The five ancestors within the black mist had cold smiles on their lips, not attempting to stop him. Just as Xiao Yanfei flew towards them, the golden light suddenly shattered. 100-foot-tall reincarnation tree suddenly sprouted from the ground, piercing straight into the sky. A shockwave immediately surged from above, engulfing the entire eastern part of the Vermilion Bird Star. Xiao Yunfei's face changed drastically, and he immediately retreated, but was still affected by this force, a trickle of fresh blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The five ancestors sneered, their bodies moving slightly, charging towards Xiao Yunfei. Xiao Yunfei turned, his eyes flashing, not daring to kill anymore, and instead turned and charged out. Shouting, "Retreat!" The monks fighting the Immortal Tribe members heard this and all secretly sighed, hastily retreating. As the Immortal Tribe members were about to pursue, the five ancestors said in a low voice, "Don't chase them. Protect the reincarnation tree's ancestral spirit." Elder Sima, who had remained silent until now, showed a strange glint in his eyes as he looked towards the reincarnation tree and said, "According to the agreement between the two sides, five ancestors." "Where is that thing?" The five ancestors remained silent for a moment, then pointed his right hand at the center of his eyebrow. A palm-sized talisman flew out from between his eyebrows. This talisman was extremely complex, almost dazzling to look at, but it also contained an ancient aura like the creation of heaven and earth. This talisman is one of the ancestral talismans that I perfected after reaching the 9-leaf stage. As he spoke, he waved his right hand, and the talisman immediately flew towards Elder Sima. Sima's face turned serious, and he immediately potted his storage bag. His right hand produced a jade box, which emitted not spiritual power but immortal power, and was protected by a powerful enchantment. He carefully placed the talisman inside the jade box, took a deep breath, put it into his storage bag, and said with a smile, "Fifth ancestor is indeed straightforward. I hope the other ancestors of your immortal clan will be the same. My immortal clan and your yin sect have an agreement, and we will certainly not break our word." Fifth ancestor glanced indifferently at Sima. Sima laughed heartily, his eyes flashing, and suddenly said, "I, on behalf of the sect master of the yin sect, convey a message to you. My yin sect still possesses the body of the ancestor of the giant demon clan who killed several 9-leaf spellcasters of your immortal clan back then. His body has reached the mid-stage of the questioning peak realm. If you wish, you can contact him anytime." Having said that, without waiting for a reply, he instantly flashed his body and quickly left. The two attendants immediately gave chase. The three of them vanished into the black mist in an instant. Similar scenes were unfolding in the north, south, and west. Unfortunately, except for the vermilion bird's successful destruction of the reincarnation tree in the west, the east and south were unsuccessful. However, a bizarre scene also appeared in the north. Sichunan, his figure like a ghost, silently entered the black mist north of the vermilion bird continent. No one noticed his entry, not even the four ancestors of the immortal tribe who presided over the area. The reincarnation tree's ancestral spirit instantly took shape, and Sichunan transformed into a phantom, parasitizing within it. He devoured a large amount of nutrients necessary for the reincarnation tree's growth, causing this rare reincarnation ancestral spirit of the immortal tribe to collapse and vanish completely. This bizarre scene instantly terrified all the members of the immortal tribe in the north. Under the furious gaze of the four ancestors, who sacrificed their runes and used secret techniques, they finally managed to see Sichunan. Sichunan laughed heartily at the four ancestors, his body flashed, and he vanished from the spot. His arrogant voice echoed in the wind, "Damn it, this is so difficult. If I had known it was this hard, I wouldn't have bothered eating it." The four ancestors of the immortal tribe were white-haired old men. Their eyes were bloodshot, almost bleeding, and they roared, immediately chasing after him relentlessly. To them, what Sichunan had devoured wasn't just a reincarnation tree, but an ancestral spirit. The immortal tribe had only cultivated 5 unique ancestral spirit trees in tens of thousands of years. Once an ancestral spirit matured, combined with secret techniques, a spiritual entity would soon descend from the void, merging with the ancestral spirit to become a 10-leaf technique master. Now, he never imagined that such a powerful spirit beast would be devoured right before his eyes. The rage in his mind reached its limit. "I must kill you." Amidst the roars, the four ancestors attacked furiously. Sichunan flew at an extremely fast speed, laughing heartily. "This method of the first vermilion bird is a bit shameless, but I like it very much. When I obtain a body, I will pass this method to Wang Lin, and then we will devour it together. However, with Wang Lin's current abilities, I'm afraid he won't be able to withstand it. I must kill you." The four ancestors roared fiercely as if their hearts were shattered, relentlessly pursuing Sichunan. The hatred emanating from their hearts was indescribable. Wang Lin had already heard the roars coming from afar. He immediately retracted his spirit beast, and without waiting for Sichunan any longer, his body flashed and he quickly flew to one side. Sichunan's divine sense swept across the area and immediately located Wang Lin. He appeared beside Wang Lin and flew quickly, saying, "You're too slow. Let me carry you. There's a mad dog chasing us from behind. Once I get my body and digest this ancestral spirit's power, I'll definitely boil that mad dog." Having said that, he embraced Wang Lin and flew away at lightning speed. Sichunan sped off, instantly carrying Wang Lin out of the Vermilion Bird continent and heading straight towards the Flame Extreme in the northern region. The four ancestors of the immortal tribe had made up their minds and were relentlessly pursuing them. While fleeing, Sichunan showed no fear, occasionally turning his head to slow down, waiting for the four ancestors to catch up. "Once I devour the immortal tribe's ancestral spirit and combine it with my body, I'll go back and devour that mad dog. That way, I can reduce my recovery time by at least half. It'll be convenient for me, and I'll eliminate a sorcerer of the immortal tribe who's at the peak level. And I'll be doing a favor to the first Vermilion Bird son." Sichunan laughed heartily and said, "The Northern Flame realm lies north of the Vermilion Star, formerly the home of the Snow Domain Kingdom. Since the arrival of cultivators on the Vermilion Star, the ice and snow have never melted, cold winds howl day after day, and icy mist blankets the land. From afar, one can only see a gloomy blue mist slowly drifting across the area. Everything here is eerily silent. This icy mist is the nine-leaved jia, found only in extreme cold and extreme heat, and upon its appearance, it emits an ancient and mysterious power. The nine-leaved mist not only destroys all living things but also has another effect. It absorbs all indestructible objects in a short time, slowly freezing them. The Northern Flame realm is vast. The Snow Domain Kingdom had explored about a third of it in the past, but could not continue, and had to establish a kingdom outside of it. They were unable to investigate the deeper parts of the Northern Flame realm. Those with exceptional abilities on Vermilion Star knew that in the center of Little North lay a field of red ice. The ice there wasn't cold, but intensely hot. This was a truly miraculous transformation. It could make fire appear in the form of ice, a skill capable of creating things that commanded reverence. This place was called Little North Fiery Extreme by the cultivators of Vermilion Star. Within it, natural restrictions had existed since ancient times, and the nine-leaved jia was one of them. Furthermore, there was an extremely hot blood-red light, mysterious and unpredictable. It had no effect on things without blood, but if a creature with blood were exposed to this light, its entire body's blood would boil, burning it to death within 10 breaths. Furthermore, the ice blocks can absorb consciousness. Inside this place, consciousness is extremely weakened. At this moment, deep within the Little Northern Flame Extreme, a young boy was completely covered in red ice flames, surrounded by a thick mist of the Nine-La tribe. This boy had a handsome appearance, but at this moment, his face showed signs of distress, and he occasionally opened his mouth to spit out a stream of black gas. This black gas immediately merged into the ice flames, spreading outwards and gradually pushing back the Nine-La tribe mist. However, as soon as the Nine-La tribe mist dispersed, it immediately rushed forward to surround the ice flames and refine them. This boy was the demonic boy released by the great elder Sentai of the Yin sect on the Vermilion Bird Star when he fought against the giant demon clan's ancestor. This demonic boy was very strange. That year, the giant demon clan's ancestor's body was shattered by his attack. His primordial spirit couldn't escape. And he was finally pursued by the demonic boy all the way to this Little Northern Flame Extreme before he miraculously escaped. If Sentai hadn't been expelled from the Vermilion Bird Star by the ancestor of the giant demon clan's divine abilities, this demon child, under his control, would never have been imprisoned here. This demon child has a very significant background. Speaking of this demon child's background, one must mention the Corpse Sound sect. The Corpse Sound sect is a very large sect, much larger than other sects on the Vermilion Bird Star. In fact, it exists on most cultivation planets. The Corpse Sound sect is like a giant monster extending its branches and taking root on most cultivation planets, engaging in the trade of corpses and collecting all sorts of strange artifacts. Very few people know where the headquarters of the Corpse Sound sect is located. It's a secret. The structure of the Corp Sound sect resembles a pyramid, branching out extensively. In the Cultivation Alliance, the Corp Sound sect isn't widely recognized as a sect, but far surpassing other sects on cultivation planets, the Corp Sound sect is truly a major cultivation sect. Many powerful cultivators of the previous generation knew that the Yin sect was not to be trifled with. It was rumored that the secret figures within this sect had some connection to the destruction of the immortal realm years ago. However, this was just a rumor, difficult to verify. Nevertheless, the Yin sect's power was undeniable. On every cultivation planet where the Yin sect was present, the sect's headquarters had two people in charge, the sect leader and the Grand Elder. The sect leader managed all affairs, while the Grand Elder was the supervisor. The Yin sect possessed a treasure catalog containing records of 3,000 corpses of various kinds. Each corpse found could be exchanged for a few treasures. The demon child was found by Sun Tai on a desolate planet. His corpse was ranked 171st in the Yin sect's treasure catalog. He possessed a hidden, unfixed spiritual root, a type of being born to be possessed by others. Once possessed, the soul will naturally develop a spiritual root corresponding to the possessor. Sun Tai was overjoyed after acquiring this demonic child, and after cultivating it for over 1,000 years, he finally refined it into a corpse with the abilities of a mid-stage immortal transformation. However, this anomaly had to be placed in a special nurturing formation before being possessed, and could not be left outside the formation for too long. Therefore, Sun Tai did not take this demonic child with him when he went to the immortal realm, but kept it on Vermilion Bird Star. Only upon his return did he take it out, intending to leave Vermilion Bird Star and go to a branch of the Yin sect in a neighboring star system. There, he would exchange the demonic child for a spirit core of at least 8th grade to break Zhao Yi's seal. It was at that moment that he was summoned back by Wang Lin, which is why he summoned the demonic child to hunt down the giant demon clan's ancestor. Outside the northern flame realm, 3 streaks of rainbow light, 2 in front and 1 behind, broke through the air. The 2 in front, one dressed in white with long, flowing hair, revealed the figure of a young man. Beside this young man was a middle-aged man with a bulky build and an air of arrogance. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that this man's body was not real, but illusory. Behind them, a white-haired old man, gnashing his teeth and with a grim expression, relentlessly pursued them. These 3 were none other than Wang Lin and his companions. "Little rat, your speed is too slow. I've waited for you several times along the way. If you don't hurry up, I won't wait any longer." Sichu Nan turned to look at the 4 ancestors of the immortal tribe in the distance and shouted. The 4 ancestors also found this strange, but they were somewhat unwilling to accept it. They possessed a secret technique that they would use once they caught up with the person who had swallowed the ancestral spirit tree, reclaiming the spirit. But with one prerequisite, the ancestral spirit had not yet been refined by the other party. It was precisely for this reason that he could continue to persistently pursue them. The 3 flew at incredibly high speed, instantly passing Little North and entering the Flame Extreme. Wang Lin glanced and immediately saw the demonic child inside the red ice block in the distance. Sichu Nan's eyes lit up, he laughed heartily and immediately stopped, turning his head to look at the 4 ancestors who were chasing after them. "This Little North Flame Extreme is where I cultivated for a long time before my body was shattered. This place has incredibly unpredictable restrictions." After saying this, Sichu Nan's eyes showed a look of reminiscence. His right hand formed a hand seal, and he uttered a few words, pointing to the void. Immediately, the ground trembled. All the ice layers of Little North Flame Extreme instantly flashed with starlight. These starlight beams condensed at an extremely fast speed, flashing and shooting out. Sichu Nan laughed heartily, grabbed Wang Lin, and with a flash of his body, appeared 100 yards away, facing the 4 ancestors. Just as the 4 ancestors caught up, the entire sky and earth instantly shimmered with dazzling white light. These bright white rays carried a strange power, shining upon the 4 ancestors. Immediately, their skin glowed with a red light, the blood light of the extreme flame. The 4 ancestors sneered. His immortal tribe were originally inhabitants of the Vermilion Bird Star, and he had a deep understanding of this little Arctic flame. He recognized the origin of the white light at a glance. He rubbed his hands together, and a large talisman appeared before him. He pushed it, and the talisman instantly flickered, the surrounding white light dissipating and retreating from the 4 ancestors in an instant. Sichunan let out a soft cry, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. With a swift movement, he directly lunged towards the four ancestors. The fourth ancestor raised his head sharply, staring intently at Sichunan. He tapped the talisman in his hand, and immediately threads of silk flew out, wrapping around Sichunan. Sichunan laughed heartily, not dodging but directly passing through the threads, suddenly entering the fourth ancestor's body. The fourth ancestor's body trembled, and he shouted, "Get out!" He slammed his left hand against his forehead, and a 9-leaf tree instantly appeared above his brow. Just as this tree appeared, Sichunan instantly emerged from the fourth ancestor's body, his whole body radiating a powerful aura, and he shouted, "9-leaf frost," immediately. The black mist covering the ice flame surrounding the demon child flew towards Sichunan, instantly enveloping him and the fourth ancestor, then pulling them towards the ice flame that was trapping the demon child.